Okay, sorry for the wait. Just had some stuff I needed to do and post and all the fun shenanigans. I am now here. Watashi ga kita. Watashi ga kita. Oh, good. People have already started, and half of these comments are already fucking stupid. Great. So, just gonna warn some people right off the bat. Look, if you're just gonna come into my chat and just tell me, oh, this series is just poorly written and it's shit, understand this is not the stream for you, and you're welcome to fuck right off. Damn, probably got. I wonder if I piss YouTube off by saying that, by starting with this. But yeah, no. Seriously, if you're just here to just talk shit and tell me that this series is trash and all that, please leave. I'm not in the mood to really start any of these conversations. I've been on Twitter for a decent amount of time now, and I do not care for people's attitudes and how intentionally they're getting the story wrong. Anyways, let's catch up to some of the things people have said, and we'll start talking a little bit about this chapter because I have a lot to say. We'll also be going through Reddit and one Twitter post from a friend. We could talk about some of the Twitter shit people have been saying because it is vile. It is vile, and motherfuckers, I got you documented. I got you down. Y'all think like once this, I'm calling it. If next chapter actually changes shit, and people suddenly start changing their tunes, motherfuckers, try deleting your tweets. Try deleting your tweets. Try pretending like you didn't start shit and start grifting and intentionally getting stuff wrong on purpose. Yeah. Okay, so let's read the comments. Let's go. My whole Twitter filled with hating Chizuru. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. People calling her, I'm not even sure if like YouTube allows this word, the adult industry person, and it starts with a P. And people are just calling her that and just completely ignoring Chizuru's character. It is the most vile shit I have seen in a long time. And I genuinely have, like, I haven't felt this much hate for the anime and manga community since chapter 218. Like, I haven't felt this disgusted in them. And understand, like, just to give you some fucking context, my friends who my IRL friends that I know in real life who joked about chapter 218 when it came out and made fun of it like most people did, find what people are doing now disgusting. Think about that. My friends who don't know anything about the series, don't care about it, and make fun of it with me all the time, like they constantly come to me and joke about how shitty it is and all that, literally said what people are saying is fucked up. And then they ask me for the context, and I give them the context, and they're like, what the hell? That's fucked up. Why are they saying that? And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty fucking weird, isn't it? Yeah, so think about that for a second. When my IRL friends who are jokesters, memers, and literally consume a lot of anime via mitosis from TikTok, realize this shit's fucked up. You have a problem. Yeah. I think the author will drag 50 chapters. Oh my god. We're not talking about the 50 chapter dragging. I literally said like next. Okay, let's get it out of the way. Next chapter. Let's show the footage. Next chapter, when that chapter comes out, is the last chapter of the volume, meaning there's already going to be a reversal. Reishi already highlights a reversal here. Next chapter, the next chapter from the arc is part 30, which is literally Kazuya's number, and Reishi literally shows Kazuya here, ready to do some shit. He's clearly fucking pissed right now. And then we see Chisuru injured, and then the text says, oh, I thought the date was over, but it looks like it's not over. And then they tell us, oh, there's gonna be more to come. Like, oh, you go home first next time, as if Chisuru's trying to hide the fact that she hurt her leg. Sure, let's just say Reiji's gonna drag this shit out. I don't think Ruka and Umi are the issue. I do think that Chizuru admitting that she hasn't forgiven Mami could be foreshadowing for finding out about the call and meeting with Kazuya, but this is a conflict for later on. Yes, I agree. That's actually, in fact, very important setup. That's actually very, very important setup, hinted to you by a single line that Chizuru fucking hates Mami right now. And that's super important. That gets hinted to you that this is going to come back, right? So, yes, that's something that will clearly be present after this arc, but this arc will resolve how it began, with them walking together. I think Chizuru will deny her feelings and ignore. Sure, whatever. Izani, I'm sorry. Like, if that's what you want to say until someone do third... you clearly have not been paying attention to this arc. I'm sorry. T.S. badly written would have been a masterpiece otherwise. What's TS? I think that she might try to, but Kazuya won't let her. Similar, blah, blah. Bro got offended. Oh, gee. Y'all talk shit about the thing I enjoy and you expect me not to get mad. Like, what kind of fucking logic is that? Tell me something you enjoy. Let me shit on it for, like, I don't know, an entire day. You know, make a trend on Twitter. Spread a whole bunch of misinformation about it. Let's see how you feel. Not so great now, is it? Yeah, so, kindly, when someone is upset about the thing they enjoy, don't be like, oh, bro got offended. Now we just need to buckle up and enjoy the ride. Can't wait to see what happens with Chizuru and Kazuya. Dude, X is full of trolls, and they just gotta ignore and move on. That's very easy to say, Aries, but unfortunately, they've made it trend to the point that my friends, IRL, know about this shit. That's not a good thing, right? And they keep spreading misinformation. For instance, one of the reasons people genuinely believe this is the last chapter for some dumb fucking reason is because of Chibi Reviews, who literally made a video saying the end of Rent a Girlfriend is coming, and then he calls this chapter the final chapter, and it's terrible, and he starts calling Chizuru the P word, which I'm trying to avoid because I don't know if YouTube gets mad about saying these particular things. Like, whenever you discuss any form of adult work, YouTube will get mad. You know what? Fuck it. No, he calls her a prostitute, and it's disgusting, and it's fucking vile. It makes me so goddamn mad. And then you go to like Reddit, and you see people drawing like the Will Smith slap as if Kazuya is slapping Chizuru, and that to me is a disgrace to like everything this story has to say, right? Like literally, people using Kazuya's pain to justify attacking Chizuru is antithetical to everything Kazuya believes and has believed since the fucking start of the series. Like, literally, chapter, like, 5 or 6 or something. I gotta pull it up. It makes me so fucking mad. Like, seriously, just chapter, like, 5. When they're not even together, when Kazuya doesn't even realize he loves Chizuru. It's chapter 6, okay. Kazuya doesn't even realize he loves Chizuru. Mami's out here shit-talking Chizuru, and Kazuya says, Mizuhara is not that kind of person. Fuck off. Literally tells Mami to fuck off. And he tells her, I like you, I love you, but it's not right to talk about her like that. And that becomes a reoccurring pattern where later in the story, Minnie starts doing this. Minnie starts saying, oh, she's deceiving you. She's tricking you, intentionally so, by the way. So, like, this entire scene, for any outsider who walks in, Reiji predicted you. In this entire sequence, Reiji predicted how people would react because he wrote that in Minnie's character. in like at least 3 different scenes. There could be more that I don't remember off the top of my head, but at least 3 different scenes. Minnie says, it's like Chizuru's deceiving you. It's like Chizuru's deceiving you. And Kazuya tells her, I appreciate that you're on my side, but no, that's not Chizuru. You clearly don't know her as well as you think you do. And this is that moment. This is that scene where a lot of people will see this after having seen everything that was presented to us in the date and completely misinterpret Chizuru's character, completely misunderstand the point of what we're being shown here. That, oh, Chizuru, after showing Kazuya all of this, is tricking him, is doing this to hurt him. But Kazuya sees past that. Kazuya isn't us. He can tell. And some people, like myself, can actually see past that. I know the chapter was gonna get to that in 18's level 8 since I read the spoilers. Do you think it deserved it? No, it didn't. No. See, with chapter 218, at least there were people who could actually somewhat articulate and talk and communicate in some meaningful way. Literally everything on Twitter and on Reddit and like on YouTube right now is absolute slop. It is the most basic bitch tourist shit you will ever fucking see. They saw something trending, they wanted to jump into it, and they completely justified it with their own biases and absolute fucking nonsense. It is bullshit. It is complete nonsense. People are making shit up. I've seen people just like literally saying random ass shit, making shit up, and completely vilifying Chizuru's character, completely not understanding what the fuck is going on, how much she tries to be respectful in this scene, how hard she's trying not to hurt his feelings, and how much she's sacrificing herself. And Kazuya, out of all of us, can clearly see that. Reiji actively hints at how much Kazuya is noticing. Like, look at this. Look at how much Kazuya is realizing how much she's been suffering, because she's never voiced any of this to him. He didn't know how hard she was trying, how much she's been struggling. And the fact that she's struggling this hard proves that she's worthy and she can help her through it. But no, she doesn't see that in herself, and people don't want to fucking see that. Yet I believe Reiji intended this reaction. Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. I literally just said this. He did. After thinking about it, he completely did. In fact, every single person who vilified Chizuru, who got angry, who lost their shit, proved Reiji's point. Don't believe me? Let's pull it up. There's we talked about it last video. There was chapter 344. So let's find that really quick, because that one perfectly proves this point. Well, there's always the possibility that she's discreetly turning you down, like a sly woman, but she gave off the positive vibe by saying she'd do research. Plus, I don't think Chizuru-san's that kind of girl. Initially, Minnie believed this crap. And now people will read this and be like, oh my god, Reiji was putting that all along. But in reality, he was saying, no, you guys are idiots. This is him saying you guys are idiots because Minnie literally says, Chizuru-san is not that kind of girl. Chizuru is not that kind of girl. Why? Because if you go back to an earlier chapter, chapter 250, before they lived together, before Minnie really got to know the real Chizuru, guess what she fucking said? Actually, it's 251. So she finds out Kazuya went to Chizuru's home, and Kazuya says it's nothing more than that. What are you saying? Are you saying she'll let someone she doesn't like or trust into her childhood home? But hearing that just now, that worries me even more. She closes her eyes. She doesn't see. Minnie is blind. Investigation is such a vague word. If there's so much development on the emotional, if there is so much development on the emotional side of things, she even invited you into her childhood home. That's the simple way of looking at it, is that the investigation never ends because she doesn't want it to end. Who does this sound like? Doesn't this sound like the haters and the critics? First off, she can do all the investigating she wants while dating you. She's wasting your time too. This displeases me. This is about me, what I want. Usually, you just think we aren't compatible and just drift away from each other. I don't want to doubt Mizuhara-san's intentions. Notice how she says Mizuhara-san, and later she starts saying Chizuru-san. She starts calling her by her real name. But most people would say that kind of girl is devious. Kazuya remembers when she said, I'll give it everything I have. And he says, no way, huh? While I'm grateful that you're on my side, I trust her completely, totally. Minnie, man, you're so in love. You're so in love with her, it's laughable. Well, I think that's a good thing. It's not laughable at all. I do believe in Mizuhara's son, too. I'll stand behind you two regardless. Takes a picture of him, sends it to Chizuru, and then guess what? Chizuru surprises her. Chizuru surprises both of them. They both expected something, and they got something completely different. Because guess what? Minnie doesn't understand Chizuru, and Kazuya, and to some degree at this time, also didn't understand Chizuru. And that comes to be a realization later where he starts to really understand the real her because he lives with her, he experiences time with her. You need to look at the arc, at the saga as a whole. You can't look at just the pieces that are convenient to you, because if you just look at the pieces that are convenient to you, Chizuru will look like a bad person. This arc is intentionally designed around how people criticize this series. It is intentionally built around that. If you actually took the time to interact with the story, pay attention to the characters, pay attention to what they're saying, their feelings, their emotions, if you really read through the cohabitation saga, and then got here and genuinely thought Chizuru was a bad person, you weren't paying attention. You didn't understand Chizuru nearly as well as you thought you did. And Reiji intentionally highlights that. And even if you lived with her that entire time and you still felt like this, he's still calling you out. He's literally framing it from the perspective of an outsider. In fact, he does the same exact thing with Mami. Mami in the Paradise arc is intentionally written like the haters. She, in fact, echoes almost every single sentiment they say. She mirrors them. She acts like them. How does Mami know about their relationship? Almost everything about it is surface level. Every single aspect of Mami's understanding of their relationship is purely surface level. And she projects her own biases of her trauma, of her pain onto the relationship and judges that entire relationship based on that. Tries to destroy it with her trauma, her pain, her suffering, and doesn't see them for them. Tries to make Ruka into her, projects her needing love onto Ruka, that Ruka is a prisoner like her, when Ruka is not her, when none of these characters are her. If anything, she's more similar to Chizuru, and that's why she hates Chizuru, because she sees herself in her. She hates that part of herself. Mami is a literal mirror to the viewers. Minnie is a reverse mirror of Mami here. And that's very intentional. There's a reason we see Minnie and Mami kind of being like a duality, if you will. A great example is when we go to, I believe it's chapter 342. Reishi strikes an intentional duality between, look at this. What's happening here? Mami, Minnie. Both characters that are outsiders to the scenario and yet trying to understand it. The difference between Minnie and Mami is Minnie got actually close to Kazuya. She mirrors Kazuya here. And so does Mami mirror this guy. They both wear black. They both wear white, right? They're contrasting each other. And it's very important because Minnie is an outsider, but she's starting to get to know the people on the inside. She's starting to really appreciate and see Chizuru. In fact, one of the struggles of Chizuru's character that we also talked about on Chizuru's birthday, during Chizuru's birthday, what did we notice a few streams ago? We noticed something pretty fucking important on Chizuru's birthday, that Chizuru also viewed Minnie like this, right? Chizuru projected how her friends, or not her friends, her coworkers, acted and treated her onto Minnie because Minnie talks like them. Minnie does the same things as them. So she assumed that Minnie was like them. And in some ways, depending on how you've been looking at Minnie, it is completely justified to think this way. However, if you've been paying attention to Minnie's slow evolution and her slow appreciation of Chizuru and starting to see the real Chizuru underneath it all, like Kazuya, you would realize that Chizuru is somewhat misguided here, and she feels bad about that. When Minnie says this, Chizuru genuinely feels bad, right? She feels bad she assumed this stuff. She feels bad she assumed this stuff about Minnie. But at the same time, Minnie, before this, was proving Chizuru completely right. She was assuming a lot about Chizuru. She was doing a lot of shitty things. But this part is not in Minnie's character. This idea of celebrating someone, even though Minnie, in this scene, can't see Chizuru. She literally cannot visually see Chizuru. She still appreciates her. That's the difference between Minnie and Chizuru's coworkers, right? But Minnie, literally in this scene, still can't see Chizuru. right? She's still struggling to view the real Chizuru underneath. And there's a scene right after this where she starts to kind of see the real Chizuru. And I believe it's chapter 273, which is like a few chapters after this. Chizuru talks to Minnie a little bit. I'm just wondering from your perspective what kind of person he is. What did we say about perspective? Perspective is huge. In this entire thematic element of this story, perspective is huge. We have the Kitsune illusion we talked about from chapter 325. We have chapter 364 where Reiji intentionally shows us the trick art museum that creates illusions through perspective. Chizuru goes to Kibe to ask his perspective on Kazuya. Chizuru talks to Minnie here and asks her perspective on Kazuya. Perspective is really important. Okay? I see she's making progress. It's bit by bit, but she's getting there too, right? Minnie starts to really see Chizuru here. Her eyes are completely open. She's actually seeing the real Chizuru. She's starting to understand her. And that's when Minnie starts to do a lot of shitty things to Chizuru in a fun sister kind of way, where you have what is it? Let me make sure I find the chapter. It's like chapter 299 or something. Yeah, it's chapter 2. Oh, hey, look, it's Kazuya's smile. It's the Kazuya smile from this chapter. Okay, what happens here? Kazuya accidentally finds Chizuru's bra in the washer, and Minnie covers for her, and then bumps her. Look at these dumb sisters. Look at these fucking sisters, dude. Look at these idiots. I love them. You owe me one. Shit's so great, dude. I fucking love Minnie, dude. She literally starts becoming Chizuru's sister. She starts seeing her for her. She starts appreciating her. She starts really connecting with Chizuru, and they start bonding. She literally starts seeing her butt ass naked in the room because they live together. They live in the same room, right? Minnie starts to really see the real Chizuru. She starts to appreciate her, and she starts to not be blinded by this idea that everybody in this moment is blinded by. They're not seeing how hurt Chizuru is. They're not seeing that Chizuru is sacrificing here and instead using Kazuya's pain, Kazuya's frustration to justify their hatred of Chizuru, not realizing Kazuya would fucking hate you for this. Kazuya would hate you for attacking Chizuru based on his feelings. What the fuck is that? Right? He literally gets mad at Minnie and he's like, "No, don't do that shit, bro." Okay, let's read some of the comments. Sorry, I've been a little behind on them. Where are you getting the previews? I did not see anything on K Manga app. Oh, so thank you for asking. That's something that is actually a good question. We can answer that. Let me find them really quick. Nope, not this one. Wrong one. Oh, there it is. Okay. So in terms of the previews that you're asking about, every single chapter when it releases in the Japanese has text right here. Do you see this text right here? Is that visible on my end? Let me make sure. Every single chapter that releases has text right here. Oh god. And usually you'll have the cover page. This particular cover page is a spread, so it doesn't have any text here, but there would usually be some sort of text here. And then at the very end, you have this editor note and this teaser. I have a friend who knows how to, at the very least, write Japanese. I have some actual Japanese-speaking people, friends, Japanese-speaking people, friends, and I asked them what it says, and they translate it for me. And I double-check it with a few different people to make sure I get it correctly. So that's where we're getting the teasers. That's where we're getting the teasers for this. If you'd like, I can read you the actual text and what it literally says. Where's Twitter? Okay, let me move this here. Okay, so my friend who speaks Japanese said, here, let me. I'm like overcomplicating this. He says this part reads, "The date was over, or so I thought." Mizuhara gets a foot blister, and then he says, "Next time, can you go home first?" Question mark. Right. So that's where that stuff is implied. Okay. As for the volumes, we mentioned that the volume is like the next chapter is going to be the last one in the volume. We can usually keep track of that stuff based on how many chapters are in the volumes, right? This is something we can usually keep track of, and we know based on the current released volumes. So people can keep track of this, and we can know. Oh, Alexander, it's better ending if they don't get together and they both spiral. I'm sorry, if that's your take, you have not been reading this arc, and you're just projecting what you want on this story. I absolutely love how Reiji isn't apologizing and is just doubling down and trolling people right now. He's not really trolling. He's just doubling down on what he wants to do, and that's his belief, and that's good for him, man. Do you know the reason he's not responding to people? He's not going on Twitter. Unlike us, he's not doom scrolling. Unlike us, he's not doom scrolling because he has nothing to prove. Reiji does not have anything to prove to anybody. And he realized that doom scrolling is fucking pointless, so he stopped doing it. He stops talking to people on Twitter. He doesn't really interact with people unless they're actual mutuals, he knows. But he does not talk to people on Twitter anymore. So, for all those people being asshats and posting under his thing, you're jackasses. You're like, he's not even listening to you. Chizuru came up with the ring on the day. That means she's already knew she was going to reject Kazi. She still talks about how we live after 3 years, how many kids might. No, the ring was a reminder. The ring was an active reminder to Chizuru of what she needs to do. I said this, right? I literally said this. The ring is symbolic of that rejection and not rejection, but you can literally see subtleties here. For instance, despite the fact that she pulls the ring out, she never gives it to him. It's still her ring. Because Grandma Nagomi gave her the ring. Harumi told her to keep the ring. She still needs to be worthy of that ring. She still wants to do this. She still wants to be with him, but she wants to do it right. And she doesn't feel she can do that right now. And that's why she doesn't give a clear answer. She still wants this in the end of the line, right? But she literally can't do that right now. That's what she's struggling with. She can't do this right now. But the ring is an active reminder of what she needs to achieve, what she wants, what is at stake, not simply turning him down. That's what it looks like initially. On some serious shit, I understand Chizuru is mad at Mommy, but like, how many times did Mommy ask Chizuru if she really liked Kazuya? Did you guys ever think maybe Mommy really believed she was saving him? Oh, no. So that's complicated. One, Mommy asks a very unfair question. Think about it for a second. Mommy asks this question. If Chizuru says yes, she can guilt Chizuru into being like, okay, if you're in love with him, why aren't you dating him? And she makes it worse and worse, and then she can out Chizuru, and she can tell her family. Now think about that part. She can literally just go tell the family at any point. What Mommy is doing when she's asking that question is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Chizuru can't give her a yes. If Chizuru gives her a yes, Mommy can literally use that against her. Oh, so you said yes, so why are you not with him? Why aren't you dating him? Why are you still pretending? Why are you still hiding? Why are you taking his money? You see what she's doing? It's gaslighting 101. It's literally gaslighting. It's manipulative. It's literally fucking manipulative. Like, literally, she has her in a box. And every time Chizuru answers no, Mommy feels more justified. Not realizing she's putting Chizuru in this god-awful situation that Chizuru doesn't know how to get out of. And what happens? What happens when Chizuru finally confronts Mommy about it? What does Mommy do? Immediately goes and outs her. Immediately goes and tells the family and frames this entire sequence, this entire set of events to get Chizuru to look like a piece of shit. So Kazuya's grandparents can hate her. So she can feel justified in authority taking power away from people, that there is no real love. It is Mommy trying to justify to herself that life sucks and authority can just take power away from you. In particular, there's a reason she goes after parental authority, because her parents took her autonomy away. So she tries to do the same exact thing to Chizuru. That's why it's flawed and stupid. Mommy's plan is flawed and stupid because the very nature of how she's dealing with events is flawed and stupid. She's a fucking coward. She's running away from her problems. And I say this as a person who enjoys Mommy's character, okay? I say this as someone who enjoys Mommy's character. Mommy's a fucking coward, okay? And she keeps running away from her problems. And she projects those problems onto people. And she later even admits she was never going to tell Chizuru's agency because she doesn't want Chizuru to lose her job. And she knows Chizuru would fuck her up, right? She knows Chizuru would mess her up. And that Mommy is also not actually like a horrible, horrible human being. It was just in paradise, she was getting to that point. She had reached the point where she was becoming the villain. And she saw herself in the mirror and she became the monster she hated. Literally like the title. Congrats, you became the thing you claim to hate, right? Do you think the reason why Kazuya is pissed is because Chizuru loves Kazuya, but at the same time is not willing to compromise anything for the relationship, just being selfish? No, he's pissed because there's that. Well, first off, it's hard to predict. It's very hard to predict, Aaron. Oh, Aaron, I'm not sure how you say your name. I apologize. It's very hard to predict, but it's not as simple as it appears. First off, these are all very important details. Let me pull them up. Just make sure we have the right stuff out. These are all very important details here. Chizuru saying that she can't bear to face Nagomi-san, Kibe-san. She can't bring herself to forgive Mommy, the guilt she feels. This is the first time Chizuru has opened up about everything that she's going through. And it's not that Chizuru isn't willing to compromise. It's that Chizuru isn't willing to... It's that Chizuru didn't talk to him about this, right? Because it was no element of compromise present here because they didn't talk. They need to talk. And Chizuru is hiding how hurt she is. I think that's why Kazuya is pissed. Chizuru has been hiding how hurt she is. And that's why in chapter 379, what was the one thing I pointed out to you guys that was a lie? Everything else she said was completely true and absolutely factual, except for this scene. What did she do right here? Let me move myself so you can see it. Hey, tiny Chizuru. There we go. Since that one time, I haven't cried, right? What is she referring to? The cheer up date. This is a lie. She did cry. She cried once when she was home and alone and suffering through this pain on her own. The single lie she tells in this exact date, in this exact moment, reflects the real lie she's been hiding this entire time. She's hiding a truth, the truth being every other thing, like her feelings and everything she's described, behind the lie that she's really hurt here. That Chizuru is actually dealing with all of this alone, and she's not able to express it outwards, and she feels like she doesn't have the right to say any of these things. That's what's happening here. Chizuru feels completely alone. She doesn't feel like she can express this. She feels guilty, and she feels like she owes Kazuya. And because she feels like she owes him, she feels like she has to let him go free, right? She has to let this happen because she is undeserving of him. And I get it. If you think that's contradictory and paradoxical, because it fucking is. That's the point. It is. It is contradictory and paradoxical. That's the fucking point. Because throughout all of this, she's constantly implying she wants to somehow achieve this in the future. It is still a goal of hers. It is still a dream of hers to get to that point. And yet right now she can't do that. She can't give him the exact thing he wants right now. And she feels like a terrible person. And so she's willing to look like the bad person so he's okay. So he somehow gets the thing, and he hates that. That's what he's fucking pissed about, in my opinion. I could be completely wrong. I genuinely think that's what Kazuya is fucking pissed about right here. That she's hiding how hurt she actually is, something that literally manifests in a blister in her leg. And Kazuya will catch that, right? Chizuru will probably, like my guess for next chapter is Chizuru is probably going to try to tell him, hey, why don't you go home first? Right, question mark, because they shouldn't walk home together. They just separated, you know? And Kazuya will notice, why? What are you hiding? And he'll see that. Are you okay with this? Why are you hiding how hurt you actually are? Are you actually okay with this choice? Why aren't you communicating? And the reason I think that can happen is very, very simple. The investigation's over. There's no more research. This date showed Kazuya how in love Chizuru is. He saw her clearly in this date. The real her was there. But she couldn't see it. That's the irony. That's part of the illusion. She couldn't see herself. She can't see herself. You want to know how we can see this stuff? go to chapter 378. How does she look here, turning this person down? Right? Eyes closed. She doesn't see them. She doesn't connect to them. It's just some dude, and there's all these other people around. She sees a bunch of dudes trying to confess to her, and she runs away. Now, how does Chizuru look here? Look at how she looks here, and look at how she looks here. She doesn't touch this person. She doesn't touch their hand. She doesn't stop them, and she closes her eyes. She only has a single blush because it's a dude confessing to you. Of course, you're going to react a little bit, but look at her here. Technically, triple blushes. Freaking the fuck out, hidden in shadows. This is the moment, right? And so basically what this flashback does is a misdirect. And I was correct about that. I called that this flashback was a misdirect. It is meant to elicit fear from you, and then that fear gets proven true later, right? That fear gets proven true to you later. You're like, oh shit, it was true all along, it was always there. But that in itself is a misdirect. Because if you pay attention to how Chizuru looks here, to contrast to how Chizuru looks here, it's completely different. Just as if you pay attention throughout the entire date, if you're going throughout the entire date and you're paying attention to Chizuru's character, it is completely and utterly antithetical to everything she said here. Which people will immediately perceive as she was leading you along. She was deceiving you. Okay? Except, if you actually know Chizuru's character, she's not deceiving anybody. She's lying to herself. She's stopping herself from doing this thing that she wants to do because it's somewhat against her moral code. It is not her ideal. Now, this is really important. I want you guys to remember something very fucking important. What is Kazuya's iconic speech in a particular chapter called? What is Kazuya's iconic speech? What is his first line? In this iconic speech, everyone knows. My perfect girlfriend. Or, in Japanese, my ideal girlfriend. And what did I say this date was? What did we say this date was? Let's go to chapter 377. What in the Jiminy Christmas did we say this date was? What did I tell you before about this date? What did I tell you it was? It is the reverse of the cheer up date. And if you're the reverse of the cheer up date, Chizuru is literally being here the ideal girlfriend. And yet here, she's trying to achieve an impossible goal of the ideal relationship. What does Kazuya asks her in chapter 248? What is your ideal marriage? Ideals, perspective, illusions. You're not seeing what Chizuru is trying to do. She's trying to be the best person she can be in this relationship, and she doesn't think she's good enough. She's measuring herself by an impossible standard. She's putting herself on this crazy pedestal and this impossible standard that Kazuya is not even judging her by. But she doesn't know how he feels. She hasn't talked to him about these things. For instance, how do we know Chizuru's putting herself on an impossible standard? Well, she talks about earlier. Let me pull it up. I'm sorry, I'm not reading the chat. I'm just really getting into this. So I do apologize, but bear with me, please. No, not that one. 362. Okay. That's another thing I wanted to point out. It's very important that we constantly see other people all throughout this arc, and then suddenly they're alone. Throughout a huge portion of this arc, other people, their influence, what they think. And then finally, we get to the moment where it's supposed to be about both of them, and yet the constant backdrop is the ocean and the city. Constantly. And eventually we shift from the ocean and we turn back to the city. Turn back to those expectations of what we need to achieve. Okay. Here, Chizuru brings up Ruka. You don't have to lie, says the person who's lying to herself. You've been here before, right? With Ruka-chan. Kazi has to clear it up. I wasn't there. Besides, it's not the same. Yours, when you came here, was because of your job. I see. Sorry. Starting to see a pattern? Sorry. Sorry. How often does Chizuru say sorry throughout the cohabitation saga? How often does Chizuru apologize during this state? And that comes full circle in the very end. Atonement. I did something wrong. I'm a bad person. I don't deserve this. I am a failure. Something we've seen since the very beginning of the series, that Chizuru actively thinks she's not good enough. She's a bad person. And then the grief, the tragedy she suffers, validates that in her mind. It starts proving it true. I don't deserve this. I'm not a good person. That's literally how grief operates. That's exactly how grief operates. I don't deserve this. I'm not a good person. You don't see all of me. You don't see how bad of a person I actually am. Okay? Now listen to what she says. But are you okay? Huh? Of course I intend to quit being a rental girlfriend, but you always say stuff like this. This is important, right? So people would read this chapter and they would think to themselves, why would she say that if she never planned to? Except she does plan to, just not right now. She literally just can't do it right now because Kazuya actively, the story actively shows us how she needs this job. It provides the perfect flexibility in her life to allow her to pursue her acting career, to keep going with school, and to pay all of her bills. Okay, she needs this job, and she does not want someone else to pay for her, right? And that's why, like, she does a job, she does a service, and someone pays her for that service. It's not so. This is why I genuinely believe, like, sex work is literally, it's work, right? You're welcome to think however the fuck you want, but you're doing a service, and someone's paying for it. It's that fucking simple. There are bad things with that, just as there are bad things with any other job, right? Your employee is abusing you. Shocking, they do that to them too. Shocking concept. Chizuru is doing her job, she's getting paid for it, but she doesn't want Kazuya to just give her money, to just deal with her problems. She wants to be financially independent. And that is so important to Chizuru's character, this element of being financially independent. However, she does not want Kazuya to be caught up in that in any way, shape, or form. She doesn't want him to be hurt because she's with other men. She doesn't want him to pay for her financial struggles. She doesn't want him to feel like he owes her anything. That's really important here, right? So when she says, I intend to quit, this is the truth. She intends to eventually do this and feel worthy enough to be with him. But just at this moment, she cannot. She's not talking like, oh, I'm leading you on. She's literally saying the truth here, right? It's literally the truth. But it's disguising the lie that Chizuru feels unworthy, that Chizuru's trying to atone here. I said this from the very fucking start, by the way, and people still don't fucking believe me. I don't know why. I will, like, literally tell you exactly what the text is fucking saying, and people will not believe what I'm fucking saying to you. And remember this moment, when Chizuru says, I will quit my job, work something else to atone. This scene, chapter 379, let's pull it up. What does Chizuru try to do here? And Kazuya stops her because he realizes what the fuck she's trying to do. And he's like, no, that's not what I want. That's not the result I want. That's not okay. There we go. Why did I go so far? She doesn't know at the time. I thought about quitting my job so I could take responsibility for this. Huh? Quit being a rental girlfriend. Mizuru considered that because of me. What about money, huh? Living expenses. That's what you're talking about, right? Well, to be honest, it would be a pain. Being a top-class rental is a real asset. There's my work at the Stage Actor as well. I do a few plays each month. Though it's not enough to pay for food to put the food on the table. And I like this line of work. Not that I would mind working in a hostess club or something, but letting go of profession I know well is rather risky. You can't. This is all my fault. If you were the one who had to take responsibility for it, I couldn't live with it. Don't do this. Don't atone by giving up your job. That's fucking stupid. No, you need the money. We live in fucking capitalism. You need to put food on the table. You need to pay your rent. You need to pay your expenses. Don't quit on my behalf. I don't want that. That's not what I want. I don't care if you work a job that makes me a little uncomfortable. That's perfectly fine. This to me encapsulates why Kazuya is the most masculine bitch out there, and none of you other fuckers have the balls to do what he can do. Just saying, right? So that's important. Now come back to this. But you know what I think? So now we're back to Chizuru. Now gave you the context of this scene. Now we're back to Chizuru. But you know what I think? If you can imagine your partner being with the opposite sex and not feel anything, that's not really love. So if you don't like it, I want you to tell me. Oh, I mean, if we start dating. Again, implying dating, and then you get to the end, you're like, oh, they're not dating. What the fuck, Reiji? Why would you fucking do that? Oh, someone donated. Let me address that real quick. Feels like Subaru X Amelia right before their fight in Sanctuary. I gotta remember that, but I can see that. I can kind of see that. Thank you, Alex Campbell. I really appreciate the $5. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Welcome, by the way. Okay, so, I mean, if we start dating. Okay, so you get the implication we're gonna start dating, right? Kazuya sees that, and then you constantly get these messages over and over, but they're not a lie. That's the problem. I think that's the huge overarching problem here. People see a lie, not realizing that that isn't a lie. That's actually the truth. But that lie that you're seeing is hiding the real truth underneath it all. That Chizuru is actually very hurt about this, and she doesn't want this result. And throughout the entire date, she's trying to achieve this result. That's why she's constantly going through notes, trying to do the right thing. Now, this is really important. What was Kazuya doing when he was on the date with Minnie? What was Kazuya doing when he was on the practice date with Minnie for this date? Kazuya was trying to be a good guide so he could get points with Chizuru, so he can be worthy, so he can be a good enough partner. Even though almost everyone here can agree that has read the manga and actually interacted with it and isn't just some fucking idiot who walked in randomly, Kazuya has nothing to prove. Okay. By that logic, why don't we just flip the script? Chizuru has nothing to prove, but she needs to prove something to herself. That she's good enough to be with him. That she has reached that point where she can do what she needs to do. And yet, by the end of it, she feels like a failure. She feels like she hasn't reached that point. She feels like she doesn't have a plan. She feels like she cannot pull this through. And she messes up. She stutters over her words, and then she says something she's not even happy with because she is a failure. Just as she couldn't get the acting gig she wanted at the beginning of the series. Just as she couldn't properly show her grandmother the movie like she had planned. Just as her grandfather died before she could ever show him herself on the big screen. Just as her mother left her when she was a little kid. She was a failure. They left, they died, they passed away because she was not good enough. This is how children feel. You don't believe me? Oh boy. Chapter 294. Chizuru sees a little kid feeling lonely. She helps her go to the bathroom and she sits next to her. Can I sleep with you? This is Chizuru learning how to be a parent, but it's also her trying to talk to herself. Listen to the way she says very carefully. I remember how grandma used to do this for me all the time. Hey, Chizuru-sensei. What's an adult? What the fuck? What? Chizuru's reaction fucking kills me here. I didn't expect such a philosophical question. I shouldn't overcomplicate my answer, but I also feel like trying to lightly, I feel like taking it too lightly would be dishonest. An adult is someone who can take responsibility for themselves, I guess. My, does this sound familiar? Ooh, does this sound familiar to you? Wow, I wonder where that's from. Gee. Damn it, I lost track of where it was. There we go. I'm an adult, so I have to quit my job to take responsibility. Okay, where were we? What's that mean? It's someone who can keep their promises. Chizuru sure is struggling to keep her promise that she made. She's not being a good adult, if you will. Why are we alive? I don't really know the answer to that either. Sorry. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Is everything all right? Did something happen? Yesterday, Mom and Dad were fighting. Oh, look. It's almost like the thing I've been mentioning the whole time. Chizuru-sensei, what's your mom like? I'd only ruin the mood if I told her my mom died. Still, I don't want to lie either. She's a lovely person. She's always cheerful, kind, and very well dressed, from what I've been told. What about your dad? I don't really know, actually. We got separated when I was very little. Oh, like Yususa-kun. But you see, I have my grandma and grandpa, and I love them very much. I have a grandma and grandpa, too. Yeah, I bet you do. Do you love yours a lot? Yes. You know, sometimes adults get lost, too. When bad or sad things happen, they forget what's important to them. They can make their loved ones sad, or even get into fights with them. But just know that your mom and dad love you very, very much, Yuka-kun. Doesn't she look like Minnie, by the way? Doesn't she look like Minnie? And what has Minnie been in this time for them? She's been like their surrogate daughter. Kazuya and Chizuru are like the parents, and Minnie's the stupid kid, who later becomes the stupid uncle and the stupid sister. Continuing. And they all... But just know that your mom and dad love you very, very much, Yuka-kun, and they always will. It's Chizuru saying my grandparents love me, and they always will. They were always there for me. It's her talking to her inner child, right? It's Chizuru trying to accept that she has love in her life. And this moment is so core and important here because she doesn't want to lose that, right? She's starting to really feel that with Kazuya and Minnie, who are weirdly kind of the replacement parents, if you will, right? They are the Kazuya in many ways took Sayuri's place, and Minnie in many ways took Katsuhido's place. Hell, Minnie literally tells Chizuru to man the fuck up, and I quote, like she literally says the line you would say to a guy, right? So, in that sense, it's important to understand Chizuru is trying to feel loved here, is trying to love herself, is trying to be good enough, and what she says to this kid is the words she wants to hear for herself. That she is loved, that she is cared for, and that she's okay. And she's trying to accept that as best as she can with Kazuya's family, with the people around her, with Minnie. But in saying these words, it highlights a somewhat darker truth that Chizuru doesn't actually love herself. That she wants to be loved, but she doesn't actually love herself. And so she gives that to a child she never personally had. How do we know this? We see more of this in the very date itself. If we go to chapter 364, a chapter I've mentioned many times, I told you guys how it starts with a Chizuru flashback. Chizuru turning to her parents, searching for love, and there are no parents there. And she walks home, seeing the notice of Parents' Day on Saturday, and crumples the paper up, crumples the dream away. And then when she tells Kazuya what she wants, listen to what she says. I want kids who have brothers and sisters, laugh with each other at home, and attend the same school. We'd go to Parents' Day together, you know? And every time they looked at us, they would let out the biggest smile. A little tiny Chizuru who felt unloved and unseen, who felt like she didn't have parents, who felt alone, having an older Chizuru tell her you're okay and you're loved. So I guess I just want a lot of kids. I think that kind of family is really nice. She turns. Her eyes are closed. She can't see that future. She can just imagine it based on her past. How do we know this? This Chizuru looks identical to this lady right here. The same exact jacket, the same exact top, same exact skirt, same exact hair. And the little girl she imagines, this tiny little girl that she sees here, it's her. The little kid who never got any love, who doesn't feel worthy of love. She wants to give that love to someone else. She doesn't see how all this love that she has to give for her future children that aren't even here reflects all the love she can give. She doesn't see that in herself. That's why her eyes are closed. She can't envision this future. She can't see this thing that she desperately wants because she thinks she's not allowed to have it because in the past she felt unloved. even though she constantly has to remind herself that her grandparents loved her very much. She doesn't feel worthy of love. It is a reflection of Chizuru's abandonment as a child when she lost her mother and her father left. It is a reflection of her grief. Look, we know your grandparents loved you, right? You know, like when someone you love passes away, you know they loved you, but you feel lost and alone now. There is no one to love you anymore. You see how that works? And your brain changes it as in you're undeserving of love. You failed them. They're gone now. You have nobody. You're alone. Your mind does this to you. This is how one of the things I fucking love about this manga is how well Reiji can write depression and grief. How well he understands real emotions and depicts them in such a way I rarely see in other stories. So rarely. And this is why Meizou Koku and How Do We Relationship are my two other favorite mangas, because guess what they do? Guess what they fucking do? Exactly this. They can depict emotions and how characters feel in a romantic setting in a very real, meaningful way that is literally reflected in the narrative. It is reflected in how the narrative functions and moves around. Even the very endings of those stories reflect that very idea. Chizuru does not view herself as worthy of being a partner, of being a parent, of being with someone, and yet she desperately wants this. It is a paradox. It is the paradox of depression. That is what depression is. You desperately want something, but your mind keeps telling you you're not allowed to have it. And so what do? You let it go free. You're not allowed to have it, and you should be alone. And you tell yourself that. You believe that. You believe you should be alone. You believe you don't deserve this. You constantly believe you're a failure. You're not good enough. Now, let's read some of the things Chizuru has said in this chapter. Let's see her reactions with this context, with these ideas. I think that I might be in love with you. It's been on my mind all month. This entire month. This ring. Right here. With me the whole time. We even have a cover for it. We even have a cover for the ring. Reiji was telling us in the cover, even then, she was thinking about it. Even in that moment, she at home, dressed up with her eyes like as she is, she was thinking about it. And I love how he intentionally highlights the ring here. He puts a light on it so you see it clearly as she sees it. I love Nagomi-san, Harumi-san, and Kazu-san, but I still can't put it on yet. I can't be with them. I'm not allowed to be with them. I'm a fucking failure. I can't be with them. I'm not good enough yet. I want to be with them. I want to be with you, and I can't. I don't regret kissing you at Hawaiians, and I would do it again no matter how many times we ended up in the same situation. But maybe that's because I can't bear the idea of facing Nagomi-san or Kibe-san. Is that why I did it? Is that why I did it? Because I can't look them in the eyes? Is it because of my feelings for them that I betrayed them, that I did what I did? I wouldn't be able to face them otherwise. So, and this is love, by the way. This is Chizuru misinterpreting her love as a byproduct of her grief, of her tragedy, of her suffering, of her depression. This is how your mind misinterprets events. It changes the context for you. It changes how you feel. You start to look at things the wrong way. You misinterpret what is clearly love into something negative, right? Did I do this because of how I felt for them and not what I felt for you? Well, how you feel for them is a byproduct of how you feel for him. You went to Kibe because he was Kazuya's best friend. You wanted his perspective because he was Kazuya's best friend. You go to Nagomi and you cherish Nagomi a lot because she's his grandmother. You respect her a lot because she has a connection with your grandmother, just as Kazuya has a connection with your grandmother. So that's still love. So what's happening is she's conflating this other love that she feels, like she describes, I love Nagomi-san, I love Harumi-san, Kazu-san. She's conflating this feeling of love with these other people with her feeling of love for Kazuya, and in so doing, misunderstanding it. What did we say about this entire time? What has been our consistent prediction? Chizuru does not understand her love. And People are like, no, she gets it. She knows what she's feeling. And she just proves this right here. Yes, it's a paradox. She both understands what she wants, what she feels, and feels undeserving of it. And in so doing, her mind twists these feelings of love and changes it into, but what about this? What about this? What about this? I guess you're not worthy, huh? I guess you're not good enough, huh? Continuing on. Or that I can't bring myself to forgive mommy-san. This is layered, okay? Think about it for a second. Did I do it because I can't forgive mommy-san? I wanted to get back at her? Did I do this out of vindication? Am I angry? Am I doing this because I fucking hate mommy? Am I a bad person for feeling this way? Pause. Speaking of being a bad person for feeling this way. One of the biggest recent misdirects, and I remember this was in Paradise Arc, and people really didn't like this, and they didn't understand why Chizuru was reacting like this. Kazuya and Chizuru are walking, and look at who they see. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I should not be laughing, but I just saw Nagomi's face. It's so fucking funny. Just like a husk dying. Chizuru runs in. Nagomi's about to fucking cry. Holy shit, did she just do it? And no, she didn't. And look at what she does. Look at what mommy does here. Don't act so scared. I wouldn't suddenly spill the rental thing without telling you. I told you I'm on your side. What an expression, though. It's ruining your cute look. Now, most people here would react. They would get mad at mommy. But Chizuru has no leverage. And here, this is where her grief really shows itself. Because listen to what she says. Right, of course. I knew she said that, but that doesn't mean I can just decide she's trying to destroy everything. I'm so awful, I can't just go around doubting people. What would grandma think? Okay, most people when they read this, they're like, that's so fucking stupid. What's your logic here? This dumb as shit, right? So it's like, you can understand the initial reaction that like, oh, Chizuru can't do anything. But why would she feel this way? Grief. What would grandma think? She's referring to Sayuri, not Nagomi here. She's specifically talking about Sayuri. What would Grandma Sayuri think? How could you assume such horrible things about other people? Now, we know Sayuri wouldn't do this. I bet Sayuri would think mommy's a bitch. Let's be real. She probably would think mommy's a fucking bitch. But your mind, when you view yourself as a bad person, this is what it does. This is what it does to you. I'm awful. I'm bad. There's a reason she's in shadows and everything else disappears. It's just about Chizuru being a bad person. As we see her literally kind of physically naked to some degree, we're literally seeing the uncomfortability on her face. We're seeing her falling apart in real time. And many people, again, when they read the Paradise Arc, they didn't understand. They thought this was fucking stupid. But this is perfectly in line with what your mind does. When you're depressed, this is how you talk to yourself. Even if you know they're a bad person, your mind will convince you, your mind will literally gaslight you, despite all other evidence, you're a bad person. I'm so awful. How can I think like this? What the fuck is wrong with me? I'm thinking too hard. It's a fun pool trip. Maybe that's all it is. Stop thinking. Just turn your brain off. When you're depressed, what do you want to do? You want to turn your brain off, even though all the signs keep telling you otherwise. And then, what happens in the end of Paradise? All of Chizuru's guilt that she feels for herself gets thrown in her face, right? That gets thrown in her face. And that's where this misunderstanding occurs. She saw how angry Kibe was. She saw how angry Nagomi was. She saw how hurt and devastated they were at what she was saying. At what mommy was saying. And she couldn't bear it. So that's why she did what she did? Did she do it because mommy was manipulating and hurting her? Did she do it out of vindication because she was so fucking mad at mommy for trying to hurt Kazuya, for trying to do all this? Do you see how your mind can easily warp these events, can easily change them, twist it up a little bit? Maybe I didn't do it out of love for you. Maybe a part of it was love, yeah. But all these other feelings, what about those? Am I just acting out of that sense of atonement? Am I just acting out of that feeling that I owe you or that I owe these people, right? And that's how it happens. You misunderstand your intention because of the mistakes you did. And because you have no one to talk to. What did I say about depression? What do I say every single time about depression? Never, ever, ever deal with it alone. Because who do you blame when you fuck up? Who do you blame when you fuck up if you're dealing with it alone? You have nobody else to blame but yourself. And if you blame yourself, you just took 5 steps back. Chizuru has been dealing with all of this grief and depression all on her own. And she feels like she cannot talk about it, and this is the first time she's really opened up about it. And Kazi is starting to really see Chizuru for her. But all people see is this line. But consider my current lifestyle and work and everything else, I just don't think that's something that I can jump into right now. Okay, it's not like Kazuya told her, yeah, no, keep up with your work. That's completely fine, right? Financial stability is fucking important. It's not like we live in literal capitalism and you actually go fucking broke and like on the streets if you don't have money. Nope. It's not like you can't fulfill your dreams or your goals if you don't like sacrifice your life in Japan because they need you to like work a bajillion million hours, and she has to pay for college and do this all on her own, and she has no family support in any way, shape, or form. Nope. She's just a prostitute. That's all Chizuru is here. That's all she cares about. Just the money. That's all she fucking cares about. No, she's not struggling through depression and grief. It's not like Reiji literally showed us a literal physical manifestation of depression in chapter 232 or anything. Nope. Totally not a physical manifestation of what depression literally looks like. A door that is glowing that you could literally step out of at any fucking moment and you feel like you can't. Nope. This entire arc has structured itself around the idea of overcoming these traumas, these feelings, these struggles together. And basically, Chizuru has actually overcome a lot of this. But this is the stuff underneath she never talked about. So she doesn't see in herself how much she's actually changed and evolved from this time. But that feeling is still there. Whenever she sees Nagomi, whenever she sees Kibe, whenever she sees these expectations, she feels like she's not good enough. Because in the past, she was never good enough. So every time she moves forward and she sees these things, she pauses. Every time she makes a mistake, she pauses. No, I gotta take a step back. I'm doing something wrong, right? And this is reflective of how Chizuru has overcome so much of what she's struggling through. She's found family, but she doesn't feel worthy of them. And she doesn't realize how much they care about her outside of all of this. She doesn't realize how much Kazuya cares about her outside of all of this. Because he's stuck with her this entire time. But if she doesn't like reciprocate his feelings, he might leave. And yeah, no, we know Kazuya won't. We know this dude is like the epitome of perseverance. He is loyalty personified. He's not gonna fucking leave. But your mind will tell you otherwise, right? I'm sorry. That's all I can do. I'm sorry. I don't deserve you. This is an apology. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. What does she do for most of the arc? Sorry, sorry. But notice something very important. Throughout the arc, when Chizuru says sorry, she's in light. She's not hiding anything. She's just genuinely sorry for fucking up, right? Here, she's not just sorry for fucking up. She's almost saying sorry to herself. I'm sorry for being a failure. I'm sorry I can't do anything. I'm sorry I can't give you what you want. I'm sorry for existing. And yeah, some people will think I'm totally overthinking this, but Jesus Christ, have we not had like some really existential shit with Chizuru's character recently? Bro, like, I'm sorry. How can you read the Chizuru's birthday and not see like how existential she fucking feels? Like, she gets home after her coworkers treat her like shit, and she takes Sumi to her altar. I see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything. I suppose you weren't expecting all of this. I see. I'm sorry. This is my grandpa. Thanks. Let's head back. She turns back to look at them. Isn't it wonderful, Grandma? Sumi-chan came to pay her respects. She doesn't feel even worthy of her grandparents. Sumi stops her. Wait, Sumi-chan, are you okay? Huh? I was worried. Chizuru-san, you're the type to carry everything just on your shoulders. Do you have someone you can talk to? Do you have someone you can depend on? Are you okay? Gives her a hug. First, it was Minnie who dragged her out of her first cave. Then it was Sumi, who dragged her out of her second cave. Now it's Kazuya. Now he has to drag her out of the cave of her soul, or her body, or whatever the fuck we want to say, that herself, her own cage. A literal cage. The cage of the city, the cage of herself, the cage of the railings. What did we say about 379 when we were reading through it? What did we say about the spread? She's on the edge, and she is caged. Right? There's the water and the city behind her, and she feels like she can never reach it. When we start this chapter, what is the first thing we see? How far away are Chizuru's words from her? Aren't these words really far away for some reason? Why are they so far away? Why is everything so far away? Why is it so zoomed out? Because it's not here. You don't get to have this. But what is close is the apology. The cage. This is... I've talked about how the cohabitation saga is a reversal of the movie arc, but it's also a reversal of the beginning of the series. The beginning of the series is Kazuya depressed, Kazuya fucking up, Kazuya not really understanding himself, and Chizuru calling him out, treating him with love and respect, and constantly seeing him. And through that, Kazuya really transforms. By chapter 50 or 51, Kazuya becomes a whole different character. And you see his evolution constantly. It is baffling to me that people will read chapter 1, they're like 51, and think Kazuya did not change whatsoever. It is absolutely baffling to me that people will somehow do that. When Kazuya's character actively evolves, consistently for like 100 straight chapters, he's evolving, if not more. Like literally all throughout the movie arc, he's evolving. All throughout the early parts of the series, he's evolving. And then we get to Paradise, and it becomes about Chizuru's evolution. This is when Chizuru truly begins to transform as a character. But just like Kazuya, she's still struggling through her depression, through her grief. And Reiji doesn't just tell you, oh, the character is depressed. Oh, they need therapy and shit. It's not like, in Japan, they don't actually do that stuff very much. They don't actually address mental health all that much. Go read a lot of fucking anime and manga. Go read anime. Go watch a whole bunch of anime and manga. You'll see a reoccurring pattern. Mental health is not something that's actively discussed. They don't discuss like the gender struggles. They don't discuss like half of this shit. They either discuss it in a very superficial way, or it's just very, very light. Like, I've seen a lot of anime and manga, and it's very rarely discussed in such a way. Usually they just get you, snap out of it, and they give you like a few episodes, and the characters slowly get over it, and they're good to go. There's very few cases where the characters truly transform. Like, I think Gurren Lagann is like one of the better ones, in my opinion. But this is Chizuru's depression. This is the layers of her character. This is the turning point for her character, where she's hidden in shadow while he is illuminated in light. She's in shadows because she's depressed. She is in shadows. She's not allowed to be in the light. And what does this look like? What is this similar to? What did I just show you earlier? What did we see at the very beginning of this arc? Do you see any similarities here? Do you see any similarities? What is the smallest similarity you see here? The light is behind her. She is in shadows, and the light is behind her. There may not be... Her apartment is not a cage anymore. Her house is not a cage anymore. But her literal body is a cage. And how do many people describe depression to you? How do many people describe grief? I feel like I'm not even in my own body. She's not even in her own body. She doesn't even feel like she belongs. And she's making a mistake. She regrets. And she feels like she's doing the right thing. Because that's exactly what you do when you're depressed. And throughout the day, she's happy, but it's almost like it's both a confession. I want this to happen. I want this to be real. And it's almost a goodbye. It is paradoxical in nature. I've pointed this out from the very beginning. I always said consistently as we were reading this arc to everybody, this isn't simply a confession. It is Chizuru dealing with problems, and a lot of the problems we're not actually seeing. Reiji hinted at a lot of these problems, and we never saw them clearly. We never noticed them because they were there in plain sight, but never directly pointed out to you. Constantly, all throughout the cohabitation saga before this date, constantly, Reiji's pointing and telling you, look, something is wrong. She's not okay, and she hasn't fully opened up. She's not okay. She's not okay. And what do people do? They vilify her. And this is what Kazuya sees. This is what I genuinely believe Kazuya sees. He's seen how much she struggled on her own, how much she's going through on her own, and how she's trying to still do it on her own. Even despite everything, she's trying to put his needs first and put herself aside. Even now, she's still trying to do that, even though it's literally fucking killing her. Even though she hates this so much, she's still trying to put him first. When it should be a shared experience. This is what a relationship is. You go through the shitty stuff together. That's what a relationship is. It's not, all lovey-dovey and kissing and sex and all that bullshit. For all those people who constantly show sex and shit whenever they talk about relationships, you don't fucking get it. Because that's not just relationships. It's about the shitty, messy stuff. It's it, like literally all the amazing stuff that comes with it, right? That's a part of relationship. That's a part of your expression of your relationship. But no, it's also the shitty, messy stuff. It's also the crap that we constantly struggle through, right? It's carrying the baggage together, which is really fitting because I actually saw a episode of How I Met Your Mother recently, and they literally show characters carrying like the baggage together. Let me see if I can find the clip. I think I saved it. Also, I saw someone's donation. I'm sorry. I'll comment on it just shortly. I do apologize for not seeing something right away. I was really just in my thoughts. I was just kind of really going through it. So just give me a second. Huh, this is oddly fitting. Oh, damn it.
And just like that, kids, my baggage didn't seem quite so heavy anymore. You see, everyone's got some baggage. It's part of life. But like anything else, it's easier when someone gives you a hand with it.
And this is my prediction for the next chapter. It's at the very least going to be the start of the reversal, or it's going to be the reversal. And it's going to end how this arc began. How did this arc begin? What is the first chapter we see of this arc? Chapter 352. How did it begin? Them walking together, right side by side in the rain. And so it'll end the same way. Kazuya will not go home first. Chizuru will not go home first. They're going to go home together. Because that's how you deal with this shit. You don't do it alone. You do it with other people. You do it with your family, your friends, and your loved ones, and your partner. That's what love is. That's what relationships are. You do the shitty crap together. You struggle through shit together. That's what love is. Okay. I'm going to go read some of the comments. I do apologize for shit. How do I find someone's donations? Oh, there it is. People consider Reiji a bad writer. So, Alex Campbell again. Dude, damn. Oh my God, you gave me like $15. Damn. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for donating again. You don't have to keep donating. Please, you don't have to feel like you keep donating. I really appreciate it, but you don't feel like you have to. People consider Reiji a bad writer, so it's impossible for people to just say they were wrong. So instead, they double down, posting things out of context to keep their agenda going. Yeah. I don't even disagree anymore. I genuinely believe this is the case. It's all grifting and justifications for their beliefs, and people will just come in here and try to get me to do the same thing. Okay, let me see all the messages. God, I don't even know where we fucking stopped. Oh no. Oh no. Did I lose some of the text? Top of chat? Can I do that? The last thing I got is like people being misogynistic. Yeah, I mean the anime community is pretty fucking misogynistic. I'm gonna be real with you fellas. The anime community is mad misogynistic. It is actually fucking vile shit. Kazuya risked his very life and limb for Chizuru. Is this not proof enough? I just said Kazuya has nothing to prove. Yeah, she's a failure. Congrats, you don't get Chizuru's character. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't she ask Kazuya that she will check him if he is good before dating him? No. Chizuru never said this. Chizuru literally never said this. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Giving him false hope. Man, this is not the reason, but yeah, it's never been about false. Sumi over Mizuhara. If you genuinely believe that, you don't understand Chizuru's character. You don't understand Chizuru's character because Sumi would completely disagree with you. I like how Chizuru overthinks on the daycare arc at par with Kazuya. Anyone who overreacted to the kiss question, to be fair. Chizuru felt that she won't commit because she is scared of losing something important again, essentially. The more Chizuru denies her direct feelings, the more complicated it gets, and now she's using the confusion to deny it herself again. Yeah, and that's literally how depression functions. Okay, so that would be a good way to show her responsible side. She figured all of what she said, all she's feeling as well, and what she actually wants. Yeah, this is about responsibility. I called this. I literally fucking said this in the past streams. This is about responsibility. She took this element of responsibility and put it first. It is her responsibility over what she actually desires. It is your duty, not what you desire, right? You don't have the right to desire anything. You only have to follow your duty. You're not allowed to, right? And so lines like what she said last chapter that people, of course, also downplayed, but I literally pointed out was pretty fucking important. Most of all, I never thought I could allow myself to be someone's girlfriend. I am not allowed. I cannot have this. I cannot get this. This is not okay. That's it, Alex. Okay. Good way. Okay. That is it, Alex. Exactly. It's fear. It's shame. It's not her prioritizing her job over Kazuya. She feels unworthy of his love, and she feels like she cannot give him love. But she loves Kazuya already before Hawaiian's fate. Drink some water. Oh shit, you're right. Thank you. Water break. Thanks for the reminder. That's why I compare it to Emilia. She asked Chizuru couldn't understand Subaru's love, and it caused her to create confusion over a simple, direct emotion. But that's also influenced for Emilia by her past and her how she suffered. That's how stupid people think. My grandpa died, your grandma died because. Okay, Handu, you don't know how. I'm telling you right now, you've probably never been depressed. You've probably never been clinically depressed. I'm telling you right. If this is your take on someone suffering through depression, if you dismiss it like that, you've never been depressed. I'm telling you right now, and this is why you're having a hard time understanding the story. Because as someone who's suffered from actual clinical depression, holy shit, this is so accurate. This is literally what your mind does, straight up. So if that's your take, I'm sorry, you've probably never fully took the time to process. Even if you've been depressed, I feel like you probably might have fully processed what you've experienced. Because no way, it's baffling to me. Because that or it's just moral. That or this is just apathy. And I'm not gonna assume to understand you, but honestly, if everything I've just described to you isn't clicking for you, then maybe you've never experienced it yourself, and that might be why. But I don't think it was very responsible of her just waiting, because I think she knew what she was going to do. Sorry, but I don't think one single date was going to shift the tides. She hoped it would. She hoped to make the change. She hoped to make the right choice, and she felt like this was the only choice she could make. Do you not remember before this date started what Chizuru was saying? Are we pretending like we didn't know what Chizuru was saying at the end of this? I have to decide tomorrow. I have to decide. I have to make a choice. I have to do this. And she felt like the responsible choice, if she does not believe she is ready, despite the fact that she was trying super hard in this date, is to just do this, to put herself aside and to do this. That was it's not meant to make complete sense because the characters themselves are confused and lost. Story has a big element of found family. Chizuru most likely sees Kazuya as her family is perfect, almost as too perfect, believed to the point it would break her to lose that after everything. Yeah, she doesn't want to lose this, clearly, but she feels like she has to lose this. She has to sacrifice this to let him live his life. Why should she have ownership over his life? Why should he be in her life? Why should she tie him down if she's not ready? Why should she do that if she doesn't feel she's ready? That's the logic here. Why do you think she can't let him stay? Why do you think she never asks him to stay? Why do you think she never uses the ticket that he gave her to stay with her? Right? How come Kazuya never does that? Or how come Chizuru never does that? How come she never asks him stay? Just stay longer, right? Just please stay. Because she knows he'll stay. But she wants to let him live his life. She doesn't want to take over his life. Literally, the thing people keep saying Chizuru is doing to Kazuya is the opposite of what she's doing. She's trying to let him live his life. Okay, set him free. Let him go. Like, you can't decide. You can't make a decision. You don't feel worthy. You don't get to have him. That's what she's telling herself. It's kind of literally like how chapter 218 functions if you think about it. Chapter 218 is about Kazuya hating himself. And so naturally, what do people end up doing? They hate him. Right? They see Kazuya hating himself, and all they can perceive of that chapter is, I hate him. I hate that Reishi made me feel this way. That I feel hatred, even though that very hatred is how Kazuya feels about himself. This is kind of similar to that in reverse. I guess it was technically chapter 218. Can see the eyes watering. Oh yeah, no, my eyes definitely started watering a little bit if you're referring to me. True, this feels like such a stupid trope, blaming yourself and other characters when constantly saying it's not you, blah, 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 blah. Nobody said that's... No? Why are you guys like this? Why are you such basic fucking bitches? God damn. Come on, Kazuya, gives Chizuru the football league after your console. I think Reishi is using the Kazuya calling Chizuru Ichinose as the big breakthrough for her until Kazuya stops naming her. Yeah, could be. Until Kazuya stops calling her Mizuhara, he'll never fully get to Ichinose. I think Kazuya should not call her Ichinose or Mizuhara, but Chizuru. That's right. It's not that deep. Okay. I'm gonna assume Ashutusha, whatever your name is. If you have the next few comments I see of you are, maybe you posted them already, but if I see a few more shit like it's not that deep, I'm just gonna ban you. I don't care anymore. I'm done with this shit. Understand? So fair warning right off the bat right now. I'm gonna see a few more comments. I'm gonna assume most of these are not new until I catch up. If I catch up and you're still saying this shit, that's it. You're just not on the channel. I'm sorry. If you still want, that's how stupid people think. Blah blah blah. Whatever. I don't get why she shouldn't hate mommy. I mean, she was mean. Mommy was being total fucking bitch to Chizuru. Like, of course, she has every right to hate her. But the fact that she feels like she hates her is proof that Chizuru is a bad person, because that's how your mind thinks. I hate someone, I'm a bad person for it. I know. I used to do the same thing. I hated that I hated people. Sometimes I still feel that way. I hate that I hate people. I mean, getting tired from over the exaggeration that the other YouTubers are plotting the fucking want Kazuya to be the one to reject and not be a rejected one. Yeah, that's Soma. That's literally perfect exemplification of masculinity, and tradition, the modern day. What is it? Andrew Tatism, or whatever the fuck we want to call it, where it's like, the guy should be the one in charge. The guy should do the rejecting. It's about the guy. Even though Chizuru literally fucking talks about how stupid that shit is. Where she's just like, why is it always the guy doing everything? That's so fucking stupid, right? But if you view yourself as a bad person, that's on her, because people around her love her, Sumi, Minnie, Kazuya family. Yes, it is on Chizuru, and she believes that too. It doesn't mean you should just say, oh no, you don't deserve anything, right? Like literally, it's Kazuya's moment to snap her out of it, because he saw how much love she has to give, and she doesn't see it in herself, right? But that's part of relationships, yes. Look, I've said this many times before, but please listen to me one more time. You have a responsibility to your own actions. This is true. You still also have somewhat of a responsibility to other people, right? You still have a responsibility to other people, because we are a collective. We are not just one person. We are everybody else. In that sense, yes, what Chizuru did here is out of a sense of responsibility to Kazuya, right? It is she put herself aside and she made it about Kazuya, just as in the cheer update, what does Kazuya do? He puts himself aside and he makes it about Chizuru. Except that's wrong. This is wrong. This is not how it should be. And so Kazuya turning around and snapping Chizuru out of it is what it means to be a partner, right? Your partner fucked up, but it's not. But you are their partner. If you want to be with this person, this is what it means you have to do. This is what you have to do. You have to be willing to see past yourself, and it's their responsibility. It's their choices, and help them through it. This is what it means to be family. You help people when you hate them, when you fight, when they fuck up, when you fuck up, when everything goes wrong. You help each other. You're together, right? Like, yes, sometimes when you betray each other, sometimes it can be too far. And yes, you should just end it. Sometimes you can reach a certain point where, yeah, things might not work out. And sometimes maybe things are not healthy. This is not this case. This is not this case. This is not this moment. And I think it's really sad that people don't understand this. It's so sad that Chizuru's character is now the one that's getting so much hate, just as Kazuya used to get a lot of hate, right? It's so sad that like people don't see what these characters are suffering through, and that it's about helping each other, not just saying it's your responsibility, you deal with it. That's not how life works, right? Every rule in life has an exception. Every way we deal with things in life is different. It's not always just you deal with it, your problem, because I just explained to you a million fucking times, don't deal with depression alone, right? And Chizuru feels like she has imposed on him enough. She's made enough mistakes, and she's, in my opinion, like technically doing the right thing, right? She's like, I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy enough. Okay, you're free. I don't want to hold on to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not right. I know what I'm doing is not right, but at least I'm setting you free. I know I'm hurting you, but at least I'm setting you free. Like, Chizuru is not a bad person here. I refuse to believe Chizuru is a bad person here. One item, no one but very few actually have mentioned this. Where does the ring end after it's shown and then disappears? It's still her ring. Yunper 1980, it's still her ring. Nagomi gave her the ring. Harumi gave her the ring. She's still trying to be worthy of the ring. Her plan was never to give it to Kazuya. That was never the plan. That's why I keep saying that the issue she needs to go through herself. I keep telling you, you can't resolve it on your own. I believe we're about to go around 100 more chapters. Oh, here we fucking go. So they just want Kazuya to stop simping after all in the time of development in their eyes, but then they fail to notice the person Kazuya has in these 2 years of failure. Yep. You're forgetting the fact that the haters don't read the story. True. They don't. You are correct. Fate, you need mods. Tell me about it. I don't know how to do okay, look. I do need mods, but I have absolutely no one to pay. I barely have money of my own here. Like, I can't pay a mod. I'm sorry. If people would like to mod, cool. Right? If people want to mod, cool. But if you're expecting money, I apologize. I have no money to give you. I do apologize right off the bat. Okay, I think I've caught up. Well put, Campbell. Except Campbell, it's a classic example of a hate campaign. Yes, it is a hate campaign. Okay, can we at least hate the anime manga that deserves it? It's not this series. I don't care for creating hate around stories unless they're just saying something vile. That's the only times like I genuinely don't like a story. It's when it says vile shit. I don't hate on anything. I dislike stuff. Yeah. It's not a good stream unless I say something stupid. So watch the fuck out. Cooked, bro. I think that despite all the hate Reiji is sending a powerful message. 1, don't be a simp and have some self-respect. 2, stay away from selfish gold diggers, narcissists like Mizuhara. Okay, Alex, welcome. You're the first person I'm going to ban. How do I ban people? I guess I could just hide users from the channel. Bye-bye. All right, my first... I hid them from the channel. I don't know if that bans people, but nah, dude, if you're going to show up and say shit like that, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. In the chapter, when Kazuya jumps after Chizuru and saves her, he might just express something more important than Chizuru will understand. I am being accused of overanalyzing typical mean, you're right. Person drowning, I can save him, but I don't think I'm worthy enough to save him from. I'm not a superhero. Blah blah blah. I have no idea what you're saying anymore. Qatar, I have no idea what you're saying anymore, bro. I'm sleepy. Bye, Fate. Have a good night. All right. You were all pretty emotional about yesterday's chapter. As I read it more carefully and focused on the details, I realized Reiji filled in a lot of gaps. Any volunteers? I really think I'm calling her Ichinose will be a pivotal moment. I think Chisuru would be more fitting personally. I understand. I can volunteer to mod if you don't mind not paying. I can't pay. I'm sorry. If that's what you're asking, I can't pay. I do apologize. And I don't know how to set up mods here. Like, how... Let's see... Channel... Put user in timeout, hide user in channel, add as a moderator. Okay, we can talk it out and I'll sort out who to make as a moderator later. Now we just need to buckle up and enjoy the ride. Can't wait to see what happens with Chizuru and Kazuya. Kater is repeating nonsense stuff. I don't know why they're doing that. I don't know why. Like I read your comment. You don't need to keep repeating it. The more I read the manga, the more I read the series, the more I relate to Kazuya and Chizuru. The anxiety, the depression, the self-hatred, and the grief. I feel like people being upset with this is an example of people refusing to try to understand and resorting to vilifying Chizuru to cope with it. Yes, I agree. Kazuya was very much the same at the very beginning of the series. People did not want to see Kazuya. They wanted to see the things they hate. Bro, imagine chasing a girl for ages and sacrificing so much only for the girl to choose her romantic girlfriend career over you. Yeah, I'm gonna ban you again. I've warned you people many times before. It's not my fucking fault you don't want to listen and you want to be a dipshit and walk into my chat, so get the fuck out. If her reasons to reject him were before the date, Kibe Nagomi Mami, what is the point of the date for her? What was it looking for? Chizuru was trying to find an answer here. Chizuru, why do you think she asks all the questions? Why do you think she tries to be a perfect partner? Why do you think she presents herself in such a perfect way? She's trying to be good enough. Hey, Ahan, why do you think you'll end up together? What do you think will they end up together in the end? Yeah. At the very least, by the end of this, they're going home together. Like, that's something I can genuinely say. I don't understand why people are mad at her for not wanting to leave a job where she's a top earner and making bank to pay for school and her acting career and a whole bunch of other stuff. Have you already considered why Chizuru seemingly doesn't consider how Kazuya feels? Have you discovered the illusion she is under? What are you talking about? This is about how Kazuya feels, but she's missing his feelings for the trees because she doesn't see him as clearly as she thinks she does. Like she's so focused on responsibility, she's trying to put her feelings aside and so doing not fully seeing him, if that's what you mean. I think that's what you mean, Verkez. Oh, it's a little hot. I'm gonna turn on here. Okay. Just came back. They kind of have to go home together. He still lives there. True, but I mean, they'll walk home together. At the very least, they're going to go home together. Like, they're going to be a pair. They're not going to be divided. That's what I'm saying. Man, imagine sacrificing everything a person that makes you suffer, takes you for granted just to reject you. For fuck's sake, what is with you people? What is with you people who are just randomly showing up, conveniently getting half of the information, if like 25% of it, and then just coming into my chat pretending like, ooh, oh, Chizuru is such a terrible fucking person. I'm sorry you're a dipshit who can't fucking read. Unfucking believable. But if she wasn't ready before, after everything they have gone through, do you think that a single date was going to do it? I don't know if you already asked this, Laura. I don't know if I already answered this, but that was the point. She was trying to find a solution. No, I mean, will they be together as a couple, as lovers at the end of the series, or is it going to end like Lee Donna? I know that. Oh, no, they're going to be married and they're going to have fucking kids by the end. Are you kidding? Chizuru actually may be more impactful because it's almost like saying Mizuhara and Ichinose are both loved under the name Chizuru. Yep. Chizuru does not know what she does deeply hurts Kazuya. People already didn't understand that with that ghosting, and I made a thread about it. No, I think she knows perfectly well how much she's hurting him. In fact, so much of this arc has been about atoning for how much she's hurting him. She doesn't realize how much she's hurting herself. I think that's... No, I kind of don't agree with that, Verkez. I think she doesn't realize how much she's hurting herself. Right? Because, like, yeah, she knows this is shitty, and she knows she hurt him, and she knows she really fucked up here, and she's willing to look like a bad person if it means he gets to go and be free, right? She knows she fucked up here. Can the haters at least be original? They won't be. Yeah, no, Verkez, I think she completely knows how much she hurt him here, and she was willing to look like a bad person if it means, you know, he gets to be free. Putting her feelings first versus putting aside her feelings for others. Kazuya was asking Chizuru to do the former for the longest time now. Yeah. And I think in that way, this is how she hurt Kazuya the most. Without realizing, she put his feelings first instead of her own. And that isn't, despite the fact that it's framed like she's putting her feelings first. Because that's not what Kazuya wanted. Kazuya wanted her to be true to herself, and she wasn't. Cute BRB screen. What if Chizuru asks to go home first, but Kazuya wants to stay with her there, and so she tries to leave, and in the last-ditch attempt, he calls her by her name, Chizuru, to stop? I don't know. I hope we see Kazuya and Chizuru raising kids. Yep, I think we will. Have you read the Lee Dawn manhwa? Nope. Don't know what that is. Can the haters at least be original? If not, you should read it. What's the story? What's the deal with that? Nagomi literally said Chizuru has the hips for it. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay. I'm gonna pull this back here for just a sec because Twitter's probably an absolute nightmare. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. At least a lot of it is likes. Ugh. Yeah. All the same crap. Let's see. I wanted to look up Mute. Because Mute had something interesting to say. Oh, there's that, but then he had a different one that he wrote. Where's the other one he wrote? There's one he wrote something else. Maybe they deleted it? Oh, I think I found it. There it is. So let's first read what Mute has to say here very quickly. I will post my thoughts and opinions in the evening, but since this seems to be causing a stir, here are my thoughts on it. The origins of this work is a scumbag wins the girl out of his league. Therefore, Kazuya must not be cool and Chizuru must remain out of reach. In the date episode, Chizuru confesses her feelings to Kazuya and they start dating. If that were to happen, it would deviate from the concept of the work. Therefore, the development should have been predictable. When reading the details of the controversy, I see comments like, they drag it out for so long and this is what they go for it, and I want to see them get together and get lovey-dovey quickly. I hope they can resolve the issue with Ruka after that. The main topics were, I certainly understand the opinion, and I don't deny it, but I think it's wrong to slander just because something didn't go your way. You're free to stop reading because of this incident, and it's understandable you're disappointed, but it's not, I've read this far, but rather because I've read this far. So, TLDR, let's read the last shit. I think you'll be happier if you trust Miyajime Sensei and see the story of Chizuru and Kazuya through to the final episode. And like, I don't agree with like the initial thing, like the scumbag wins the girl and all that. I think maybe that's translated weird, but I think I completely agree with that. You know, why are you wasting your time being a complete fucking shitter and like walking into Reishi's Twitter, walking into my stream and saying stupid fucking shit and wasting everybody's fucking time, just being an asshole, including your own, and then, you know, instead of just, you know, stop reading, stop engaging. It's like people don't have lives outside of this stuff, and it's really fucking sad. Like, if you don't do something out of passion, then what is the point? Why even bother? Okay, so let's read Mute's post. This review of the Impression of Satisfaction rating 380. The theme this time is why there were no tears. Huh. Interesting. This is a big turning point in the story. The manga poke comment on X have been rough, but I'd like to calmly and objectively give my impression. It's hard to be objective, but I get it. Chizuru brought the ring to the date because she intended to return it when she officially ended the relationship. In chapter 351, she said, I have to decide tomorrow, so I don't think she has to come to this decision yet, right? She never gave him the ring. But it's a bit sad to think that she had anticipated the possibility of him turning down, of her turning him down from the start. I had previously discussed the opinion that you can just turn the ring at your parents' house. I have returned it yet this time though. Chizuru says it's the right to wear a ring, but I think that for Chizuru wearing a ring is a prerequisite for marriage. What does he mean? Chizuru says that she loves Kazuya's grandmother and parents, that is, the Kinoshita family. However, she denies the idea of becoming a member of the Kinoshita family, saying, I can't fit in it? And the key word is yet. Wait, is there some, like, hidden text in the Japanese that she's not allowed to be in the family? That's what the ring represents? It represents the family, and she literally cannot fit in the family? Wait. Let's use deep L. Chizuru says that she loves Kazuya's grandmother and parents, the Kinoshita family. However, she denies that she will become a member of the Kinoshita family, saying, but I can't fit it in yet. Or I can't put it on. Okay, so that's whatever. Okay, there we go. That makes a little more sense. It's more in line. The word yet is key. Let's see here. In chapter 375, Chizuru said, I'll be your girlfriend in 3 or 5 years. We can see that Chizuru's view of love is different from others. It seems that 1 month of living together was too short for Chizuru to get to know Kazuya. So it does not yet mean that they will start dating after a little more time has passed. This is denied later. I don't think that's what she said. She was just talking about what our future will be like. She was talking about planning for the future. I think he misread that a little bit. Chizuru's words are important. She explains to Kazuya that she didn't kiss him out of love, but out of a consideration for Nagomi and Kibe, out of hostility towards Mami. But these are very harsh words for Kazuya, and to add insult to injury, she continues. Oh, okay. I can see what you mean by what you said, Verkez, if you're referring to how that was harsh to Kazuya. So I didn't do it out of love. I did it because of these other reasons, which means I'm not worthy to love. Oh, okay. Let's go back. Just real quick. So when she says these words, she's saying, I didn't do it out of love. I didn't kiss you out of love. I kissed you out of these reasons. Therefore, I don't have the right to love you. So she's saying back in that very important moment, we didn't kiss for that reason, which, yes, would hurt a lot, right? I think that this maybe hurt a little more than the job or whatever the hell people are talking about. This idea that she kissed him not because she actually loved him, but because of these other feelings. Maybe these were the influence. And I can see how that could be very hurtful. Yeah, the kiss was not for love. I think if you look at it that way, which is bullshit, by the way. Like, if you see the kiss, bruh, girl was like losing her fucking shit. No. As I've said, this adds a little extra layers to it, to what I've been explaining. I do somewhat agree with that is quite hurtful to say I didn't do it out of love. I did it out of consideration for others. And this is thematically in line with Chizuru trying to understand her character, because Chizuru literally thinks she she's too considerate of other people. She does too much of what other people wants. In fact, that's one of the core reasons we constantly see people in this arc. The idea of doing what other people want. And I think it's Chizuru misinterpreting her love out of these factors. Like that's part I've said is very consistent. I've been pretty consistent in that idea that she's misinterpreting these elements of expectations and consideration of other people with her love. And I think that's what it is. And that's why it's a shadow bowing down, because it's not the truth. It's not the real her bowing. It's her shadow. It's the facade of her bowing. I may be attracted to you, but not enough to make me want to jump in right now. Chisuru says the reason she doesn't want to jump in because I'm stuck with my current lifestyle, work, and circumstances. When they say work, I assume you mean rental and her acting career. Yep, people only for some reason, want to focus on the rental part. How fucking convenient to boil down an entire female character's, story to this one aspect you seemingly don't like, even though she clearly has another acting business that's clearly just straight up, like, she's straight up an actress. But no, we're gonna just define Chizuru by this one element I don't like, which has been barely present in this entire time. How very convenient of you people. It's not like you're being misogynistic or anything. If she were to date Kazuya, she would have to quit her job as a rental girlfriend. That would cause problems with living expenses. She wouldn't be able to afford the cost of attending acting school, and would also affect her acting career. These are the details of her life and circumstances. The expression to bear is the same as implying that Kazuya does not have the capacity to be tolerant enough to solve all of these problems. Not enough to make me want to jump in. Means that when Chizuru thinks about her future life, dating Kazuya does not seem important enough to be worthy exchanging these things for. I don't agree. What? No. I don't know about that, buddy. This feels like a really strange reading. I did not get that impression at all. That's not how I read it. What the fuck? Can you elaborate on that? Because this is not how I interpreted this at all. Let's see if he has like something else to say. Maybe it was like there's something hidden in there. Kazuya would have taken the word yet to mean that Chizuru might grow to like him as time passed, but he probably felt the time was about 5 or 10 years from now. Kazuya's expression on page 11 tells the story. Page 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Damn, this is like way more bleak. The way he's talking about it is so fucking bleak. Granted, just understand, I don't always fully agree with Mute's takes, and even though he speaks Japanese, I don't fully agree with his takes sometimes, as I have seen him misread and misinterpret things sometimes. But I do kind of understand where he's coming from. Chizuru has rejected him many times in her Chizuru has rejected people many times while she was in high school. That's what he's saying. However, while she smiled and said, "I'm sorry," in her school days, this time she bows her head and apologizes. And when she raised her head, Chizuru wasn't crying. It's as if she continued from the previous episode. You're not crying, are you, since then? Oh, I didn't think of that. Oh, this makes so much more sense now. She doesn't feel like she has the right to cry. Oh, that fucked me up. She's continuing her words from that chapter. I haven't cried since then, and don't worry, I won't cry. Oh, that fucked me up. Oh, that fucked me up. Oh, no. Oh, that's brutal. That fucked me up. Kazuya should have been able to understand that Chizuru had seriously thought about it before rejecting him. Must have felt like a very long time for Kazuya. Even while Chizuru was bowing her head, Kazuya didn't panic and remained calm. Yeah. His calmness means that he doesn't lose his cool even after Chizuru says, "I'm sorry," and instead quickly replies, "It can't be helped," showing his concern for Chizuru. Yep. Kazuya clenches his fist and looks frustrated, but he's actually angry at himself. He'd been nonchalantly thinking, maybe I should be the one to confess, but now he feels ashamed and frustrated that he's made Chizuru say something so difficult and even apologize, suppressing his sadness. Yeah, I think that's a good read. I kind of agree with that read. The fact that Kazuya doesn't show tears here may be foreshadowing of something later. On the other hand, Chizuru looks relieved when she sees Kazuya's back. What? What? Where's the relief? This is not relief. What the fuck are you talking about? This does not. She's so fucking sad. Where's the relief? Bruh, where's the relief? I don't see any. What relief? What? No. She looks devastated. What the fuck are you talking about? What relief? What? In what Jiminy Christmas world is this relief? See what I mean? See, I don't always agree with what he's talking about, because what the fuck? On the other hand, Chizuru was relieved when she saw Kazuya's back. Even if she feels guilty, she doesn't seem to have any attachment to Kazuya. Perhaps this means that she's faithfully followed Suri's attachment. Oh, wow. He's impressively misreading this. Okay, so now I feel a little more confident that he's misreading this. I feel it's so funny that he says Chizuru has a hard time not crying because she doesn't want him to think, she doesn't want him to think like, I'm crying because I told you I wouldn't cry before, and then she cries, right? So she's trying to keep up that act, but then 2 seconds later, she's like, oh, she has no attachment here. She's good. I'm like, you're contradicting yourself. What the fuck are you saying, bro? Mute. You have to see how you're contradicting yourself, brother. No. So yeah, I'm a little more confident in that he's misreading some of the text now. I'm definitely more confident in that one we read earlier where he says, she like, I don't want to sacrifice this for you. Those words were afterthoughts, right? So like, yes, this is, I completely agree that these words are devastating to Kazuya, that like, yes, I can't jump in right now. I can't choose you right now. And it shows him specifically as she says these words. It is devastating. I can't change where I'm currently at. That's devastating. It feels like she's choosing her current life over that. And I think that's why a lot of people misinterpret that. But like I've said, you have to look underneath it all, right? And I think he caught some good things that I agree with, such as Chizuru not letting herself cry, even though she clearly wants to fucking cry. She's stopping herself from crying. And I think that's a good catch on his part, but I don't agree that like, I can't pick you over my life. Rather, that just seems like a continuation of these words, right? This just feels like the finale of what she's saying. And it's just kind of sad that this is the only takeaway people have, even Mute, who seemingly misinterpreted that. And I don't agree again. Just as he thinks the date is over, she gets a blister. From this, we can imagine that Chizuru will be unable to walk, and Kazuya will either carry her on his back or they will take a break, stay overnight somewhere. Carrying her on his back is a long way to the station. Chizuru will probably be embarrassed, so he might just lend her a shoulder. Yeah, but I think that will lead to a talk. Regarding resting, there are no love hotels or near Odaiba Seaside Park, but there are regular hotels. I wonder if there'll be a plot twist next time, where if your feet hurt, you should rest at a hotel for now. Maybe they'll just end up fucking. Maybe that's the twist. Did you go home first? If this is Chizuru's line, the question mark is Kazuya reacting to hearing it. We can predict that Chizuru will say, "My legs hurt and I can't walk fast, so you can go home first." To which Kazuya will reply, "You go home first." I can't do that, so it looks like the day will continue next time. Let him like what the actual hell was this? Yeah, okay. So not gonna read all that. Okay, let's read some of the comments. I've been a little behind on the comments. I'm just gonna read what Becca said for now. Chizuru consistently gives Kazuya hope that throughout the day, then she rejects him. She is not aware how that would hurt him. This seems unfathomable, but it is part of the illusion she has. Well, yes, no shit, that was going to hurt. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. My opinion is this, and I said this at the start. I think maybe Kazuya can see past that. But at the same time, maybe he can't. Maybe not yet. Maybe he'll see it afterwards, right? But again, Verkez, I talked about how part of the deception is that Chizuru looks like a bad person in doing that, in what you're describing. That's part of the illusion. That's part of the misdirection, that Chizuru looks like a bad person. How do we know this? Minnie said this like 3 different times. What if Chizuru's deceiving you? What if Chizuru's discreetly turning you down? What if Chizuru's doing this? What if Chizuru's doing that? But then later, Minnie literally changes her tone. She's like, I know she's not that kind of person, but she still voices the what if, right? Because Minnie has changed. She's not blinded anymore. She sees Chizuru clearly. In contrast to a lot of traditional viewers who did not know her well. She goes from calling her Mizuhara's-san to Chizuru's-san. So I think that really kind of reflects that. At the end of the day, we all want to see him raising kids. Twitter is cooked right now. I had to block a lot of accounts. Shit is trying, not gonna lie. Yeah, I just stopped yesterday. What if Arata is Kazuya and Chizuru's baby? That would be weird. I don't like that. She said nice things, but her face was inexpressive. That made it feel fake. Chapter 380 is her sad face, what makes her sad words to feel fake. Interesting take. You good with dealing with the home with Honey and Tadama thing? I think this is involved, but I'm not well versed enough for this. Also buried in a lot of comments earlier. Honey and Tatami thing? I think I've heard that, but I don't remember what that is. If I had a quarter for every oh my god, what's going on? What's going on? Is the stream crashing? What's happening? Is the stream good? Did something happen? It like crashed for like a second. If I had a quarter for every time someone says Kazuya is a simp, I throw it back at them. The hate is life. It's life for them, unfortunately. It's typically terminally online nonsense. Promise this is coming from a good place, but knowing he gets rejected after all the for him, most guys would be done or crash out. Yeah, but like, I understand that, and Kazuya does look pissed and frustrated at the end, but you're not Kazuya. You just said most guys, right? Most guys would. Kazuya isn't most guys. Kazuya is gonna crash out. Look at his face in Pale 16, Chapter 30. Yeah, I do think Kazuya might crash out, but not like physically. I think too many people want him to get physical, which is fucked up. Yeah, Arata does exist at the same time as them. That is a given. It is actually implied when they were doing the Twister game because Reiji directly references the Shiunji family. To be honest, Chizuru deserves the fate of her mother ending up alone. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm sorry. You're getting a timeout. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. You don't say that shit here and just get away with it. You're getting a timeout. Okay, I agree with the fact that if not accepting people's hate and all that, Kazuya giving hate to Reiji and his family, because of giving hate to Reiji and his family or others is downright awful, but what if some of us have different views about it? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with your views. If you don't like this, that's perfectly fine, Laura. If you do not like this, cool. I'm not here. I'm just here to share my feelings and what is being portrayed, right? Chizuru did hurt Kazuya here. That is a fact. Chizuru also hurt herself here. That is also clearly a fact, right? It's a shitty situation. It's a shitty ending, and it needs a better resolution. There. Isn't that literally what happened, right? But that doesn't. But I'm not saying like you have to agree with me. You can dislike this. You you can dislike this. You can just say I don't like this, and that's perfectly fine. I don't. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to have the same beliefs as me. That's perfectly fine, right? All I'm saying is like how people are reacting online is vile, right? How people are making fun of this, how people are like, vilifying this story and losing their shit and just causing all sorts of scenes. That's terrible. If you're angry and upset at this for how Chizuru treated Kazuya, this rejection, what she did during the date, completely understandable. Yeah, you're kind of valid in that sense. Chizuru was constantly giving Kazuya the impression that they would date, and then she rejects him in the end. In that sense, that's very, very hurtful, right? And it can seem deceptive. My point when I was showing this, when I was talking about it in the stream, is that it looks deceptive. It's not. It's actually very innocent and real, and she genuinely believes what she's saying, but she doesn't feel like she's there yet. That's all. That doesn't excuse what Chizuru did here. What Chizuru did here is shitty, right? But what I'm saying is that don't just look at the shittiness. Don't just look at the bad part of Chizuru, right? It's about seeing Chizuru as a whole and accepting that. That's kind of been what have I said consistently about a huge theme in this arc, being acceptance, right? The reason I'm focusing so much on the positive is because everyone else is talking about the negative. You've heard it a billion fucking times, right? That's the reason I'm focusing so much on the positive. You've heard it a billion fucking times. What the fuck is the point of talking about that, right? I want to understand the characters. I want to understand what the fuck they're going through. That's my point. That's all I'm saying. I just really want to understand what they're going through, what they're thinking, why they made the choices that they did. And to me, that's the reason Chizuru made her choice here. That she doesn't feel she's good enough. She clearly, visibly implies that, and she doesn't think she can do that, and she tries to turn him down in the most respectful way possible. And as we agreed, I agreed with some of the takes people had, Kazuya is clearly pissed at himself here. Pissed at himself for not seeing Chizuru, pissed at himself for not recognizing these things. And I think that's when Kazuya will really start paying attention more to Chizuru, to see her more clearly, to see how hurt she actually is. And that's my prediction for next chapter. The love hotel thing, that would be kind of interesting, actually. It'd be so funny if they actually do end up in a love hotel. I kind of like that idea. A lot of hate, but I'm not sure they're going to kiss next chapter. I didn't think they would kiss next chapter. It's still a little hard to predict. I think the idea that they might go to a love hotel is actually pretty interesting, right? Chizuru hurt her leg. What do you do when you hurt your leg? You go somewhere to rest. You would go to a love hotel. And it would be interesting. Like, basically, all I'm imagining is scenarios where Chizuru's actual feelings come out, right? That's what I'm imagining. It's scenarios where Chizuru's actual feelings come out, because that's actually what Chizuru's hiding here. Her real feelings, she's putting herself aside to do the right thing. So, naturally, what do? You have to imagine scenarios where her real self comes out. I think one of the first ways would be Kazuya noticing that she's hurt, and then them trying to stop somewhere, right? Maybe Chizuru will tell him to go home first, Kazuya will notice and try to stop her, and then later they could somehow end up in a love hotel. That would be kind of funny, or they end up in a hotel, or something, right? And then eventually that escalates into full-blown kissing and sex, right? Because Reggie has clearly foreshadowed that quite often. Taurus looking at this manga from orbit and making assumptions is beyond annoying. Him realizing she has two different names in recent chapters was a bit point for me. In my opinion, he'll stop calling her Mizuho and start calling her Ichinose. Chizuru remains the umbrella term. I think Chizuru will be the name he calls her. Do you know why? Minnie starts calling her Chizuru. Minnie doesn't call her Ichinose. Minnie calls her Chizuru. He's gonna start calling her Chizuru. About the start and all, isn't that something that comes from the territory, having different opinions about a topic? About the story and all, isn't that something that comes with the territory? Yeah. Yeah. It does come with the territory that everybody has different opinions about a story. That's completely fine. I know this is just my opinion. Why do you think I always say, this is just my opinion? I have to constantly highlight that, because it is just my opinion. But the thing is, you can have an opinion about something, and that's perfectly fine. But you don't need to be an asshole about it. So, for instance, when someone just boils down the entirety of Kazuya's character to a simp, that's not an opinion. That's just, like, making shit up to, like, you literally just kind of boiling Kazuya's character down to this thing. I guess it is an opinion, but it's just, like, it's not like a real opinion. It's not like, an educated opinion. It's just, I just realized this. Boiling down the entirety of Chizuru's character here is she wants to be a prostitute. That's why she doesn't want to date him anymore. That matters more to her. is completely oversimplifying the entirety of Chizuru's character and how much she's going through here, right? People keep saying she's like the worst fucking character. I don't think she's the worst character. Even if you do think she's the worst character, what if your justification is what they described? That's pretty fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry, because that is an oversimplification of who she is and the story you've been presented, right? My problems aren't that people have opinions or have different beliefs about something. My problem is when that opinion is ignorant and uninformed. That's where my opinions rise. And the fact that almost all the opinions online are ignorant and misinformed, or intentionally warping, for example, Kazuya's frustration and anger to vilify Chizuru's character, is very antithetical to everything Kazuya believes, which in so doing is an insult to Kazuya. So don't use him as a justification to get mad at Chizuru, right? But if you're upset at Chizuru for, how she treated Kazuya here, that's perfectly fine. But vilifying her and saying she's like the worst person ever is, in my opinion, missing the point of Chizuru's is, in my opinion, not seeing Chizuru's character, right? That's all I'm saying. I think that the hate campaign is my problem. Not so much that people have an opinion. I hate how they're acting. I hate how they're all trolls. I hate how they're all little tiny weak fucking bitches. That's my issues. At the time of the Hawaiian, she was already in love with Kazuya, but that act was desperate. I feel that she didn't want to hurt his feelings, but by not doing so, it makes it hurt Kazuya so much more. Yeah, she did hurt Kazuya. We're not saying she didn't. I'm just focusing on Chizuru because everyone's seemingly ignoring Chizuru, right? They're ignoring how she's feeling. But I understand that. Like, it is about, the answer to Kazuya, and that sucks. But that's why I want to talk about Chizuru. The scene also reminds me of Hawaiian scene where Kazuya smiles through the pain and tells Chizuru there won't be any more sparks. Oh yeah, he won't cause her any more trouble. Stream is fine. Okay, good. What is certain is that if Chizuru and Kazuya don't start communicating normally, there will never be any progress. They live together for a month. This is that turning point. The thing is, Endmars, the thing is, what this arc has been doing that's kind of been brilliant is that it's been showing the characters communicating, but not about this deep, complicated shit. They've been communicating. They've been trying to resolve issues. They've been getting through stuff. They're literally taking their first steps to properly communicate outside of these walls. But they haven't talked about this deep, complicated shit. That's the big stuff. This is the stuff that hasn't been properly talked about and addressed. This is the stuff we haven't noticed, right? That's the things that need to be talked about. And I love that Kazuya initially smiles in front of her and then gets mad after, hiding his rage, just as she is hiding her pain, right? Kazuya is hiding his pain and his anger and frustration at himself, whereas Chizuru is hiding her pain and frustration and anger at herself, and they're reversed of each other. Whereas you see Kazuya very clearly here, Chizuru is actually hidden in shadow. They're contrasting, and the point was to actually communicate that shit, right? That stuff that's about to explode out, that's the stuff you got to start talking about. The entire date was awkward. Kazuya was trying to make the right impression on Chizuru, and she was trying to not show emotions more than necessary, asking various strange questions. I can't imagine that this is a normal relationship. People interact with each other like that. They were both... No. I think Chizuru was closer to being her realer... So, okay. I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding about the date that I kind of don't agree with here. Chizuru in the date was actually being her realest self. But she was hiding the awkward part of herself underneath. And so it's a truth disguising a lie. Whereas Kazuya was acting at the start of the date, but trying to earn points for the most part, and then slowly his truth starts coming out. Their roles slowly but reverse, essentially, where Kazuya starts being a lot more honest and Chizuru starts being a lot more honest, and they're really communicating, and it builds up the idea that they've communicated, they've come to a very clear understanding, and then it pulls the rug from under your feet. So initially, what you're describing, that's how it starts. The very beginning of this date, that's exactly how it starts. It starts really awkward, and it continues to be awkward and less awkward. And suddenly, you start to feel really confident. Okay, it feels like we talked. It feels like we figured shit out. It feels like everything is good. Rug gets pulled from under your feet. You didn't actually understand as much as you thought you did, right? And you got little tiny hints, like the butt, where she pulls out the ring. You see the ring. And the butt to the I love you, right? The I don't doubt your feelings. you get the ring. You start getting little signs. Something's weird. Something is weird. Like there was another one. I think it was before they entered the forest. So let me pull it up. There was one where before they entered the forest, I think Chizuru makes some sort of reaction that was a little strange, and it caught my attention. 370. There it is. So, she was talking about the score she got before she walked in. And this was the other one. I'm so stupid for being the only one getting nervous about this. Please take this, thanks. She takes it. Suddenly you start seeing her hidden in shadow. And she's actually freaking out more about this than we thought, right? And then we see Kazuya, and then Kazuya is the reason she walks in. So it showed that Chizuru was hiding something there too, right? It wasn't as bad as the ring. The ring was just like a big, oh shit, what the fuck? This was more of, oh, Chizuru's hiding things. You got to pay attention to what she's hiding. You also see instances where when they were about to walk into the haunted house, Chizuru does like really highlight how much she actually hates herself. I gotta remember what chapter it was. There it is. Chapter 370. I want you to notice how much she doesn't see Kazuya in this moment, and how Kazuya kind of doesn't agree with what she's saying. I'm not saying that I dislike it or anything. Ruka-chan is cute, and you were together for a year and a half, and it's only natural. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time, as if nothing else matters as long as the girl is loved. That's what society seems to think, but I hate that. Don't you think so? Someone is loved because someone is there to love them, right? But that's kind of the opposite of how Kazuya thinks, because Kazuya has a very selfless form of love. So for him, he feels like he is. Well, let me keep reading. Maybe if love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together, right? Okay. But notice how Kazuya is hidden in shadow here. Something feels weird about how she's saying this. I don't think she's inherently wrong about what she's saying, but Kazuya is hidden in shadow, like he doesn't fully agree with this idea because he loves her very unconditionally, and even though they work through stuff together, he's never really going to stop loving her. So in that sense, his love is technically one-sided, if you will, technically, but it's not. So what Chizuru is saying doesn't feel quite right to Kazuya. If love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together, right? But when has love ever been fair? Why are we talking about fairness in love? Love, by its nature, is selfish. It has a selfless side, but it has a selfish side too. Like your love for your family is very unconditional. It's selfish, right? But it also has a selfless side. So I think what Chizuru is ignoring here is the selfless side of love. She's so focusing on love being fair, being right, that she's ignoring this other half, and that other half represents Kazuya. I think that's a better way to put it. I was kind of not sure of how to discuss it, but I think that's the other thing. She's talking so much about love being fair that she's missing Kazuya here. I don't know what love is, but the only people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. Well, what does that mean for you then, right? I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. So basically, she doesn't want Kazuya to shower her with love. I never thought about it like that. That's deep. Give lots of love, huh? No one deserves more love than her, though. So to some people, if they read this line, they think it aged terribly. And that's the point. That's the fucking point. It's supposed to age terribly. That's by design. It's supposed to mess with you because now you think, oh, how could Chizuru deserve love after that? She's a terrible person. But that's the illusion. Chizuru, so this is Verkas. Chizuru absolutely believes she's doing the right thing, 100%. She does not think that anything she said could be seen as being a bad person. I don't agree, no. I definitely think she thinks she's a horrible person. Verkez, I don't know if Verkez, are you still here? Are you still here, Verkez? Just give me a sign that you're still here, so I know. Because I'm gonna pull up something that you should definitely hear. Like, because you're gonna want to hear this. Trust me. So just give me a sign you're here. Chizuru thinks she's acting completely selfless because she puts Kazuya and his feelings first and disregards how much she wants Kazuya herself. Yes, but Chizuru definitely thinks she's a bad person here. I just need to know that you're here. He's here. Okay. I'm gonna pull up something. I'm gonna read you something, and I need you to just like process that for a fucking second. Okay. This is from Reishi's fan box. I don't usually like talking about these, but this is like an older one. This is the basis for the characters. Okay, so this is the basis for the characters. I want you to listen what Chizuru's basis is. A side of me that lives stoically every day, but in reality, I'm a bad person who is at my limits and takes advantage of someone else. Okay? Please, this is how Chizuru views herself. This is how Chizuru thinks about herself. Because it is the part of Reishi that thinks of himself this way. So yes, Chizuru definitely thinks she's a bad person and undeserving of Kazuya, and she's setting him free. When she said that, said what? Yes, Chizuru knows that she's a bad person. She thinks that she is a bad person, but she tried to do right by Kazuya 100% here. Yeah, that's no, but the way you said it earlier is that Chizuru doesn't think she's a bad person. Like, let me read what you wrote. Chizuru absolutely believes she's doing the right thing 100%. She does not think of anything she said could be seen as being a bad person. But no, she does think she's a bad person here. And she knows she's being a bad person here, and she knows Kazuya, like it could be seen as a bad person here. That's by design. She's supposed to be seen as a bad person here. She's almost trying to be seen as a bad person here, but like she's trying to be as reasonable, as respectful to him as possible. So it's like, I'm the problem. You're not the problem. Look, please understand, I'm the problem. Like, I get it. That's how usually how breakups go. It's like, oh, you're great. It's me. It's not you. Right? But but Chizuru knows she's a bad person here. She's trying to be as respectful as possible, but she knows she can't do it right. There's no way to do this right. So she knows she's a bad person here. I think that's kind of like a misunderstanding, you know? Your analysis is really good. I'm leaning on it. Haha. So if they ended up starting to date, to me, that would be maximally weird. Their whole relationship would be as weird as possible. I think maybe rather than immediately start dating, they could like slowly ease into proper dating where they really start to open up to each other. I think maybe they might not date, but they might like have sex or kiss and shit, right? But like literally, I think their relationship will just fundamentally change here in a good way, not in a bad way. Do you think if Reishi made this manga like other generic romance mangas, it would be good? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, people would probably like it. Has any time ever passed in the story? Has any time even passed in the story? The story takes place over 2.5 years. The hell? Like, a lot of time has passed. 0% chance of a fight and fucking end in the right after actually talking it out on their own way home. A non-0% chance, so like it could happen. I don't know. Kasi and Chizuru already are weird and endearing stupid. I think it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, while reading chapter 380, I almost feel the pain of Kazuya and Chizuru was awful, but a good history has ups and downs of failings. Yeah, Love Hotel would be peak, and enlighten all of Chizuru's doubts. To be fair, to be fair, to be fair, we've talked about this. To be fair. Chizuru, after getting a massage, that was pretty good. I'll come back. But why did I say that so easily? Did being naked give me a sense of freedom or something? How dumb. This happens as she runs into Kazuya, preparing for the date. And what does she do right after this? Like, literally right after this. Let me pull it up because I don't have it downloaded, I guess. What does she do literally right after this? She sees him, turns away, and hides. I told you guys what the symbolism was for anyone new, so there's subtle symbolism here. Chizuru has two different patterns to her clothing. This is an old shepherd pattern. I forgot where it's particularly from. It's called houndstooth, and basically it symbolizes protection and safety. Because when you see the pattern from far away, it blurs. It's a very popular pattern in fashion. And then in contrast, you have a window pattern, clear, visible, really kind of easy to understand, and stays consistent from far away. What does Chizuru do? She grabs her hair on her other side on the pattern of protection, hides in shadows, and says, actually, never mind, my hair's probably a mess. She gives an excuse to not see him. She turns to safety because she saw vulnerability here. She saw how vulnerable she was there, and she got afraid. So she turned back to safety. Okay. So yeah, that idea of, being butt-ass naked, open up about shit. There you go. There you go. And then they'll be seeing Ruka working at the Love Hotel. Kazuya and Chizuru will be checking it. That would be... Oh! But that doesn't make sense because she works where Kazuya works, so that doesn't make any sense. My guess is that it starts raining hard and they have their umbrellas and somehow end up for sex. No, because the rain's already gone. It's more about just like literally the external factors. The idea here is the removal of external factors. So the rain being gone is really important to this, right? The sage is basically, so a lot of people, when they saw the rain disappear, interpreted it as, is it 376? I think it's 376 when the rain disappears. A lot of people, when they saw the rain disappear, interpreted it as the Chizuru has found her answer, because that's what they thought the rain represented. The rain represented her confusion and her finding her answer. This is a misdirect. Now, what does Reiji highlight upon the rain disappearing? Couples walking, umbrellas closed. What do umbrellas represent? You're protecting yourself from rain. So what this is doing is that the environment for letting everything out has been created. That's what happened here. The environment for letting everything out has been created. That's what Reiji did. They've created the environment to find the answer, not that they found the answer. That's the important part. So their walls are down, essentially. Chizuru's walls have been put down. The umbrella is closed. There's a reason when Chizuru turns Kazuya down in this chapter. What does Reiji specifically try to highlight here? The umbrellas. You see Kazuya's umbrella closed. You see Chizuru's umbrella closed, right? So they're both still carrying their umbrellas. They're still both there. The umbrellas are very important here. There's no protection. There's no safety. You feel all the pain in its full brunt and force. But that means you also show your true self. So the idea of showing your true self is definitely coming here. There'll be a sex in the... Laura, why are you playing Devil's Advocate? It's cool. I don't mind. Devil's Advocate, it's fun. I enjoy Devil's Advocate. If it's genuinely meaningful and you're having something genuine to say, I don't mind Devil's Advocate. If you're just here to put bait and shit, then fuck off. Right? I will just ban you. I don't care anymore. If people are just here to put bait, fuck off. But if you're genuine about what you're trying to ask me, even if you're playing devil's advocate, that's perfectly fine. I reread the first chapters of the manga yesterday. Kazuya was pretty shit with Chizuru back then. Like all the red pillars haters right now. No. Initially, he kind of acts like this, but there is a good side underneath, and Chizuru somewhat sees that. Basically, you're seeing Kazuya's shitty side contrasted by when he's around his family and how he acts around them. You're seeing Kazuya do shitty things like seemingly blackmail Chizuru, but him never actually acting on that, and in fact, actually trying to protect her and keep her safe, even when he was shitty. Right? He just didn't see it in himself. He didn't see his good parts, right? When the lie was about to escalate too much, he knew he didn't want to drag her into it anymore. He didn't want to drag her grandparents into it. He tried to clear everything up, and she's the one who keeps it going. So it's important to realize, yes, Kazuya at the start is shitty, but he's not complete shit, right? He's still a good person underneath. He just doesn't understand himself, and he's lost. I somehow get the feeling that Reiji is at times trying to show us how the digital world people have become unable to communicate with each other and each other. Yes, that's a big here. Since you brought it up, that's actually perfect. 233, I think. Listen to what Kazuya says here. I'll find the official translations later. Adults say that love and letters are both instant for the current generation. If you pay a few hundred, you could be the boyfriend of a beautiful girl, and you can instantly get in touch with the person that you love. Then when will the pain become instant? November 25th, the return from Hawaiians, 2 days after the kiss, if I'm not mistaken. So much time passed that even Ruka-chan, who had been in full alert, started to relax. I haven't been able to reach Mizuhara in almost 3 months. And then Minnie shows up, solves the entire situation, and she speaks Indian for some reason. Oh yeah, she went to India, that's why. Right? And that's pretty much when people really started to hate Chizuru, right? I think a lot of people disliked Chizuru in Hawaiians, and then here's when we really started to dislike her. But that's actually part of the story, that we see Chizuru's bad side, and we love that still. Kazuya, after seeing Chizuru's bad side, still chooses to love her, as a contrast to how her seeing Kazuya's bad side still fell in love with him. Because that's part of what being in a relationship is. You see and accept all of the person, including their bad sides. Chizuru isn't inherently evil, but the way the rejection played out was sus at best. Yeah, it wasn't great. Don't get me wrong. This is not supposed to be great. When Kohab started, Kazuya, when he returned to Ichinoseim first time, he said he will still have a truckload of problems. Correct. He does say this. You're right. This is like chapter 250 something. Is Chizuru end up with Kazuya or not? Yes, they're going to go out eventually, but they got to address all the bad shit. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. They each have a skeleton in their wardrobe, and instead of pulling out their skeletons, they try to act differently every time. They don't talk about the pressing topics, the important topics. But the thing is, Endmars, that I really want to clarify that I think you're kind of missing here. Up until this point, like literally this point, they weren't ready to. They weren't. A big thing that Reiji was doing is the characters had a lot of coping mechanisms. He specifically highlights the characters' coping mechanisms, what they do to cope with the scenarios that they're in. In particular, ask yourself, why does he remove all of the external factors that usually cause them problems? Ruka, Mami, Umi, almost all of them disappear and slowly but surely start coming back, right? Slowly getting reintroduced into the story. It's not just because of convenience, but thematically in line with what coping mechanisms function like. You cut these things out. You don't deal with your problem right now. You deal with it when you're ready. It doesn't make you a bad person, but the problem is still there. Right? It's a double-edged sword. It's how coping mechanisms function. They cut out a lot of their problems, and they weren't ready to deal with a lot of them up until this point. Kazuya is case in point. Kazuya couldn't really even confront or talk to Chizuru for much of the early parts of the cohabitation saga. He couldn't really do it. He was too afraid. Right? His trauma was too fresh. His pain was too fresh. So as time continued, as Chizuru eased some of his discomfort, as they slowly built all of this, it slowly built up to a fight. It slowly built up to this fight of this clash between them, where Kazuya slowly becomes more and more ready, and his real big first step, where Kazuya truly becomes kind of ready, and starts taking his real first steps to being confident in himself again is when he asks her out. That's when it starts, when he truly asks her out. Because how did the arc start, mind you? How did the arc start? How did we get out of the 3-month time skip? Chizuru agreed to something Kazuya already did before, not something Kazuya did in that moment, right? In fact, Kazuya kind of had no control of the situation. And slowly but surely, Kazuya began to reclaim his control, thematically in line with him reclaiming his own agency with who he is. So as we get to this point, both characters are kind of at that point where they can have a fight. They can truly let everything out. They can let the skeletons out because they're kind of ready to. And there's a reason Reiji takes his time highlighting these things in the background. Kazuya meeting Mommy, Kazuya going to the DVD store, Chizuru meeting Umi, them not talking about Ruka, Chizuru hiding the fact that she's jealous of Minnie and all that shit. Chizuru constantly hiding certain things from Kazuya and not talking about it. Those stuff are kind of important, right? It's important to hide these, to highlight these things for you as the viewer to then come back to it later, right? To then highlight, like, okay, now we're ready to deal with this shit. Now we're ready to deal with the big problems that we've been hiding, that we feel like bad people, and we should talk about that and see how the other person reacts and shit like that. I think Chizuru may have antisocial personality disorder, like narcissism or sociopathic traits. No. Chizuru does not have sociopathic traits. As someone who's actually interacted with real sociopaths, Chizuru does not have sociopathic traits. She's very empathetic. A sociopath is not empathetic. She's very, very empathetic. She's not narcissistic. She has selfish tendencies, yes, but she's not narcissistic. It's not all about her. In fact, there are many times where if you read the official volume translations, they make her seem narcissistic. If you read the official volume translations, one of the worst cases that they really, really fuck up, like, and this is why I hate them. I really hate the volume translations, because if you read some of the things they translated, Chizuru does seem narcissistic, but she's not. It's because, let me remember the chapter. It's like 100 something. That one? Nope. Nope. No, maybe it was a little earlier. So 115. 116. 117. Nope, still not there. God damn it. Okay, so 14? Damn, why am I having such a hard time? 13. 12. Okay, it was 12. So, in the official volume translations, so this, the whole point of this scene is that Chizuru goes and talks to Grandma Sayuri, and Grandma Sayuri highlights to Chizuru that Kazuya is a good person, and that she's missing, she's kind of not seeing him very clearly. She's too distracted by how she initially perceived him, right? So, like, look at how she thinks of him here. And Sayuri tells her, everyone survives by supporting each other. A perfect person does not exist. That's why when you lack something, you make up for it with the help of another person. It's kind of important. I need you to remember that, because that's exactly what's going to happen here. Chizuru, even if it's me saying this, you're a very attractive young woman. You dress well. You're hardworking, dignified, kind-hearted. Kazuya isn't perfect either. Look at how she looks kind of scary here, and that's kind of good. He might be unreliable too, just like any other college guy. He too has weaknesses, being spoiled and all that. But I don't think there exists a person who's better suited to you than him. Anyways, I'll be looking forward to the movie, right? She actually does say, I think in the Japanese, he's a good person. And Chizuru echoes her words here. I mean it, you're a very good person. In the official volume translations, guess what they have her say? You're so nice to me. If you heard that, you would think Chizuru is childish and narcissistic and selfish. But she doesn't say that. She actually takes the advice and actually appreciates Kazuya and makes it about him. It's about him in this scene. So, no, Chizuru is not narcissistic. Yeah. I understand that she may be like this due to her past, but she really has crossed the line this time. Someone crossing a line does not make them sociopathic or narcissistic. There's a very big difference between that. She's also not antisocial. Chizuru is very social. So, No, it's just Chizuru being lost and confused because of her grief and her depression. That doesn't make her narcissistic or sociopathic. I really recommend you actually research some of this shit before you go throwing terms around, because this is very inaccurate to her character. If I had a girl in love with me who loses her shit at my appearance, freaks out me because every time, I'd be uncomfortable. If she told me every single time how much she loved me but acted like Kazuya does, I would act 100% the same way Chizuru does. Yeah. Oh boy, there was a lot more text. Let's see. So she wants to be seen as a bad person here so that she can set him free in a respectful way. She knows look. I think maybe I said that wrong. Chizuru knows she looks like a bad person here, but she's trying to be as respectful and apologetic as possible. But she knows she's a bad person here. That's the best way I can put it. I don't know if she's trying to look like a bad person. I don't think so. I think it's very easy to interpret her as a bad person as a result of this. She knows she might look like a bad person here, but but maybe her intention isn't to be a bad person. I think she knows she might look like a bad person here, and she just has to accept that and take the bullet. I remember hearing that she wants to the bank earlier, implying that she was returning the money, so it probably was her thinking she's a bad person. If the action defines a person, then Chizuru is evil at her core, even if she thinks she's doing it for a good reason. That's not how it works. No. How can you... Actions... No. A good person can do bad things. A bad person can do good things. The actions do not... like, your choices are just that. Choices. What you ultimately... Like, the actions are the actions. You're not your actions, right? Not necessarily, right? You can be a bad person and do good things. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You're oversimplifying it. Like I've known a lot of bad people who do good things. That doesn't mean they're good people. That's not how it works, right? Chizuru doing something bad does not make her bad. She spent an entire month helping him recover, giving him a home for free, helping him pay his bills, helping him get back up on his feet, helping him lie to his family and keep everything okay, helping him stay stable in this entire time. And because of this, she's a bad person? Think about that for a second. She literally gave financial support to him at his worst because she knew it was partially her fault. And she technically didn't owe him that. She didn't owe him that kind of money. She didn't owe him that kind of safety and home or anything. She didn't owe him any of that stuff. Like in real life, you don't get owed anything. But she did it anyway. Chizuru is a good person that does bad things. Just as Kazuya is a good person that can do bad things. Don't just say people are evil at their core. Fuck that shit. No, you gotta, when you say shit like that, you start missing real evil people. You start not seeing real evil people. This is the kind of rhetoric that creates the problems that we have, where we cannot see truly evil people for who they are, because we're so busy blaming the good people for doing bad things. So you think that they still can end up together? Totally. I wonder if Kazi can put some sense to her for knowing she definitely is to accept him. We'll see. Kazuya always had blinders on for Chizuru, and Chizuru even made a point to which she asked Kazuya if he really knew who she was before the investigation. I agree with Chizuru. She is bad, lol. I think Kazuya knows her more than she thinks. I think Kazuya can see past the bad parts of Chizuru and see the real Chizuru underneath all of it. And Kazuya can still accept her. He can get mad. I think he'll get mad at the bad parts of Chizuru, but he can see past them. Because the 3 months, there's no what ifs or buts. She did something shitty. And he saw that. And he still forgave her. Most of the fans didn't, but he forgave her. He saw more than the bad shit that she did. Right? So, no, Kazuya does not completely see her clearly. You are correct. But he's not blind. He does see the bad stuff. He's very aware of it. Not really relevant, but I had a very similar breakup compared to what happened here so far, at the very least. I had a breakup similar to Mommy. That's the kind of breakup I got. So this kind of breakup would have actually been a little nicer, because at least it would have been clear. The way Mommy broke up, oof, that shit fucking hurts, dude. I do feel bad for Kazuya, lol. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to feel bad for Kazuya here, but no, I don't want that. Is that fucking Aaron crying? Wait, I just joined. Y'all defending Chizuru or something here or what? Hey, no, I don't want that. Look, I like this series. I'm going to put that out there right the fuck now. I like this series. I like Chizuru. I like Kazuya. I don't think Chizuru is an evil person here, okay? Let's get that out of the way, buddy. I like this character still. She did something bad. She's not a horrible human being. She does bad things. She can be a bad person, but she's not necessarily an evil person, okay? So if that's all you're here for, get the fuck out. Let's see. Predictions for 381. I've already said it a few times. Maybe Ruka dad works at the hospital and he's still... I don't know. We don't even know. No, I think that's too convenient. I don't like that 3D model. That's too convenient. I don't think it's right to be disappointed in someone being mad at YouTubers who are mad at Chizuru. To them, it's just another will they, won't they, like how people insult Kazuya, they do it for her. I don't think it's right to be disappointed in someone being mad at YouTubers who are mad at Chizuru. What? I don't think it's right to be disappointed in someone being mad at YouTubers who are mad at Chizuru. So you think, are you saying, I can't tell what you mean, Zenon Nozumaki, are you saying like me being disappointed or me being mad at YouTubers for doing what they do, people shouldn't be disappointed by that, or they should be? I'm not sorry. I just had it's one of those sentences that's a little hard to read. There are hints that Kazuya and Chizuru will finally be more physical, not only kiss. What do you think is going to happen in the next chapter? I think Kazuya is going to notice she's hurt, and they might make a stop somewhere. And they might discuss how hurt they actually are. I think they're really going to start opening up in the next coming chapter, like really let it all out. How people can still defend Chizuru. She hurts Kazuya over and over again and is very far from being a simp. Kazuya is a man of thousands. And is very far from being a simp. Kazuya is a man of thousands. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Chizuru does bad things. She's not a bad person. Like, I do say, like, she thinks she's a bad person and she does bad things, but I don't think she's as bad as she thinks she is. Well, she injured her heel. I wonder what the significance of her being noticing after the rejection, that they said not to lie and they should be open about it. So, yeah, her Achilles heel. I was just watching Fate Apocrypha. Okay. Hopefully people will eventually realize how great this manga is someday. So Chizuru, due to her responsibility and insecurities of thinking as a non-deserving of Kazuya's love, Chizuru portrays herself as a bad person to respectfully set him free. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's well put. Irony is he got rejected first before you know who, lol. No, she rejected Umi. Oh, dude, no, Sokan. Okay, dude, Sokan, bro, if you keep commenting here, I've seen your comments on my YouTube channels. If you keep doing that shit, I'm just going to ban your ass, dude. I don't need that shit in my comment section. I tried removing some of your comments, but if you're going to keep doing this shit, I'm just going to ban your ass. So just fair warning right now. I think you're right. They definitely need to communicate because lack of communication is what brought us here. Yep. She rejected going out with him, but confessed having feelings. Meanwhile, Umi confessed love and she didn't reciprocate. Oh, she like wanted to turn Umi down multiple times, and he's the stupid fucker who didn't let her. Was Chizuru actually using Kazuya knowingly to help herself, or is she just self-conscious or something of that matter, blaming herself when it's not her fault? So I would argue maybe early on, like very early on in the series, she did kind of use Kazuya a little bit. At the very early parts of the series. In particular, I think she feels very guilty over the film. There's a reason Chizuru keeps actively bringing up the film. She couldn't have done it without him. And she probably knew to some degree he was in love with her. And she felt very guilty about that. She, in some ways, if you think about it, Chizuru during the movie arc was technically using Kazuya. Chizuru at the early parts of the series, when Kazuya started renting her, she didn't say no. She just told him to lessen the amount he spends. So in that sense, she knew that like there was something there, and she kept going with it. In that sense, Chizuru technically at the very beginning of the series did use Kazuya. She tempered him, yes, but she technically used him. So yes, Chizuru does do bad things. I've said this before. Chizuru does do bad things. The reason I try not to focus too much on that stuff is because everybody will take that and spin it as Chizuru is a gold digger. Because they will, and they have, and they constantly do. How many comments did we get in here? People just coming and saying, Chizuru's a gold digger, she's a horrible fucking human being, right? Instead of, people do bad things, that doesn't mean they're bad people. I think you're right. They definitely, okay, said that. 100% agree with everything you just said about character skeletons and how many problems go unvoiced in the character's heads. You sure she didn't want to reciprocate to him? Okay, Sakon, you're fucking banned. Get out of here. I'm getting tired of your shit. I'm not, I think it's okay that Chizuru doesn't date him right now, because she definitely is not ready. This is totally okay. But her not fully realizing the level of hurt. Yes, I think that'll be something that we'll discuss too. The sheer amount of pain and tragedy of this arc. And I've said this on Twitter. So let me, I'm not going to pull up the Twitter thing, but I'm going to pull up the thing I brought up on Twitter to highlight my point. Which was simply this. Chapter 352, the very beginning of this series, the beginning of this arc. What do we see? It's a fucking horror movie. It's about pain and tragedy and suffering. Like, you see this, and you think you're walking into a horror manga. You're not thinking, I'm going into the biggest date of the series. Right? You don't think I'm going into the biggest date of the series. You think pain and fucking suffering, right? Like, bro, is this Resident Evil? Like, Jesus Christ. And then Reishi intentionally has them going into a horror-themed place, both with Minnie and with Kazuya. Intentionally so, to deal with that uncomfortability. And there's something that's kind of important about that, where what does Chizuru do when they go to the haunted place? What does Chizuru do when they go to the haunted place? She says all this stuff. Remember this? I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who can take love. I'm not good enough. I'm not that. And then she says, look, it's our turn soon. Once they go in and the horror truly begins, all that stuff doesn't matter anymore. When fear truly kicks in, you turn to love. It's not about all the stuff she was talking about anymore. When it truly counts, when you're afraid, when you're desperate, you turn to love, right? So basically, it's saying right here in this moment, all that shit is meaningless in a sense. All that stuff, all that overthinking is somewhat it's true to some degree. It's true. She's not totally wrong, but it's also somewhat meaningless because you have to kind of look past that and realize what matters underneath all of that. These are the lies disguised as truth, hiding the truth. That is the lie. It's an illusion. It's a fucking illusion, right? It's messing with you, right? So after all that stuff happens, when you're truly afraid and when you've lost all sense of self-control and agency, you turn for safety. You turn for love. Everything you were talking about, your moral code, everything you were saying is completely overridden. Those things don't matter anymore. This is something that, like, when I watched this chapter, when I read this chapter, my immediate thought was Resident Evil because this is what it fucking does, right? When you fucking panic, your immediate thing is you turn to safety. Fucking run. I'm scared, right? You turn to the thing that gives you love, safety, and comfort, like a parent, if you will, right? So Chizuru talks about all that shit, but the moment everything truly breaks down and crumbles and the darkness takes over and you're completely isolated, you want someone. You want safety. You want comfort, right? That's what this scene is saying. That's what this scene is foreshadowing. That fear, that horror will bring it all out. That pain and that sorrow will snap you out of it when you truly when you lose your sense of comfort completely. When things are when you're naked, if you will. I think this is the case of hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah, I've been posting about it on Reddit and for 2 days now. Oof. I didn't like Chibi's video. I didn't expect such harsh comments from him. I'm gonna be real, Georgia. I was not surprised, or Georgia. I'm not surprised by even a little bit. Almost everything he said in his video, he said in the very first video he made about the series. He called Chizuru a prostitute. He called Kazuya a simp. He said a lot of harsh, horrible shit about Chizuru. He said she was a gold digger. All of the shit you've heard before, I've heard it from him from his very first ever video he made about the series. I'm not even remotely surprised. I've said it before. I'm not a fan of his content, and I think at times it borders on grifting. If not, it is. So I'm sorry if you're a fan of Chibi. I'm sorry if this does not make you happy. But this is how I feel. I've never liked how he approached content making. I remember when Reiji, when chapter 364 came out, and Reiji posted this, like this was the cover of the chapter. Do you know what he fucking did? Do you know what he compared this to? When people put their anime figures in a jar and fill it with semen. Yeah, that crap. That's what he thought this was. He didn't realize this was an actual fucking art museum and there's actual meaning behind this. That was his interpretation. That's how he viewed this. That's the jokes he was making on Twitter. It's fucking disgusting. About the lack of normal communication, I mean communication about important things, not just talking about the weather. Yes. Again, when they started talking about the deep stuff, it was an illusion. It was an illusion to the actual deep stuff, right? I knew it wasn't the real thing. I knew they were trying, but they weren't actually talking about the actual dark shit underneath that they were hiding. The stuff that Chizuru hides in the bathroom, the stuff that Kazuya hides in the DVD store, the real parts of themselves they feel will not be accepted, the parts they think they need to hide, the things that tell them you're not good enough. That's the things they got to talk about. Yes, I think both are good kids, but definitely need them to talk, just to be honest. And I do it in a good time frame. Timing is key. That's one issue, is the time. Don't let time pass like the yes. That's why I'm adamant there's no time skip. That's why I'm fucking adamant there's no time skip. Time is a massive theme here. It's a massive fucking theme. The entire date is structured around time. The 1 month time, right? You had the 1 month time. You had the characters, how they spend time with each other in the cohabitation saga. Chizuru's time and freedom, right? How she would spend her time with him, right? How that time they spend together to build trust. The idea of building bridges through time. She literally says relationships are built over time. So the element of time is very core here, and this is not reenacting the 3 months. This is about not doing that again. Everything about this is antithetical to that. Everything about this is to do the good stuff, right? Is to confront all of the bad shit and come out through the other side, right? To confront all the bad stuff and reach the good stuff. That's what this arc has been about from the start. That is, go through the cohabitation saga. Don't believe me? Go through the cohabitation saga. How charming and beautiful is it? So much of it is so cute. And so much of it is like the characters, not having to deal with super depressing, messed up shit. So much of it is the characters, like even when bad shit shows up, it ends quickly, right? They resolve it quickly. Literally like how Chisuru said, sometimes we fight and argue, but we can laugh about something 2 seconds later, that's the kind of marriage I'd like to have. This entire arc encapsulates that. The arc also encapsulates Kazuya's promise to Sayuri to be there for Chizuru. The arc completely encapsulates that and also reverses it through Chizuru being there for Kazuya. Kazuya absolutely knows her better than anyone in her life. Yeah. No, he literally calls Minnie out on that shit. Do you think they'll separate? No. Evil is insidious. That's why the most evil people portray themselves as kind and compassionate. Chizuru portrays herself as exactly as she is. The compassionate and kind, but she hides bad sides to not put it off. Yeah. Oh my Christ, why does it keep doing that? It can't, I randomly think that, I caught up to chat and then it like jumps. Honestly, after this chapter, I laughed. I'm not angry, but I kind of expected a half-baked answer, but Grandma came in and cleared that up and made sure Chizuru responded directly. You missed that Chizuru did not acknowledge at all how hurt Kazuya is here. If she knew how she was shitty to him here, she should have apologized for hurting him. She probably would have. What would that do? She did say sorry. First off, she knew she was hurting him here. She did say sorry. Look, if you're kind of breaking shit off, you don't keep, doing that. You don't do that. It's not clean. You don't just apologize. Like Chizuru did everything she could here, right? And like she's already in a bad situation. She can't really do much. Like what's she supposed to do here? I'm sorry I hurt you. Like I think your expectations are overriding the scenario and how messy the characters themselves are, right? I don't think that would change as much as you think it would. I think that's a conversation they need to sit down and talk about. I don't think Chizuru missed that. She knows how hurt he is. Look at this. Look at this. Do you see this? She sees him. His shoulders are slumped. She clearly knows how he feels. But what the hell is she supposed to say? What the hell is she supposed to say? Right? Evil because of fear of being hated for it. Hey, hey there. Oh, hello. Welcome. Absolutely important talk. I mean, not mundane talk. Yeah. If you're saying they didn't reject... Oh, we're talking about SoCon. I don't fucking care about that shit. No, someone said they were mad at YouTubers for insulting Chizuru. What is the same, that YouTubers have been insulting Kazuya, like calling him a cuck or something. Yeah, I think it's extremely convenient how they just move the goalpost to, oh, Chizuru sucks now, even though I've always hated Kazuya and I didn't want him to be happy. And if Kazuya did something, they would conveniently say Kazuya is terrible too now. So they constantly move the goalpost. That's how hate works. It's intentionally ignorant and it keeps moving the goalpost conveniently. Oh, I don't like this character. I don't like this character. I don't like this. Like they conveniently just keep moving around to justify their claims. Even when a character does something bad, they don't treat it as like, okay, this person did something bad. Maybe they're not a horrible person. They treat it as a like 7 deadly sin level shit. Like you just committed an arch sin or whatever, right? You're going to fucking like the deepest pits of hell. When there's like characters who are dudes who straight up kill people, and they're like, nah, that's my goat. Thank you for responding back. Whose level of hurt, Chisuru or Kazuya? I think they're both very hurt. My eyes has been detached from the redness from rolling my eyes at the stupidity in chat from the haters. To be honest, I think Chizuru Ichinose is a good person, shy, selfish, empathetic, but Mizuhara is the embodiment of society. All appearances pretty cool and on the outside, but rotten on the inside. Interesting. I think there is something there, but I don't completely agree. As Chizuru and as Ichinose and Mizuhara are part of a same whole. That is Chizuru, the name that connects both. Chizuru is both a bad person and a good person. So I think Chizuru is good and bad at the same time. Okay. I don't think Chizuru is rotten on the inside, but she views herself that way. Chizuru Ichinose is his grandma and Mizuhara is the mother and father Umi like guy. What? So here's my theory on the 3 parts of Chizuru that I've talked about in the past. There's 3 Chizurus. There's Ichinose, which represents the mother. There's Mizuhara, which represents the adult. And there's the child underneath, the shadows, the real her. That, is the child. It's the real her underneath it all. So there's 3 Chizurus. The mother, the adult, and the child. And all of them represent a different facet of Chizuru. The child is the closest to the real Chizuru and the one that is most hurt here. In this case, Kazuya, I know both of them are hurting, but this case, Kazuya is the one being rejected, so Kazuya is. I think it's both of them. I think... I don't know. I think Chizuru feels a lot of pain here, too. And I think, while I completely see where Kazuya is coming from and I completely connect to him here, I'm seeing how hurt Chizuru is too. But that's just me. That's just me. I know if you guys feel like Kazuya is more hurt, that's completely justified. But to me, seeing how much Chizuru has love to give in this time, and she feels like all of that, she can't do it, despite all of that, that fucking killed me on the inside. I'm like, dude, this person has so much to give, so much love in their heart. They literally just want to give the people they love the world, but they feel undeserving and so they can't do it. And I'm like, dude, that kind of kills me on the inside a little bit. At the same time, Chizuru does do something shitty here. In contrast, I completely understand siding with Kazuya at the moment because Kazuya is just doing all the right stuff, right? He didn't do anything wrong. It's Chizuru who fucked up here, right? So In that sense, I completely get it. Do you think she loves him more now than before if Kazuya helps her with her injury? No, that's not really a change. That'll be like a spark. I think that'll be a spark. But we'll see. It will make her realize she made a mistake. Well, no, yeah, I think that's a part of it. I think that'll be the spark. I think next chapter is going to be the start of a reversal, the start of the reversal of events. And rather than like the actual full reversal, but it'll be the start of the reversal because it will be the final chapter of the volume. So it'll start reversing events and you'll be like, wait, what? And then you get excited for the next volume and you slowly start getting into it and things start changing. By the way, about the rain, remember that one of the previous videos, you said that all the important things for Chizuru happen when it rains, which notes in one of the chapters, by the way. And now you're leaning towards the beginning of the dating arc when it's raining being pure horror. Do you still think something important happened in Chizuru's life while it's raining? Yeah. No. Look, the rain represents all of the tragedy of the Ichinose household. And on important days, for Chizuru's mom, it always rained. So it is both important, but the rain is existing as it is represents that tragedy. So it's both. It's both a very important moment and a horrible moment. That's the idea. That's why Chizuru is not excited about the rain. When the moment she hears about the rain, she sighs. And then she smiles afterwards because she wants to look forward to the date. Right? She literally says that. I really like Verka's comment about Chizuru's feelings. With your impression, I'll quote it here. This is a classic case of Chizuru missing the forest for the trees. She expects love to be singular, identifiable feeling like joy or sadness. She's literally walking through her forest of love and is looking at the trees. There's a care for Kazuya, there is selfish desire, there's gratitude. The forest is full of trees, but Chizuru can't find the one labeled love. She is lost in the forest, but she decides to pretend that the tree of love is somewhere around here. She can't let anyone know that she thinks she looked at every tree and didn't find love. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Also, if you think about it, pretty weirdly fitting considering where they go, eh? Where do they end up going? A mystical forest that tells them about love and compatibility. And she can't see it. In fact, forest and rivers seem to be a repeating pattern here. And Kazuya is the... think about that some more. Kazuya's name is peace and harmony shared under a tree. She's looking for the tree of love that is Kazuya. That's pretty good metaphor, buddy. That's a pretty good fucking metaphor, buddy. I like that. That's pretty good. Yes, that's. I believe that's accurate. I understand when people are generalizing the chapter as the end. The reason that happened, Boa, is because of people like Chibi Reviews who literally started calling it as the end of the series. That's literally what his videos are titled. They're titled like, "Oh, this is the final chapter. This is the end." It's very extreme, intentionally so, because that's usually how he labels all of his videos to get attention. It's classic bait, but it's shitty because it's essentially spreading misinformation. Okay, Boa's comment. The chances are slim that she missed it, so all that needed is a change of perspective. Someone needs to tell her, what do you think love is? It is not a tree. Yeah. Chizuru, we talked about perspective. Verka's thread on Reddit was really good. Just send it to me. I'll read it. But yes, I talked about perspective. I literally talked about the theme of perspective here. This will make her stop looking at the trees and realize she's been wandering through a forest the whole time. And if she looks at the forest as a whole, there's the love. She doesn't need to realize anything else about her feelings. That's pretty good. So you don't think he will move out? They will solve the argument. How can Kazuya make her change her mind then? There's no real argument in front of such a no. She doesn't seem open to change. Nothing said she was unopen to change. Nothing about this implied she was unopen to change. I just think Chizuru is literally just confused and she needs to realize that she can solve this with him, not on her own. That's my biggest argument for what's going on. The problem is they're talking to each other, but they're doing things alone. That's the problem. Almost everything is them talking to each other and doing things alone. Like they look like they're doing things together, but they're doing them alone. and then kind of doing other things together, right? So them talking is them doing things together, but sometimes it's literally them doing things on their own. And this date essentially sets up that idea of doing things together. Just as the cohabitation arc, so much of it is doing things together. So this is literally setting up for the idea of them to solve this problem together, or at least come to the idea that they can talk to each other and solve that problem together rather than her feeling like she has to do it alone. Okay? People are treating Kazuya as if he's made of glass. Kazuya was forged in rejection. He has a pretty good history from his teenage years. Oh, yeah. Kazuya went through shit. Like, this isn't his first rodeo, dude. They both clearly devastated. I don't know how folks are missing that. Does his face blindness carry over to manga? Oh yeah, people are blind as shit. This is what they do. The haters are like a hack comedies. They say they hate Trump to get laughs. How did Trump get into this? In this case, likes and views. How did Trump get into this? The way Kazuya's shoulder is dropped down and he's feeling frustrated, I've seriously felt like the same and similar situation. Oh man, the chapter, I really hope none goes through it. So unfortunately, sometimes you gotta. Thanks. I still think that this is correct, but there will be a revelation at the end of the manga. Why are you suddenly thinking it's the end, Verkez? Nothing to me is telling me this is the end. I think this is the beginning of something new, but not the end of the series. I don't know why we're talking like the ending is here. Doesn't feel like that. Now we'll discover here. I jumped too far ahead here. I still have to revise that. Okay. Johan, do you think that chapter has made a bigger impact than chapter 18 for the watchers, readers? Not bigger. It's about the same. I think this is about the same as chapter 218 in terms of like how people are reacting and shit. The key difference between chapter 218 and this is that people are, well, actually no, it's the fucking same. People are still illiterate. But I think with chapter 218, you could kind of see why people are illiterate. Whereas with this, it's like, no, they're just willfully stupid. So it's like they're like, people here are so fucking stupid. Chizuru, people who are not Chizuru fans want to defend Chizuru because it's that stupid, right? Think about that. Like, at least with chapter 218, it has the excuse of just being very extreme in nature. Whereas with this, like literally, if you've been paying attention, it makes a lot of sense. And if people just, stop being misogynistic freaks and idiots, they would actually see like what the story is saying, and they're intentionally being stupid and don't know how to fucking read, and a lot of them are literally just conveniently joining in now to get some likes and shit on their accounts so they get some money. It's just very convenient reaction content. It's very common. So I think that Chizuru is good and bad at the same time, just like the rest of us humans. We are just shades of gray. Each person is capable of both great good and terrible evil. So Chizuru is not even bad. Yeah. You can see the difference with how males and females react to this. I think there's a natural bias that people see this scene as depending on the gender and how well, some people don't like Chizuru here. Some people, like I've seen a lot of women who don't like Chizuru here. They're very upset with Chizuru here, but they're not like slandering her, right? They're not like, framing her as this disgusting human being, but they don't like her. They're kind of really frustrated with Chizuru right now. They're kind of pissed at her, which is reasonable. Right? I could totally understand that. But then there are a lot of other people who are just absolutely vilifying her, Can we stop equating Kazuya and Chizuru's pain to competition, please and thank you? Oh, that's what people love to do. It also coincides with people only viewing it as Kazuya giving Chizuru the world and her rejecting him. It could even be that it is reminding people of them giving their love but getting nothing back. Yeah. The unconditional love is very uncommon these days. People have been, especially here in the United States, people are taught to be very selfish. This is a country that's extremely individualistic, and it is about putting ourselves over someone else constantly. It is very, very selfish. So naturally, that's very reflected here. However, you can see the other side of the spectrum where the people who are very selfless get very mad and frustrated because they're seeing a character do something like this. There's two sides of the extreme, and it's much more complicated than it initially appears. If we were to look at it from a casual viewer, which I was about an hour ago, lol, Johan, let me cook again, helps her with the injury, and he speaks his mind about how he wants to still be there despite not being together or loving together, and she thinks about how despite her rejecting him, he's still helping her out, living together. Yeah, I mean, I called this too. but I think it might be a little different. We'll see. I think it could be similar to that, but the love hotel theory. I like that one. Water. Yes, water. There's only 5 chapters left. Where? Who? What? 5 chapters of what? What the fuck are you talking about? What 5 chapters? No, there isn't. I don't know who the hell told you that, but that's never been confirmed by anything or anyone. Bro, water. No. Oh, are you telling me to drink? Are you telling me to drink water? Thanks. I probably forgot. What if after the resolution they go to Love Hotel and Chisuru tells them not to use the condoms, use Chisuru. No. That's not happening. No. That's pretty fucking stupid. No. When you read from Enders before, it was my take from my speculation about the end of the manga, not about the current arc. The Forest of Love will be shown in the very end, not right now. I don't know about that. It's an interesting concept, but I don't know about it being the end of the manga. I think they're going to get together before the end of the manga. This is a manga that's antithetical to that, traditional ending kind of shit. So it just feels like they're going to get together before the end of the manga. So I don't know about that. I think they will because Chisuru emptied her head with the ring because of the blah, blah, blah. 5 chapters from this arc, I guess, because some Reiji interview that people mentioned on Reddit. What? What are people talking about? What do you mean 5 chapters from this arc? Are you talking about it's going to end in 5 chapters from this arc? Who the hell said that? What interview? Because there's a lot of people who actively spread misinformation. Like someone... Yeah, no. Sorry, Bo, just give me a second. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck people are talking about. Oh, yeah, Boa. No, that happened too. I saw someone on Twitter post something, and the post like got 6K views, or 6K likes, and then literally in the comment below that they admit they don't even know if this is true, but they're glad they got likes. I'm like, yeah, real nice, buddy. Yeah. Ignorant hatred. Gotta love it. So yeah, I don't know where that 5 chapter thing is coming from. There's been no proof of that. No one else has said that. And I saw, I know someone named Vaughn who had like an account on Twitter who used YouTube to like try and translate what Reiji said on the Twitter space. And I don't even know if what they said was correct. Like I took it completely with a grain of salt. So I didn't want to say if it's true or not, because YouTube comment translation thing is not always accurate. Okay. What should I like read Verkez's stuff? Is there something I should be reading? We read this. God, oh my God, it's still oh my God, why is it still going? Why is this still going? Jesus. Fucking hell. It's still going. What? Well, at least let me see what kind of likes we're at. Do I have a lot of likes? How are the likes doing? Ooh, 3.3k likes. Let's go. That at least makes me happy. I speculated that we will get the relationship, marriage, and children, and then discover at the very end that Chizuru thought she never loved Kazuya. What would be the biggest what the fuck moment? That would be weird. Wait, it's still going. I can't read. What is it still going? Oh no, like people are still reacting to my posts on Twitter about the chapter. They're still fucking losing it on Twitter about the chapter. That's all. Even though I'm sort of disappointed in what happened, I'm just going to wait for the next one to see what happens. Yeah, just take it easy. I think Reiji's done a decent job building trust with us recently, so I think it's best to trust him. I think it's also really important to point this out. We're currently on the 11th of June. The anime airs on... Let me double check. Let me double check like the exact day the anime airs. I believe it's July 7th. There we go. It's the 4th of it's the 4th of July. July 4th. Okay. So the anime airs on July 4th. Let's pull up our calendar. Let's make sure you guys can see it. So right now we are don't do that. There we go. So right now we are on the 11th. So next chapter after that, and then the anime releases. And we'll have a chapter on the 1st. So, or the 2nd, technically speaking. So the next 3 chapters are going to be really important because I believe by the time the anime airs, we're going to have something big happens. There's no shot that Reiji's going to stay in this negativity by the time the anime airs. There's no shot. I don't believe it at all. I think by the time the anime airs, shit will be positive. He'll do a complete reversal by the 2nd. So mark my words, mark your calendars. By the 2nd, things will completely shift. Or the first for us. But yeah, by the 1st, I completely guarantee you things are going to shift. Okay? I predict the release date of season 4. Independence Day anime viewing. Let's go. I think that Reiji was pretty self-aware of the impact of chapter 380 to do a critical blow on the chapter 381. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knew. This attracted a lot of attention. And I think, and funny enough, I saw the director of season 1 and 2 comment on how the reaction online reminds him a lot of how things were before season 2 released. Because if you know anything, season 2 released after chapter 218, so there was a lot of people fucking pissed. So he's like, oh man, this reminds me a lot of that time when before season 2 released, and how people's reactions to her. And I'm like, that's so fucking funny. Poor guy. There are a lot of incel haters of this manga, and those that are deniers that they see mirror versions of themselves in Kazuya. What is your opinion of the anime? The anime is okay. I think season 1 has a lot of good shit. Season 2 is my least favorite season. I really don't like season 2. Season 3 is one of the better seasons, but it has poor animation and sometimes poor music choice, especially in chapter 164 or when Chizuru starts crying. I'm really not a fan of that. I think season 4 so far, from the teasers we've been shown, looks okay. It looks okay. It doesn't look amazing, but at the very least, it seems to be back on track in terms of visual consistency along season 2, where season 2 did at least have visual consistency. But other than that, I don't know. I personally will probably skip season 4. Don't want to backtrack, and I'm more excited for the current chapters. I'll watch it after it's completed. I just watch it with us. I'm probably gonna watch it live, so just watch it with us. My friend who doesn't even read manga knows about this. It's wild. Yeah. It's trending on Twitter. What happened in chapter 218? It's the chapter where Kazuya imagines Chizuru with Umi, and the entire internet fucking exploded. Basically, TLDR, the chapter leaked 2 weeks before it came out. 2 weeks before it even came out. And everybody was, doing the same thing they were doing here. They started spreading a lot of misinformation. They started framing it like it's the worst thing fucking ever. They're acting like Kazuya, got into the yard and Chizuru's having sex with someone else and the whole, it sucks. And then, that never really changed. And it is what it is. Read and find out. No, he was Black Lance. He's probably referring to like the online, nonsense. Kazuya next chapter will be like, how about no meme from Austin Powers? I think Chizuru is walking a very narrow path. If she continues like this, she will end up alone like her mother and marry some scumbag. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think if anything, she might just end up alone. But no, I don't. Chizuru won't marry someone like Umi, and I actually don't think Umi's a complete scumbag. Weirdly enough, I don't think so. I think there's a decent person underneath there, but he's not like a great person either. Like I do think if he does actually find love, he'll make that person happy. But Umi needs to change too. You know, he's still kind of a shitty person, and he'll get his comeuppance. Redeem himself and live a happy life with Kazuya. Okay. 2 rising actions set up chapters before a crescendo week of the anime premiere. Bro, that shit would be peak. I'm an Elden Ring fan. I'm illiterate. You're lost then, truly so. Jesus. Okay. Should we? I guess I can check Reddit. I'll just Verkez, if you're still here, is there like a particular thing you want me to read? What is this? Anime only. Oh my god, she's gonna end up with that guy. Oh my god, he's gonna end up with that girl. Wow. Fuck this. Get downvoted, asshat. Kano haters, Reiji, Kano fans. God. I'm remembering what I'm not a huge fan of. Oh, but now they're shipping Minnie. Activate the real hair. In life, you don't always get what you... Ugh, I'm so bored of this shit. And they're quoting this jackass. They're quoting this jackass who constantly just spends the time making fun of the series. Ugh. Oh my god, it got 1.9 million views. Ugh. Now I'm remembering why I didn't want to go to Twitter or Reddit. Yeah. Who are these? What the fuck are these people, dude? Like, I've never seen any of their names before. I've never seen any of these people's names before, except for this. Careless Fix, I know, because, yeah. Never seen them. I have seen this person. But all these other people, I've never seen them here. I do know Maddie. I do know JFK. Please take time to carefully the several warnings about the 24-hour rule. Yeah, I don't know who the hell these people are. I did not see them before. Weird. Damn, low offer post proliferated. And they're getting a lot of likes. Okay, maybe not too much. Twitter, probably more. Yeah, Reddit is not a great place right now. At least it didn't fucking crash. Like, with chapter 218, it straight up crashed. So at least it didn't crash. Absolutely, yes. Kazuya is definitely the stay-at-home and dad type. Maybe. I think Kazuya could do more. That one tweet that got 15 million views. Excuse me? What? There's a tweet that got 15 million views. What? And there's that one Kano subreddit who's began on manga. What in the fuck? What? Which one is what? Which one is it, Sheer? Which tweet got like 15 million views? Jesus. Wow. Let me get it. I'm seeing one with 10 million. What in the fuck? What in the fucking hell? Why is this shit always trending like that? Tears, man, you know the worst romance manga I've ever laid eyes upon. How original. I always hope to like change that stuff one day, but it just feels like you can't really do much about it. Naturally, I'm not like giving up. Don't worry about that. I'm just staying like, you know, it just blows. It just blows. I've read worse, honestly. Oh, it's not the fact that it's worse. It's the fact how many people it's reaching. That's my issue. This is our hate video reaction stream. Yeah, yeah, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. Gotta hand it to Reiji. He realized that today's world, hate sells better than anything else. Chapter 300 kind of proves that. I think he knows that, but he's not actually trying to do that intentionally to hurt people. Hello, Jaws. I just saw you like the stream too. How funny. And personally, I'm thrilled with everything that's going on in the manga. No other manga has ever given me such emotion, I swear. Yeah. Yeah. This is a manga that definitely kind of does that. I guess we're here. I was gonna find Verkez's post. End of the day. Latest chapter confirms a new ship. Blah blah blah. Semi enjoy the drama and how it flops, slows as a soap opera. Blah 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 blah. Oh my god, they're just saying the same thing at this point. They're literally regurgitating the same crap. Where's Verkez's fucking post? Whatever. Let's go to the serious discussion, and I'll just skip past most people because I don't want to. Oh my two. I'm already feeling tired. Jesus, subreddit is on fire so much that it made me active again on as a mod. Oh my god. Wow. This just proves one thing. Fandoms are the worst part of any story. Everything else you just described. Oh, and yeah, I've seen this. I've seen like people like saying mommy is right. I'm in the normal discussion? Oh, I am. You're right. I've seen that post where people are saying, "Oh, mommy is right," and I'm like, "No, no." Like, mommy only has like a surface level understanding of everything. Oh, is that why? So it's gonna be less now. 204. That's a little more realistic. Christ. Essays. Oh. At least I saw empty glimmer in here. At least during chapter 218, some people tried to understand what was going on. Here, they're just monkey mode. True. But like most people, like the online reaction is pretty much identical, I would argue. It's pretty fucking similar. It's trending again. It's causing a huge uproar. The only difference is Gigaka's you have to comment on it, but give him time. Give him a stream. Give him a little minute. Once he's free, he'll comment on it. Blah blah blah. Blah blah. Shipping Sumi. The Bizarre is not the only one to girlfriend who matters. Yup. The same stuff. Oopa Loompa. Oompa Loompas. Smart cooking pan. Didn't like this chapter. Just understand, I'm not just scrolling through these because like I don't care. I just look. I'll read when people seem like they're chill, right? I'll read when people seem like they're actually chill and they're thinking it through, not when they're like losing their shit and they're mad. I don't care about that. And to me, right now, most people are mad. I have to ask why. What was the point of another brutal rejection? Chapter 180 was already impactful enough, wasn't it? It wasn't about impact, right? If anything, this is the low before the high, but it wasn't about the impact. It's about Chizuru's character. Well, I think it's a good development for Chizuru to finally realize her indecisiveness was hurting Kazuya and that it's time to let him go, even if it meant she had to suffer. I really don't see yet what the purpose of another rejection in the story is. Well, the problem is you're focusing on like how a story should work. Okay, causing outrage even if the anime is just about to start. Have you considered? You have 3 chapters. reversal. That wouldn't make any sense and make the story be in a bad situation at the end of the fourth season would make even less sense. Maybe the goal was to make readers hate Chizuru. Maybe Reishi wants Kazuya and Chizuru to not get together at this point. It will be incredibly hard to justify Chizuru's actions now. With the ghosting she had to excuse of Ruka, here she does not. I feel like I've heard these exact words. Weird. I don't think it was meant to stress things at least. The chapter makes it clear it's quite a serious and sad moment. So yeah, I'm not sure why Reiji did it. It achieves pretty much nothing as it is, though I'm incredibly curious as to how things will proceed. What I think and hope it'll happen is Kazuya finally snapping at Chizuru, calling her out her awful toxic behavior and her idiotic reasoning. I don't think so. They need to confront each other. They need to fight. Chizuru needs to see how stupid she's being. I do think they do need to fight. I think that if Kazuya truly sees her as toxic, he does not understand her anymore. So I think Kazuya asking why makes a lot more sense. Kazuya truly asking why and like truly trying to understand Chizuru's confusion, what she's going through, makes a lot more sense. And also being able to see past all of that Chizuru is being deceptive vibe. I think Kazuya being able to see past that and realize she's not being toxic, she's just really confused, and what she did is stupid and bad, but she's not that, But I do think they do need to fight, right? I was leaning towards a fight too. It does look like Kazuya's going to snap. With the anime about to start, I don't think it would make any sense for the manga to be on a negative situation once the fourth season ends. The fourth season's like 24 episodes. That's long as fuck, dude. No, I've read posts talking about the confirmation bias, but I disagree with it. Chizuru has shown to be in love with Kazuya again and again, and not just in front of others. Yep. But also with herself. What I think made her choose to reject Kazuya is, as I've said above, her finally coming to the realization how her indecisiveness was hurting him. Okay. That seemed surprisingly contained. I think they don't understand the purpose of the rejection and the point of the time of it, but that was surprisingly reasonable. That was surprisingly very reasonable. I kind of liked what they had to say. I'll give you a thumbs up. I don't think it's necessarily true that it accomplishes nothing. Mommy called him a few chapters ago, now has a reason to call her back. It's kind of the opposite of the boat scene in a way. It's kind of the opposite of the base premise of Mommy rejecting him, resulting in him hiring Chizuru in the first place. Oh, there are a lot of potential developments to be had for sure. I'm just wondering what really the point of another painful rejection itself, given what it achieves, is making readers pissed at the series, author, and the main female character. I really want Kazuya to get angry and for them to fight over what happened. You're definitely right about pissing off the audience, that's for sure. It kind of reminds me of the thing about not complaining to friends about your partner. If you do, they'll remember the bad things you say about them, and even after you've forgotten to fight grievances, all that builds up over time. For Kazuya, he'll get over this and over her running away, over all the other insights. But in this case, we're the third-party friends, and we don't forget all the hurt. It makes it harder to be sympathetic. As someone who experienced that firsthand, yep, he's kind of right. It's why often you get POVs of those characters to make them sympathetic. A chapter of her inner monologues, Kazuya's style, as she freaks out and realizes she needs to reject him and why, even if her reasoning is flawed, would have gone a long way. But this is the story of Kazuya's love life, and sometimes part of that is not understanding fully where the others are coming from. Wow, they're making some good points. This is surprisingly fucking reasonable. Pissing off the audiences before the anime season 4 is the stupidest thing ever, but it hasn't aired yet. I'll be real. I think the very vast majority of anime watchers and manga readers probably don't interact with Twitter or Reddit at all. I don't know. I think they do. I think the overarching people don't. But the anime community, the anime or the manga community, yes, they do. Yes, they do. The larger scale people, they don't. But they do hear about this stuff, right? They do hear about this stuff. It's not as uncommon as you think. For those who are like on TikTok, you'll see a lot of people shit talking this series. And I would argue a lot more people that are anime fans that are casual go on TikTok. Most of my friends, the reason they found out about this is from TikTok, not Twitter. They don't go to Twitter. Twitter's a fucking incel cesspool. They don't fucking go to Twitter, but they will go to TikTok, and people will talk about it on TikTok, which brings up the point, maybe I should start making TikToks. Probably a good idea. Yeah, so the sub has 88k users with only 200 online at one time. That's nothing. Yeah, compared to the large scale of people, that is pretty fucking small. So yeah, that was surprisingly reasonable. I really liked that. That was actually constructive. It was meaningful. I kind of liked where they were coming from. So yeah, let's see this one. I say Kazuya manned up quite a bit while he was certainly devastated like all of us. While Chizuru brought his hopes sky high and crushed it all down in a jiffy, she recollects the kiss she had with him in paradise once again and states that she would do the same thing again and again in such a situation that this is the second time where she had staged her speech. So I feel that it's very important and special occasion for her. She also talked about the ring and her not having the right to put it on yet. While she has acknowledged that her feelings are existent, she's still persistent to deny that it's love. To be honest, I don't know why she's doing this, considering the advice she's got from grandma to turn down people immediately and not give false hope to them. She has done everything except that to Kazuya. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that in some ways kind of makes it a little worse. At this point, I feel sorry for my man Kazuya. He certainly is infuriated and disappointed by her words, but he did act like a man and did not show it on her. Some good development from his side, I'll say. The chapter concludes with Chizuru feeling pain, probably due to the sprain. I'm sure while Kazuya is devastated, he would certainly care for her and try his best to treat her sprain. I don't know why he might even carry her. I don't know. He might even carry her. Who knows? At this point, I feel we'll see more twists and turns to the plot. Reiji is certainly great at creating such twists and surprises. Agree. Wow. These are surprisingly meaningful and decent. Probably because it's the serious discussion. Probably because this is a serious discussion and not just like Twitter, right? Because it's not just Twitter, because these are people who actually read the manga. So in that sense, like, yeah, I don't completely agree, but most of it is constructive and meaningful. It feels like they actually like modicumly give a modicum of a shit. Right? And I think that helps. It helps when they're actually trying to engage. We finally found Verkaz. It only took a Christmas century. Let me read some of the comments before we start. If you read my post, it's downvoted. Hey, you got it too. Just know that I think they will end up in a relationship and Kazuya won't move out. They have to throw Minnie out. Counterpoint, Chizuru goes to live in her original room upstairs, and the room Chizuru and Minnie are currently staying in becomes Minnie's room, and Kazuya gets to stay where he's staying. That's a pretty good deal, am I saying? I agree, Jaws, because I don't think Minnie is the problem. She is idealistic, but she's not a bulldozer as you claim in your comment. That's because you're a mommy side. Mommy. That might be true. Jaws adores mommy. Who doesn't? Mommy. Oh, a lot of people don't like mommy. Sometimes I don't even like mommy, but I still like mommy when I don't like her. Now I understand why Kauka TV is calling a lot of funds monkeys. Not sure what that means. But I think mommy will show up soon. I don't understand her. Really good points. My friend don't like this manga. Another one from our personal group talks about the manga as if he knows what he's talking about. Oh yeah, no. One of the most popular things these days, and I think it's always been somewhat popular, is confident ignorance. People love to do this. They talk with so much confidence and gusto, like they know what the fuck they're saying, and it's dumb, right? Like, one such case was when we were watching the Mother's Basement video, and I was breaking it down. He's so confident in literally wrong information. He's literally saying the wrong shit, and he's so confident in it that people believe him. And I'm like, bruh, y'all's media literacy skills have plummeted. I left the group out of frustration, but I'm back again. I was added just as I was accidentally clicked left. Which group are you referring to? Are you referring to Korra's Discord, or are you referring to something else? I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Bomb. Yeah, I'm just gonna call you Bomb. Serious discussion has hope most of the time. I think the regulars in the serious discussion certainly care more than most. Yeah. Mommy is mommy. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. I got a friend who hates Chizuru and just calls her a P word, and there's no way getting to him. I just gave up. Yeah. You can't reason with people who view sex work in such a way. It's just you're not gonna get through them. You know. There's no point. I try. I try to like. I saw someone like on Reddit who I reported the post because I found it fucking disgusting, and it was literally Kazuya and Chizuru drawn like what is it? Will Smith slapping what's his face, and Kazuya was slapping Chizuru, and they wanted him to crash out like that, and it's just like it's just disgusting. Like that's your response to a girl turning you down to hit her, like because you didn't get what you wanted, and it's fucking vile. So yeah, so I reported that post and I called them out. I'm like, this is disgusting, and it's sad that you don't see how disgusting it is. And they try to justify it by claiming it's fiction, dude. It doesn't operate under real world moral codes. And I'm like, this story literally takes place in real life places you can go to. The characters operate under our moral codes. They're literally treated like real people. So your argument holds no basis. And the dude just keeps what ends up happening after. He just keeps talking, and he responds to me like 5 times, and I said, fuck it, I'm not responding anymore. I responded once, and then to a different post he made, and then I just moved on. I'm like, nope. No. This is not a person who will listen. This is not someone I can talk to in real earnest. He's just very convinced he is in the right, and it's disgusting. If you saw the one comment in the series by username NarrowGas, that was me, and I wrote all that because I couldn't sleep, laughed my ass off. In the serious discussion, okay, people read comments and form their opinions based on those comments, just as they watch videos and form their opinions based on those videos. They love to call it absorbing information via mitosis, as if their opinion is not formed under the weight of all the negative comments on Reddit and Twitter. Yeah. Just our personal group, Facebook Messenger. Yeah, the post is black holed. Ooh, hell yeah. Just my friend and their friends. Yeah, this was that was absolute garbage post, and people were liking it. There was like 100 people who liked it. I felt disgusted. But I'm in the Kanokari Discord. I'm in the Kanokari Discord too. I just don't go there very often because, I'll literally call what happens in this chapter, and they'll tell me I'm overthinking it. I'll literally tell them what's happening in this chapter. Like, I'll predict chapter 380, and they'll tell me I'm overthinking it. So I just don't need that kind of environment where it's like everything you say is just constantly thrown into doubt. I want to have a real discussion, right? Mommy became best girl in one chapter, and Chizuru's the worst. What's wrong with you, all you people? Yeah. Yeah, people conveniently forget bad things. I actually slept pretty good yesterday, but I was stressing out for most of the day. And eventually I just calmed down, went to my room, and then turned on a streamer I like, and then just, played some video games, then went to bed. From previous serious discussion posts, it is probably not a stretch to assume that we will reach the climax of the arc next chapter. Just wow, mad respect for Reiji's handling this. The guy's an absolute genius. I'm telling you, he is not down playing with us. Done playing with you. Let's do the analysis. This will be good. I know I said it last time, but I fell for a trap that only I might have fallen into because no one else thought that far. Looking at my post about the big illusion and the end of the manga, if you want to... Oh, okay. I'll just open that up, I guess. If you want to learn more, but be warned that I might spoil the surprise for the end if you do. Ha 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 ha. There's no way Reiji would explain that yet. There's so much else to unveil still. I again promise that this will be good. After saying she might love Kazuya, Chizuru pulls out the ring. She says that she has been thinking about it all month. Does she have any right to put on this ring? She loves Kazuya's family, but she still can't wear it yet. Chizuru doesn't regret the kiss. She would do it again. This is what she also told Minnie in chapter 235. She has complicated feelings about the kiss. She didn't want to face Nagomi or Kibe. She mentions that she couldn't forgive Mommy, which she... has never before told Kazuya. True. Yeah, that was big. The mommy thing is huge. The mommy thing is huge. She mentions that she couldn't forget mommy, which she has never told Kazi before. She also felt guilty for not telling Sayuri the truth. Love doesn't quite describe what she is feeling for Kazuya. She might have feelings for him, but considering everything, she doesn't think she can jump into a relationship right now. She bows down and apologizes. Let me tell you that what Chisuru said there here was nothing but truth. She said she wouldn't lie to Kazuya. You misspelled Kazuya, you fool. Everything is invalid. Nothing matters anymore. Your entire argument is fucking invalid. You misspelled one word. Okay. I'll be right back. I just gotta use the restroom. BRB. Sorry. Didn't mean to go away like that. I had to just check on a few different things, check on family, and use the restroom. Damn. Fucking my own tea bag. Like an idiot. Oh. I corrected Kazuya's name. You're right. The mistake is unforgivable. I deeply apologize. Dude, I'm just fucking with you. I don't care. I'm just fucking with you. I don't give a shit. Where were we? Damn, did you change more than I thought? No, it's about the same. After saying she might love Kazuya, yep, 235, yep. Kazuya, it's still wrong here. I'm not gonna update it. I'm gonna keep it the same. I'm not gonna change it so you remember. She said she wouldn't. Oh, let me tell you, Chizuru has nothing wrong with the truth. She said she wouldn't lie to Kazuya, except she did. We talked about how there is one particular line where she lied, right? There's one tiny line where she lied and it reflects the truth she is hiding. There it is. Chapter 200 or 379. The single lie that highlights the thing she is not saying. Chizuru lied since the one time I haven't cried, right? That's a lie. She did cry and she kept it a secret because she never saw it. Yep. And that's the one thing that influences this entire date, right? This is the one thing that, like, and not the date, the confession. The confession she gives, this is the biggest influence in that entire sequence. And it's just this little line she says. And it's a dead giveaway for how alone and sad she actually feels. because she doesn't want him to know. And then she keeps that promise of, since that one time I haven't cried. She almost cries here, and she doesn't. She stops herself from crying because she has no right to cry. Yep. Okay. Where were we? So she kept that promise. So this kept her promise. So she also didn't leave anything out. That was complete honesty. She told him at the start of the investigation already that she would only agree to a relationship if she was sure of her feelings. She's still not sure. Consequently, she rejects him. She thought this was the right choice, but I will say it here as well. But I will say it here as well. That was an illusion. Okay. My reading has gotten worse, goddammit. My reading has gotten worse. Curses. Ugh, maybe I need more water. BRB again. I'll be right back. I'm just grabbing water. Oh. Sorry, came back. I was quick. I got my water. Oh, okay. Back to reading. Where were we? Oh yeah. Okay. Kazuya, where is it? Bows down and apologizes. Chizuru did not lie. Was part of the illusion. There's also chapter 363 where Chizuru fakes a smile to the boy close to the end of the chapter where you can see she's hiding something. What? 363. Oh. I talked about this in my 363 video. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. You're referring to this, where Chizuru smiles and she's in shadows and it looks like she's gonna fucking murder someone, right? But do you know what Chizuru is hiding here? What's Chizuru's question? How many kids do you want? That kid is literally a reflection of what she wants and is looking directly at her. You gotta fucking say it. You goddamn coward. You're gonna fucking say what's on your mind. Yeah, that's what this is. That's the point of this. That's why she smiles like that. She's pissed. It's like the world's telling her, ask the question, you fucking coward. That's the point. Okay. Where were we? But I will say here as well, that was an illusion. Chizuru rejecting him, she thought it was the right choice, but that was an illusion. Kazuya is understandably shocked. He tells her that he is just happy that she feels so strongly about it. He can see how hard she thought about this. This doesn't help him. This looks like it is the end. He thinks it is time to go. Chizuru has a blister on her at her heels. What next? Yeah, it's a heel blister. Her fucking Achilles, bro. The teaser for next time is, are you going home first? This will be the end of the date. It will be the end of the volume. It'll be set the tone for the next one. So we already talked about, there's a very real chance it's not the end. Next chapter, there's a very real chance it's not the end of the date. So best not to assume that it's the end. Let's just take like this part with a grain of salt, but okay. I first thought there was a lot of flexibility still for how this might play out, but I have realized that there's realistically only one way for this to go. So I will tell you about it right here, right now. We talked about like a bajillion different ways this could go. So there isn't, but I'll hear you out, buddy. Let me start with the simple fact that this is the climax of the investigation arc. Reggie has planned this out since literally the start of the investigation, since the ghosting, in fact. He planned out the cohabitation since the ghosting. He wanted to do that. I don't know if he planned this particular date. I don't know where you got that information. You'll have to let me know where you got that particular information, because I didn't know that he planned this particular date. He planned the cohabitation. And probably during the cohabitation, he was planning this date. I'll give you that. But other than that, I'm really not sure. Thinking about it realistically, think about it realistically. There's no way he could mess this up. This is all coming full circle, and I will show you how. The main character of this arc is Minnie. Yes, you heard that right. Weirdly, I kind of like agree and I don't. I kind of agree and I don't. I'm fully serious here. I know you're confused because you could not have seen this coming. You're wondering why. She's been present for most of it, but she hasn't really done anything now, has she? She was just there to observe. She was just the audience stand-in. She stands to have an agenda of her own. She doesn't stand to have an agenda of her own. She wants the same thing as these two and the same thing as we all want. She was just there to tell the characters the obvious sometimes because these two lovable idiots are just too dense. And it was just getting annoying. Yes, you're right. She did. And that is interference, if you want that or not. I will write a long article about it later, but here's the core. To Chisuru, Kazuya is her strong, confident hero. He made her a movie and he saved her. He could do anything. When Minnie suggested that they should both try living together, she caused Kazuya to disagree, which led Chisuru to think that he didn't want to live together. If she agreed with Minnie, she gave Kazuya that same impression. They both still think they didn't want to live together. Okay. I do agree. I do agree that Minnie is interference. I completely agree with that. I was saying the same thing. Around those chapters, I was saying the same thing. A lot of people were like, oh, Minnie's the GOAT. I'm like, no, Minnie is like both the GOAT and fucking everything up. So I do kind of agree to some degree. Agree to some degree. Okay. Kazuya didn't end up... okay. They both had no choice to know each other for real. They both had no chance. Wait. I'm skipping a little bit. Yeah. Minnie, over the course of the cohabitation, always consistently pushed her own biased view on them. Did I talk about... Yo. I talked about this, by the way. I talked about Minnie's view and how it's actually influencing the state and how Minnie doesn't get it. When did you join Verkez? When did you jump into the stream? I just want to ask that. Because I talked a lot about Minnie at the start of this. Like, a whole fuck ton. And I hadn't read anything you wrote. At that point, I had not read a single thing you wrote. This is just me, like, finding shit out later. Minnie indirectly causes the ice cream disagreement. What do you mean? Which ice cream disagreement? What are you referring to? When I'm done, please rewatch the beginning of the stream. I'll probably edit it into a video after this. I've been planning to edit some sort of video, but yeah. Okay. Chizuru, Kazuya is her strong... Yep. Kazuya is a great hero. But Minnie views that too, right? Minnie views Kazuya as a great hero. And Chizuru is the Iron Lady that needs to be conquered. They both had no choice to get to know each other for real. Kazuya came closer than Chizuru because she had decided to open up. But Kazuya didn't open up about himself at all. I have pointed out to you again and again how he was the one who is less open than the Iron Lady Chizuru. This is completely true. They reversed roles. Kazuya and Chizuru completely reversed roles in this arc, and I talked about this. Kazuya is in Chizuru's position, and Chizuru is in Kazuya's position. They've reversed roles, so that actually falls perfectly in line. Minnie's praise of her master confirmed what Chizuru had already believed, and she felt more and more unworthy of her hero. Yeah, and that adds in with Kibe and Nagomi and pretty much anyone Chizuru talked to when she looked for their perspective, where they just told her the things she already kind of knew. She came to the conclusion that she was holding him back, that she was the reason he couldn't move on when she ghosted him because she didn't reject him after his confession, and he never showed any real interest in her during the cohabitation. He was just caring for her and pitied her. She had to set him free. I don't completely agree with this. I get you, but I don't completely agree with this. I think there's truth to the Minnie part. I agree with the Minnie part. I agree with Kazuya being put on a pedestal as a contrast to how many people thought Kazuya was putting Chizuru on a pedestal. I agree in that department. I don't fully agree with the idea that like Kazuya was just pitying Chizuru. I don't think so. I think Chizuru let him go because of that hopeful idea that they could be together, but she wasn't ready, so she had to let go. So I don't know about that. I think this is simplifying a little too much. I think you're like, oversimplifying the situation because Chizuru clearly knows and sees how much love he has to give. He's not doing this out of pity or just because he's caring for her. It's just because Kazuya has a lot of love to give and she doesn't think she's worthy of that. So I think you're on the right track and you just kind of messed up. Here's the best way I can put it. You were on the right track, but you messed up your conclusion. That's all. You're on the right track, but you messed up your conclusion. At least I believe so. Before she did that, she wanted to enjoy one last date with her hero. The date is now over. Her dream is over as well. Yes, I did say this is the end of the dream, if you will. Literally shown in how they reached a dreamlike place. It takes place during the night. It takes place during the time of dreams and mystery, of the unknown, of secrets. Yeah. So, naturally, getting to this area signifies the end of a dream, much like how Sayuri passed away in the darkness, right? That when her dream died, she died too. When Chizuru's dream was achieved, Sayuri could die. Okay. When, more accurately to say, I think when Katsuhiro's ideals won over Sayuri, her counter ideal, now dead, matched her character literally passing away. Her journey was over. So I think that is maybe more accurate for Sayuri, but for Chizuru, yes, this is the end of a dream. I do somewhat agree with that idea. This entire cohabitation saga was a dream. It was a fantasy Chizuru finally got to live, and this is the end. Damn. So bleak when you think of it like that. Before that, she wanted to enjoy one last day with her hero. For him to be able to finally find someone worthy, she has to reject him. Even though it hurts like fucking hell, she should just not cry. He might take pity on her again. She gives him the speech we saw. And now, Kazuya should be angry. This is totally unfair to him. She told him all these nice things and made him feel like he had a chance, and then she still rejected him? Why? Was nothing he ever did for her good enough? How much more does she want? What would her oh so perfect boyfriend need to do then? Yeah, no shit, he isn't give a helicopter, but please, girl, a little bit more modesty. I don't know. I don't think that's how Kazuya is thinking about it. I liked a little bit more of Mute's interpretation in terms of what Kazuya is thinking, that he's pissed at himself, at the scenario, and at her reasoning, but not that particular reasoning. Not that he hasn't given enough, but maybe that Chizuru's reasoning isn't even about him, right? Chizuru's love. That's my issue, I think. If you'll notice Chizuru's rejection, let's read it one more time. If you'll notice, Chizuru's rejection isn't even about him, if you think about it. Like, chapter 380, let's read it. It's not even technically about him, and that's part of the frustration and anger. She talks about him, and she says she might love him, but then her reasoning for not being with him is that it's about the ring. It's about all of these other feelings that have nothing to do with Kazuya, right? So she feels guilty about her grandma. So she can't bear to look Nagomi-san and Kibe-san in the face. So she can't forgive mommy. Maybe that's the reason I kissed you, right? My current lifestyle, my work, everything else. I just don't think something like it. None of it is about him. It's not about Kazuya, and I think that would piss me off more. Why is your decision on whether we date or not based on all these external factors that have nothing to do with me, right? Like, why are you basing this entire rejection? And think about that. This entire rejection is based on the kiss at Hawaiians, not anything else. Not the entire experience they had together, none of that, but that moment in Hawaiians. That's illogical. There's no the reasoning here is not as logical as it appears because she's framing her entire opinion around other people. That would make me more pissed. I would be more fucking pissed by that rather than it's not like, I didn't do enough. It's not that he didn't do enough. It's clear he did enough. She's implying he did a lot here, right? She's implying he's great. He's not doing anything wrong. It's literally everything else. And it's like, bro, the fuck? We can't date because of external factors, because of things that are completely not in our control? How is that fair? Right? That seems pretty fucking stupid. And I think that is part of Kazuya's anger. Maybe he'll think to himself, why couldn't I have paid more attention to these things? Why couldn't I have called that stuff out? And in the end of the arc, it seems like the coming full circle of that will be the fundamental antithesis to everything Paradise is, which is about everybody else. This is about the end of this arc, to me, is going to be fuck everyone else. Fuck what everyone else thinks. Screw Minnie's advice. Screw what Minnie thinks. Screw Kazuya's family and mommy and everybody else. They don't matter. That's not what they want doesn't matter. What we want matters, right? Like what do we want with each other? That's what matters, not what they want. There's a reason before we start this arc in chapter 351, we see Kazuya trimming his eyebrows, and Nagomi tells him, "This is a gift from your grandpa. Don't trim this." And then, "Oh, does Chizuru want this? Now you can do it." Oh, please, Jaws, you would love to screw mommy. Who are we kidding? You simp the ever-living shit out of mommy. Who are you kidding? Okay. Let's see what people said. She rejected herself and her desires. Yep, she's not rejecting him, she's rejecting that moment. She's rejecting those instances. If anything, I feel like this rejection is for her. She's rejecting herself. She's like, this. Do you know what this particular so I just realized this line, but considering my current lifestyle, my work and everything else, I just don't think this is something I can jump into right now. This is her lying to herself. This is her excuse to herself, not to him. That's not a justification, that's an excuse. This is the justification. This is the excuse. She's telling herself this. This is Chizuru turning herself down. What? We're going to go to Twitter, but only to me. To me, my X-Men. To me, my X-Men. For a perfect penultimate chapter. But something felt a little strange. The build-up of the presentation was a little odd. It feels incomplete. Yes, blah, 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 blah. There are things that haven't been shown yet. The chapter also cool visual parallel. Nope, no, not this one. We're gonna go back a little more. Am I in the right spot? No, wrong one. Just bear with me, fellas. We're gonna go to chapter 378. I have something kind of important to say about chapter 378. Okay. The start and end of the chapter parallel each other in reverse ways. In the opening, it is Chizuru being confessed to and turning someone down. In the ending, it is framed as Chizuru responding, but in reality, it might be Chizuru confessing. I misunderstood this. It is not Chizuru confessing. It is Chizuru getting ready to be rejected. In fact, it is Chizuru rejecting herself. Another thing to point out is how much Chizuru wants to avoid looking. She closes her eyes at first and looks down. She runs away when seeing someone waiting for her. Heck, when Sayuri asks her what she did, she can't look at her. Her face is blank. This is until Sayuri makes her look. So remember how she runs away. She can't look at Sayuri. Sayuri's face is blank. We can't see Sayuri's face. When Sayuri says, "So you turned them down, right?" The expectation. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? She doesn't want to do that. She doesn't want to do that. She hates this decision. She does not want to do this decision. As a mirror to current events. How she doesn't want to do these particular things in these sets of events. I don't know how serious they are. 2 or 3 guys ask me out every day. They could just be joking. Sayuri makes her look. She's like, you know what? I'm taking this. I'm going to make the decision. I'm going to take your sweets away until you make the decision you're supposed to. Okay. Sayuri calls out Chizuru's behavior of not wanting to see, the choice to make it easier on herself, challenging her to be honest about how she feels and giving her answer clearly if she knows, taking pride in being asked out and turning them down earnestly, to feel that pain. This informs so much of Chizuru's actions. It's not to be swept up by feelings and take responsibility for her choices. These words match Minnie's words to her during the 3-month time skip, thus giving more meaning to Chizuru's look at Sayuri's photo after choosing to finally move. But even more so, notice how Chizuru's eyes are open here versus the opening where they are closed. One is in light, one is in shadow, one is from afar, one is up close, one is cool and collected, the other is hot and messy. These events are opposites, yet intentionally connected. In a lot of ways, Kazuya walking away is much like Sayuri walking away in the flashback. He's leaving, if you will, and she doesn't want him to leave. The but is intentionally misleading you as the viewer, just as the opening is. We need to see Kazuya's side because it is our side. Kazuya misinterpreting events and freaking out is us misinterpreting events and freaking out. The chapter does not resolve because, in a lot of ways, we never understood it in the first place. The ending highlights what we haven't been seeing, that Chizuru is taking a leap of faith. She's about to fuck up, but she's also not concluding anything. Just as in the flashback, in chapter 378, how does the flashback end? We don't see her reject anybody. In this chapter, chapter 380, we don't see her reject anybody. She just stumbles over her words and says, but actually, which sets the wrong precedent, considering she's supposedly about to reject him. See what's happening? It was never actually a solution. There was never a real solution here. Whereas the opening is about rejecting people in earnest if you're not in love, the ending is about accepting the fear you feel in showing your love because you know you're placing yourself in their shoes, putting yourself where they were and taking pride in that, yin and yang. Seriously, look at their positions. Chizuru is where the men who confessed to her were, and Kazuya stands where others are usually confessed to. We're not seeing the obvious, that it's not about rejection, but preparing to be rejected and accepting the pain of that to get happiness. Or maybe to not even get happiness, to just, we're changing events a little bit. Remember, I wrote this before we even got there, right? So I literally called this, right? That Chizuru is preparing to get rejected here. That Chizuru is walking into this with the idea of being rejected, of just rejecting herself, if you will. She's rejecting herself. She's putting in the position of being rejected. The chapter is brilliant in that way because now Kazuya's thoughts freaking out are recontextualized, thinking of them not from the perspective of rejection, but from how Chizuru felt being confessed to. He now knows how she felt and how quickly her mind used to race then. The chapter ending in perfect symmetry, as it does, reflects that. 2 panels are perfectly square. Chizuru's words are reaching Kazuya, one in the dark as light shines, the other in light, while the shadows are behind. Perfectly balanced like a bridge, like yin and yang, true equilibrium. The chapter is about the lack of certainty that comes with asking someone out and the certainty that one must deliver in response if they have an answer, not the other way around. Chizuru's giving an answer is also her confessing. She's playing both roles, as does Kazuya. Again, this isn't completely accurate, but it's kind of important to read to understand that Chizuru is being placed in the position of both roles. She's giving an answer and rejecting herself. So she's both confessing and rejecting herself. She's rejecting her own confession. Damn, girl. This reverse of roles is core to the chapter's themes, its conclusion, and even the discussion of gender norms brought up in chapter 367 and what roles people have in relationships. Men confessing, women being confessed to. It's all the opposite of who Chizuru is. And what did Kazuya think he had to do in the end of this sequence? Do you guys remember what Kazuya thought before Chizuru grabbed his arm and stopped him from moving? He thought he had to confess one more time, only to realize how stupid that was, right? That's one of the reasons Kazuya is pissed. There was no confession to make. There was nothing that was never going to happen. It was actually all just a big rejection that was misleading you. It was part of the illusion. There's layers to the illusion. And then we don't need to read the next time. Okay. Let me read some of the comments. 300 is all about Kazuya. 380 is about her own unworthiness. Yes, this was what I got from the rejection as well. That's the point. If you look at the external factors are worth more points than everything Kazuya has done for her. Okay. Screw mommy. How dare you? This too matters. This too matters. Kazuya needs to ask her, are you rejecting me or them? Damn. That'd be kind of interesting. That's true. I disagree with you, Han, because in the end, their fault by not dealing with the first lie that there was comes down to them because they never addressed the problems. What are you referring to, Loka? I'm a little confused. What are you referring to? What first lie? Right? Because I said before they weren't ready to deal with a lot of their core problems. That's a part of what coping is. You're not ready to deal with your problems. Now they are. Now they've reached a point where they can. Your hero for going on Twitter. Oh boy, you don't realize how much on Twitter I was yesterday. And it was bad. I was doom scrolling. I shouldn't have been doing that. Minnie is like Maureen from Dress Up Darling, built to be loved. Kind of. I think Minnie, unlike okay. Here's my take on your particular statement. Maureen is in fact built completely to be loved. She is designed in every conceivable way to be enjoyed. She is fundamentally antithetical to everything Chizuru is. Maureen is in every conceivable way the perfect waifu. She is written, designed, and presented to be loved, sexualized, and literally idolized to hell and back, right? Chizuru is fundamentally antithetical to Maureen. I know you're talking about Minnie, but give me a sec. Chizuru is fundamentally antithetical to Maureen because Chizuru presents herself as all of these things, but she is not these things. She is a real human being who is not an ideal. She is a human being who has problems, things she's going through, and she's not perfect, right? Maureen is perfect. Maureen is perfect in every conceivable way. And that to me makes her a boring fucking character. Maureen is a very boring fucking character. She was interesting at first, but she becomes a very boring fucking character later because she's built to be loved. She's not actually interesting. Gojo is interesting. Gojo seemingly has an actual character arc. Maureen really kind of fucking doesn't. The unfortunate thing about My Dress Up Darling, in my opinion, is that it's a series built to be liked from the ground up. And while it has a lot of things it wants to say, it doesn't know how to cohesively mix it together into a true narrative. It focuses so much on cosplay rather than actually telling an interesting story. It's how the characters interact with the cosplay, but it's like it's trying to do what this series does. Where the characters are the plot, but it makes the characters boring as shit. So there's no plot. So I feel very fucking bored. Unless you're really into the characters. Like if you're genuinely super fucking invested in the characters of Dress Up Darling, somehow, I can't be, then the story will be boring as shit. Or the story will be, if you're not, then the story will be boring as shit. Okay. But as for Minnie and Maureen, Minnie is similar to Chizuru. Minnie is not like Maureen. She's not built to be loved. She is the opposite of Kazuya. She is a reflection of the viewers. She says exactly what you want her to say. But the thing is that the brilliance of Minnie's character is underneath all of that. There's this person who's also actively showing you what you're doing wrong, and you don't see it. You don't see that at all. You don't see that Minnie reflects every part of you, but she's presented positively intentionally to mislead you, to love everything she says and not realize she can be an interference. She can be a problem, that Minnie has a bias around the story, and that bias is actually influencing how you're interacting with the narrative. Minnie is the reverse of Maureen, whereas Chizuru is antithetical to Maureen. Minnie is the reverse of Maureen. She presents a similar idea to bait you in, to trick you into thinking you understand Minnie's character, that she's simply a plot device similar to Maureen. Except Minnie is actually actively in some ways interfering with the plot, getting in the way, messing with you constantly. Minnie literally presents to you what you believe and what you want to see, but it also shows how Minnie doesn't understand the plot nearly as well as we think she does. And this is something we see in the very beginning of my stream, where I was talking about how Minnie actively used to talk about Chizuru being deceptive, being misleading, being a bad person. And Kazuya would tell her, no, I'm grateful you're on my side, but I don't agree with you at all. You clearly don't understand Chizuru, right? And it shows that just like how Minnie does not understand Chizuru's character, the audience doesn't either. Just as Minnie doesn't fully understand Kazuya, the audience doesn't either. Okay, let's go back to okay. Yeah, I said that this is serious discussion. All the external stuff is what's the problem, not anything related to her work or lifestyle. She's got a lot of guilt and is trying to run away. Yeah, in some ways, Chizuru is still kind of running away, but she's rejecting herself. In some ways, she's not running. In some ways, she thinks she's not running. It's a rejection. She thinks she's doing the right thing. In reality, she's running. Minnie has more personality than Marin, in my opinion. Oh yeah, way more. Minnie's actually fucking interesting as a character. Yeah, oh sure. I mean that her character is adorable, that everyone also sims her. Yeah, but they simp her for reasons they don't understand. Johan, thanks for clarifying all the people about Rag. There's so much misinformation on X. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Gotta love it. Carl Olsen from Tomo-chan is a girl, is adorable as fuck too. Carol, so Tomo-chan is a girl, was an okay series. I didn't like how they talked about like gender and shit, and you know, the main guy is kind of actually fucking toxic. Like people would love to say, oh, Chizuru is toxic, and then you see that dude from that series literally being a piece of shit, and the story acknowledges him being a piece of shit, and nobody says he is. And like, bruh, that dude's actually fucking a terrible person. Like, what a stupid fucking high schooler. Like, I fucking hated it. I really hated the main dude in that one. Like, I get Tomo-chan as the main character, but the guy she liked was such an asshole. Like, I really didn't like him until the very end, where he like actually started to change and actually make meaningful changes. But I did not like the main dude. He was such a dick. Carol, I think, was kind of cute. Yeah, I think that, but in different ways. It's really sad that Chizuru is killing her feelings because she thinks she don't deserve to date Kazuya. I hope she will still love herself more. Yeah, this arc will be about that. I like the series, but mostly because of Gojo. Oh, you're talking about Marin is too possessive and childish too. I mean, Marin being I don't care about Marin's flaws because they aren't really highlighted. It's just silly. It's just silly how it's presented. It's not built and executed well, in my opinion. I just don't found it interesting. It's the only, like, I vividly remember when I was reading Discourse, when I got to like the final chapters, I'm like, holy shit, they feel like characters again. Like, they were so boring for like a good 40% of the manga, 50% of the manga. They were so fucking boring as characters. And then I got near the end of it. I'm like, oh my God, they feel like characters again. It feels like their character arc from the start, like, actually fucking continued all of a sudden. And suddenly they feel like real people again. And it was such a weird whiplashy feeling. I was just in fucking shock. But, and then it just resolves. It just kind of ends. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess they just needed to get an ending out. It's cool, but we can't even compare her to Chizuru. Yeah, it felt like every time My Dress Up Darling tried to do something interesting, the fan base rebelled. MDD, My Dress Up Darling. Yeah, I don't know about that. But fan bases are always like this. I didn't know how the fan bases reacted, but you know, Dress Up Darling just kind of felt okay and boring. I think the problem is just kind of lost track of its characters and focused too much on the cosplay. Chizuru is way better character than Marin. My Dress Up Darling is like a junk food. I like it, but I love junk food too. Yeah, the whole Henel arc in Murata was really, in my opinion, was really good in my opinion, but God, some fans couldn't handle a little bit of drama. I didn't like that arc. Not because of drama, but because it was written like ass, in my opinion. I thought it was just absolutely silly high school shit. And the drama was not interesting, in my opinion. I thought the drama was like the most basic shit ever. And it was so fucking stupid. And it was founded on the stupidest fucking misunderstandings. Like, literally, there was no build up to it. It just fucking happened. And it's just, bro, like, what the fuck? I thought it was so stupid. I'm sorry. I thought it was so fucking stupid. I really didn't like that arc. I don't mind a story doing something different. I think if you can execute drama well, it's interesting. I didn't like how he was executing the drama. I found it super fucking boring. It like, because the problem was, it felt like there was no real meaning or weight. It's just a super simple misunderstanding. Literally, Gojo feels unworthy of her, and Marin is misunderstanding that Gojo didn't fuck her. That's it. That's literally it. He goes to her house and he doesn't assault her at night when she said she didn't want to do anything and he didn't even want to do that in the first place. Then she gets sad he didn't have sex with her. I'm like, what's the logic here? And then he starts acting distant from her and acting weird because he doesn't feel like he's worthy to be around her. You know, the same exact thing from the very beginning of the series. But now suddenly, you know, for very strange reasons. And then he confesses to her and they just get together. And it's like, you know, it was somewhat interesting for Gojo as a character, just a little bit, but like and I get it. This sounds similar to what we're talking about, but this has so much more depth and meaning and build up to it. And so much time was given to that specific feeling of lacking worth, of not being good enough, of the layers and layers and layers around it for Chizuru and Kazuya's characters. But with that one, is just, you know, Gojo is making costumes. The costume reflects his self-worth. And then he puts the costume on Maureen, and then he sees how amazing she is, and he's like, damn, she's going to go higher than I'll ever reach. And then I'll never be with her. And then he's like, I'm all sad. And he starts giving like super serious, sad looks. And it just, they constantly, I think that's the other problem, is like Dress Up Darling overused the serious look as a joke. It kept overusing the serious look as a joke, where it's like, 1 minute, like, you're seeing Gojo look super serious and it's a joke. 1 minute he looks super serious and we're supposed to take him seriously. But then I'm just like, I don't know, it just seems like you used that a whole fucking bunch of times and I don't really care for it anymore. And it's literally the same fucking look. Like, every time Gojo does it, I'm like, count down every time Gojo looks super serious for some weird fucking reason. And it's just, the problem with the story is it had good conceptual ideas behind it, I believe. I think it had some good conceptual ideas. I liked its initial thematic ideas of like acceptance through cosplay, accepting other people, accepting other gender norms, accepting like people being different through cosplay. Like, you're seeing people cross-dressing, you're seeing like how people can express themselves through cosplay. I thought that was such an interesting concept, and they try to explore this more. The problem was it just feels really fucking boring because the characters themselves don't feel interesting. The ideas around the characters are interesting. The characters themselves aren't interesting. And that is reflective of how people used to talk about Dress Up Darling, essentially drifting towards cosplay rather than, and then ignoring the romance. I think a better thing to say is that it didn't just ignore the romance, it kind of ignored the characters in favor of the cosplay and what the cosplay expresses. And I think that really shot it in the foot. The biggest problem of Dress Up Darling is it doesn't have good balance. It doesn't have good balance and execution of its characters in coherence with its own plot, which makes it feel really fucking boring later on because it's just, you know, plot kind of, but not the characters themselves, right? Like that's why when I saw the whole Maureen thing, I felt nothing. I felt nothing when Maureen felt like Gojo will just drift away from her, when he implied none of that. Nothing about that sequence implied Gojo didn't want to be around her. Her entire basis of Gojo possibly rejecting her is that he didn't want her body. And I'm just like, that's so fucking stupid. What the shit? That feels like such a shallow understanding of romance. What the actual shit? Especially considering early on in the series, it like when you're seeing it from Gojo's POV, it seems so meaningful. It seems like they complete each other. It seems like Maureen like feels complete because Gojo helps her express this part of her, and then you're seeing Gojo feel more complete because she's helping him express himself through the cosplays. I'm like, okay, this seems like a meaningful, interesting story, and then it devolves to that crap, and I'm like, okay, this just feels really fucking stupid. Like, literally Maureen's character devolves as she's not even a character by the end of the story. Like, she's just literally the goal. She's just literally the goal, like the girl to get with, and she just feels more like a plot device than an actual fucking character. That's one of my biggest issues, is Maureen is not an interesting character. She was initially. There was a lot of potential for Maureen's character, and I felt none of it near the end. I just didn't care. Dress Up Darling is a manga about cosplay and the making of costumes. The doll Maureen is not that important. She is to wear Kaojo's costumes. The romance is quite uninteresting. Yes, and in fact, the author openly said multiple times in interviews and in the back of the mangas, they literally said, Maureen is there for fan service, and Gojo is the character. right? Gojo is very feminine, and he's antithetical to traditional male characters, whereas Marin is there for the fan service, and that's why she constantly draws her like that. That's why Marin is constantly presented like that. She can show the fan service through Marin. And that just, that just kind of killed all the feelings I had for the stories. I'm like, oh, so that's literally all Marin is. And then when you go back and you go through the story, you're like, oh, that's literally all Marin is. She's literally there just to give people ass and titties. And it just felt weird after that. After I heard that from the author, I'm like, damn, like I just feel really weird about the series now. The first lie about the why is it bad? Can you explain? I explained. Marin is a maniac pixie dream girl. Let's see. So the first lie about the relationship lying to anyone, I think Chizuru realizes that they need to resolve that before moving on and dating. I think I don't agree with that. I think they need to lie. They need to stop lying to themselves. Kisukoi is a very shallow. Is that what it's called? Is that like the abbreviation for My Dress Up Darling? Kisukoi. Is a editorial. Rag is a narrative. Oh, and My Dress Up Darling animation's God tier as well. That helps a lot its popularity. Oh, yeah, the animation is actually bonkers. The visual direction of that series is fucking insane. Like, Jesus Christ, it's so good. The anime actually elevates the story. I'm gonna just be fucking real. The anime elevates the shit out of that story. Like, they actually, oh my god, it's bonkers. They do such a good fucking job. Chizuru seemingly just confirmed that Minnie was right and Chizuru was an unfair person. Or Verkez, that is the bias of Minnie, and we're not actually seeing Chizuru as clearly as we think we do. And if we look past that illusion that Minnie has placed, because now it's acting as confirmation bias for us, we'll see the real Chizuru. Okay. Let's see. I need to ask, do you... Where were we? The last arc with the nun cosplay was a disaster. Fans didn't like it at all. I thought it was so fucking boring. That's actually around the time when I kind of fucking stopped reading. Like when they introduced this new girl who doesn't like Marin, but then turns out to be a massive fan of Marin. I literally stopped around that point. I stopped giving a shit. It got so boring. I need to ask, do you think people hate Kanokari because it has too many chapters? I've already talked about it on Discord. Rag is extended. It is, but I didn't see the problem in it. That's a very common interpretation that, oh, if a story gets to a certain length, it's bad. So it's a common projection onto how storytelling should be, but that's not the only source of hate. There's a lot of sources of hate, and it's not that simple. The hate is because it's free interaction points. That's another part. All manga reading, it was nice, and I didn't feel boring at the moment. It's extended because we have too many chapters showing us Kazi's POV and how he describes and sees old girls. But that is important. That is important. Those elements are important. I know a lot of people think they're not. I genuinely think they are. Fate. Oh, I guess I better do some translating. Translate. Oh, great. Sorry, Jorg. Just give me a sec. I gotta pull some shit up. Deep L. Jorg had this to say. I didn't even see what you were streaming. Oh, a lot of things. Oh, you didn't even see that I was streaming. You didn't know. Why is Tomo-chan's male protagonist bad? Can you explain? He's a piece of shit. He constantly drags her on and later admits in the story that he literally always saw her as a girl, but he kept running away from that. Literally every single thing you claim to hate about Chizuru, he does that, but worse. Literally every single thing you claim to hate about Chizuru in this scene, he does that. He does these exact things, right? He constantly leads her on. He constantly gives her hope. He constantly implies good things between them and then pretends to not see her when she's clearly trying to show herself as a girl to him. And then only in the very end of the series, when they beat it the fuck out of him, he starts to finally admit that, he's been leading her on, he's been lying, and she gets mad at him for doing that. And they get into a fight, and then they have to clear shit up because he's being such a piece of shit. I genuinely did not like that dude because she is so earnest in her feelings, and the dude just keeps leading her on. And it is baffling to me that no one saw that. Like he's actually being such a piece of shit. And he talks in like such misogynistic ways, like trying to force her he's trying to pigeonhole her into a particular gender role and like not letting her be herself, even though he knows better, even though he literally knows better and she can kick his fucking ass. He keeps trying to do that. And then eventually later he admits like he's in the wrong. Like, I think that was kind of the hook of that series, that, you know, she's in love with him, but he's kind of an asshole. I don't know, maybe. People who read Rag are so immersion on it because Kazi's POV, but the price is 380 chapters. Rag is so similar to The Big Bang Theory, a comedy by start and all character development. And relationship is supposed to have less and less comedy and more romance, drama, and reflective moments. Appreciate your take about My Disturbed Darling. It's nice to hear from someone who doesn't like the series. The cosplay aspect hijacks the narrative, kind of, yeah, unfortunately. Oh, thank you for the donation. Could you answer my last question? What was your question? What was your question? Did I miss it? What was the question? Forgot super chat. It's okay. You don't need to pay me for me to answer your stuff. I didn't know. I just didn't see it. Sorry. I think the pacing is one of the biggest problems for some people, but Rag themes is kind of taboo as well. The rental service can be an analog of prostitution. It is. It is literally talking about the feelings sex workers often get, and it uses that actively, narratively to discuss that shit. But people don't fucking see it. And literally the story actively points out people's own biases onto the story and characters. Nagomi is a literal exemplification of how people perceive Chizuru. And she has a rental date with Chizuru where she wakes the fuck up and she realizes she's been judging her this entire time. I've read this. I read this to you guys. I'll read it one more time for anyone who's fucking new here, right? Chapter 309. Listen to what Nagomi says. If it'll open, it'd be kind of nice. Believe in a dream. A dream called love. Let's see. I have to accept this, don't I? Nagomi paid her. Chizuru doesn't want to accept the money. To be honest, I came here today because I wanted to apologize to you, Chizuru-san. Huh? As they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. After seeing you today, I finally understand what a rental girlfriend is. I was surrounded by many young people. I met with you, tried on clothes at trendy stores, and immersed myself in playing crane games. It felt like I was back in my school days. It's true that when I first heard about you being a rental girlfriend, I was a little shocked, but my judgment of you were unkind and premature. I completely overlooked your true nature. After I calmed down, however, I realized something. Perhaps my foolish judgment is to blame for everything. As much as it shames me to admit, I was blinded by those narrow-minded beliefs, and it forced you to hide everything. Even though it was brief, please forgive me for judging you solely on your job. To be honest, back at the hospital, Sayuri-san had a little chat about you two. She told me that she could see a bright future for you two, and one where you're surrounded by your children. I told her that I felt the same. Even now, I can still see it. I see you in your wedding dress, and Kazuya ready to take you as his bride, or his wife, whatever. Yeah. So Nagomi literally reflects that very stigma people have of these characters. Yeah. It's so clear to me when I see mommy haters love Maureen. It tells me they don't like complex female characters. Yeah. No, people, like when people love the shit out of Maureen, it really tells me they don't understand complex female characters at all. Like this story is all just complex female characters. The pacing isn't a problem for me. It's a weekly waiting. I'm a binger at heart, auto-corrected, wanted to commit crimes against humanity with a binger. Yeah, no, I get that. The weekly reading can be a little rough, but it is still good. I do think it's weird that folks seem to be reading manga with a checklist or spreadsheet with benchmarks they need to story to hit to be by certain chapters. Yeah, it's so stupid. And it's because of like how past animes used to be, where they would like, you know, not get to the confession fast enough. So a lot of stories started subverting these concepts. Some of them would have the characters get together right away, and then they would play with that idea. Some of them would like, you know, have the characters be together, but not be together. Case in point, what is it? more than a married couple, less than lovers, or something like that. Yeah, that one where they're like together but they're not together. It's similar to this, except this is a fundamental deconstruction and criticism of all that shit. Whereas that story is literally just them falling in love under the disguise of being that. It's a little simpler, I think. That one's a little simpler, but it also ends up ultimately falling into a lot of the traps I described with Dress Up Darling, where the characters kind of lose track of what they want to say, and the characters kind of get messy and mixed up, and there's no clarity to what the fuck is going on. Doesn't matter how many chapters there are, I'm going to read all of them. It was about the chapters you've already answered, really, thanks. Oh, thank you, okay. Chizuru is now valid for worst girl of all time. Oh, fuck out of here. Oh, fuck out of here, Ascension. If that's all you're here for, get the fuck out. I don't think you see the final layer, that it's all about confirmation bias. Yes, Minnie pushed an image. Kazuya and Chizuru have the wrong impression of each other, especially Chizuru about Kazuya. How? Okay, well, I'll read that in a bit, but interesting. I don't know how I don't get that, buddy, but all right. What is this all about right now? We'll take a closer look at it again later, but just a small piece of information for now, please. We were talking about a few different things. I talked about Dress Up Darling. I talked about like a few other mangas, but right now we're deconstructing the chapter. I was reading Verka's post about the chapter, and I have to come back to it now because I unfortunately put it off a little bit. The double standard, blind admiration, and hate between other romance anime and Rent a Girlfriend is both baffling yet interesting, right? Tell me about it. It is so weird. The Nagomi speech is so beautiful, brings tears to my eyes. Higahiro is a good anime, but I don't like romance with Yoshida and Sayu. Felt shoehorned in. Which one is Higahiro? I don't remember that one. I think this will be the last thing we look up about other animes, and then I got to go back to reading what. Oh, I don't like this series. Yeah, Lawless Bacon. I think I've mentioned to you I don't like this series. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this series. I don't like it. It really sells their relationship, and it just feels weird and kind of gross. Yeah, I don't like Higahiro personally. I'm not a fan of that one. We need Reiji's fan box. I know. I miss it so much. So much. Yeah, I can't stand the double standard. What do you think of the Shunji family children? It's an interesting manga and anime. I think it's much slower than this one, like infinitely slower. More setup, more subtlety, more things hidden underneath. It intentionally presents itself as a very traditional harem, but underneath it all, it's actually talking about characters easily giving in to their feelings and their emotions and not actually having true control over their lives. It's intentionally presented exactly how you would interact with traditional harem manga. That is the exact point of that series. Every single character is very similar to the quintessential quintuplets. The very concept of them is very similar, but then it messes with that. It messes with that idea of privilege and the characters have and their own lack of control over their own destiny. Okay, we're gonna stop here. I'm gonna go back to reading what Verkas was saying. Let's go back to that. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Kazuya should be angry. This is totally unfair. We read this. Perfect boyfriend. Need to do then. Yeah, no shit. He can't give her a helicopter, but please, girl, a little bit more modesty. But Chizuru won't stay silent when she is being accused. She had just gave him a hero appreciation speech. Did he just lure her in because he tried to get with her all this time? She had seen... Sorry, there's some family talking in the background. But Chizuru won't stay silent when she is being accused. She gave him a hero appreciation speech. Did he just lure her in because he tried to get with her all this time? She had seen that he wasn't really interested in her, right? Did he just think he would a perfect trophy to bring her to grandma? This doesn't feel accurate to the characters. I really don't agree with this. This doesn't feel that accurate to the characters. I don't know about this, buddy. I think you're I'm kind of disagreeing with this. The disillusion they feel will be similar to their own. They can't believe that the person they loved, admired, turned out to be such a scumbag. They both feel like they dodged a bullet there. Now the rejection feels justified from both sides. Kazuya packs the rest of his packs. Luckily, he will be gone tomorrow. Well, this doesn't feel right. I don't know about this. This doesn't feel right. Minnie is curious how the date went, and no, okay, so sorry, I don't agree with like them actually ending. I don't think it's just gonna end like that. Can't wait for the reconciliation arc. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Mm-mm. I don't agree with that. Sorry. I guess it's a good thing we stopped. Yeah, I don't really agree with the rest of this. I don't envision a reconciliation arc. I think this is that moment. Literally, in the next 3 chapters, everything will be resolved. Everything will come full circle. They'll let everything out. They will talk. They will let it all out. Everything will be let out. No, yeah, sorry. I don't really agree with the rest of this. Yeah, Kazuya and Chizuru will never view each other in such a way. I do agree with the idea of Minnie's casting illusions. I agree with Minnie casting illusions. Yes, that is in fact a truth. I said already that I didn't think that anymore. I read the edit. Oh. Okay. I guess we'll come back to that, huh? Okay, round 2, electric motherfucking boogaloo. Is this it? No, that's empty glimmer. Smart cooking pan. Peace. Okay. Yep. What's the difference? Why don't you just send it to me? Just send it to me, because I don't know what it is right now. So you'll just have to send it to me, because I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't. This looks the same. Where's the edit? Oh, edit. As always, I'm notoriously bad with predictions, but I think my core idea is right, that it was all Minnie's fault. Blame Minnie. It's Minnie's fault. It's Minnie's fault. What the fuck did I do? I also think they need to fight to get disillusioned. But they might reconcile in the evening again already. There's still a blister, so Kazuya might take care of that still, as she did with his finger. Yup, that's the one I thought of too. They must question their impressions of each other, and then they need to open up and communicate. Another possibility would be if they didn't fight at all, but held it in until tomorrow and just vented to Minnie. I don't like that one. I think it's all going to be resolved right now. Okay. What good is life without some sweet and sour moments? The chapter is just a wait. Did we already read this? It's just a balancer of all the sweet moments we had, and the panels were all designed thoughts and chase. Each panel showing a flurry of emotions on both Chizuru and Kazuya. Why are they spelling Chizuru with Chizura and Kazuya? While chapter 379 showed Chizuru partially proposing, this chapter concluded with an indefinite halt. While she did not openly reject him, she told him that she is not going to jump into it right now. There's always a possibility for the future. I gotta say, Kazuya meant. Oh, yep, we did read the other part. Minnie, I didn't do anything. Acts like she doesn't know what they're talking about. she probably doesn't even see what the fuck she did wrong. The money that Chizuru will get from the bank will be to pay the termination fee for Kazuya's rental contract, since he will end up staying in her house. I don't know. We'll have to see what the money thing was, right? Maybe Chizuru, maybe something will happen, and then Chizuru will just be like, "Oh, I wasn't gonna go anyway." We'll see. I don't know. We'll have to see what the bank thing was. I think that's still up in the air. Yeah, at this point, all we have is to wait for the next chapter, to wait for the big start of the reversal, and to tell the internet to shut their stupid fucking traps. I suspect this manga is going to age well. That is going to be years after the ended, not throughout the course of the manga. Yeah. Unfortunately, I really think this manga will be appreciated much, much later, and not right now, which is just really sad, to be honest. It's just genuinely sad that it won't be appreciated right now. I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to make videos and talk about it some more. It's not easy, but I'm trying. Did you read my post, Fate? What post? What post? How do you think that anything you want Paper Kazuya gifted Chizuru will be used for? I just remembered that thing earlier today. I don't know. I do not know. I think that won't come into play until a little later. It might not come into play here, right? It might not come into play here. I think that will be a little bit later. Anyways, for anyone who is currently watching, we're not going to end yet. I still think there's a few things we want to do. But I really recommend you go and you rewatch this video. For anyone who's watching right now, you rewatch this video because we discuss a lot in the very start. I'll write a post explaining the full thought process leading to my conclusion. I'm not done with that yet. It is long. I will send it to you when I'm done. There will be a reversal, yes. I think this will end up together. No big deal. I just did a video on this. This is just a bump in the road for them. Oh, Uncle Studios, you do videos too? Cool. Yeah, Johan, you're one of the few that defend rag on YouTube. Oh yeah. I'm gonna make people fucking Condom Kun coming soon. I'm gonna fucking convert people, dude. I'm gonna convert people. What if Chizuru gives the ticket to Kazuya as a B-Day present for him? That feels weird. I don't like that. It feels kind of weird. Yeah, not a fan of that. So what post were you talking about? Did you send me something? Do you know about the human psyche? The author here played with it a lot. Look at how people react because of what the author planned to create the illustrations. Kazuya was rejected by Chizuru, but then a happy ending comes. Do you understand the psychological game the author is playing with the audience? What is wrong? What does that do? I find it intense because everyone says this and that about Chizuru to distract from the real reasons. The it's not so much a game as it is a writing technique, but it's literally about the idea of illusions and not seeing the characters clearly. Hopefully you get this translation later, but yeah, it's about us not realizing we're not seeing the characters as clearly as we think we do. We're completely misunderstanding the story. We're not seeing them as well as we think we do. And it's important to recognize that and to see that we're missing the forest for the trees, if you will. They're not understanding the characters. And Reiji predicted how people would react. He knew they would react like this. Reiji actively told us through Minnie that people would react like this. Minnie actively said this shit over and over and over again, literally telling us this is how people are going to react. Minnie is reflective of the audience, so everything she says is a reflection of them. They're going to react like this. He called it, right? He literally fucking called it. He literally kept telling people, this is how people are going to react. You're going to react like this. And they reacted exactly as he predicted. Literally, exactly as Reiji predicted. You reacted like that. It's like he was literally telling you, you're going to get on your knees in a few minutes. And then you did. And you're like, shit, how do you do that? But they don't realize because most of them don't read. Most of them don't read and interact with the story, not genuinely, not honestly. So they literally start doing exactly as he predicted. He literally called people out. You were going to react like this. Asayuri said, Chizuru is a true professional. She stepped up an illusionary wall. She set up an illusionary wall, deluding herself into thinking she is unworthy. Could Kazuya break through that illusion, i.e. make the lie come true? Maybe it's not about lies anymore. Maybe it's just about making what they want come true. It's not about the lie. It's not about anybody else. It's just about what they want to make come true, right? Oh my God, it is still going. Oh, Mute responded. This is perfect. The Japanese word means not only to hold, but also to take on something burdensome. For Chizuru to throw herself into Kazuya's arms, Kazuya must take on everything about Chizuru's life, work, and circumstances. However, Chizuru says Kazuya is incapable of doing so, and that merely being attracted to him is not enough for her to sacrifice her life, work, and circumstances. That's not how it was translated at all. What the shit? This is not how... This is not how it's translated. Yes, Jorg, I responded to your post. I just responded to you like here, right? I read it here and I responded to you. I didn't text you back. She says these things. Oh, come Pretty sure I spelled circumstances right. Or I guess not. Um, just $1.82. That's cool. I don't care. Just the fact that they donated is nice. Yeah, my devalued currency. It's funny. Yeah, this is weird. This is that the thing with mute is weird. This is the vibe it gave out. Granted, I don't know what has happened from the end of the anime up until this point, but I do want to read it from the decision myself. Okay. I guess I'll like this. I didn't like this. You forgot inflation. Yeah, I'm curious about this. The Japanese Verkez, are you still here? Or Crumpy, are you still here? I'm curious what he's talking about because this feels like a strange reading. This feels like he's like inserting his interpretation onto Chizuru's words, and it feels wrong. Um, let me text Crumpy. Are you still here? I don't know if Verkez is still here. He hasn't responded, so I'm not sure. I just wanted to ask about the Japanese text and what it says. Yeah, what is it? Oh, what Chizuru says here about her job. Is it like you said? Here I can pull it up. Uh, let me find it. This would change some of the meaning, and that would be even more cruel. Like, god damn, that actually would sound pretty cruel if Chizuru did say that. I would actually be kind of surprised. Like if she says something like that, that's pretty fucking cruel. Jesus. Okay. Here. Verkez, I could like send it to you. Yeah, I have very clean scans. I can send them. Just give me a sec. Hello, Cyber Demon. Welcome. We're just checking something about what Chizuru said. And we're just trying to figure out if like Chizuru said something kind of brutal. Because mute implies what she said is really brutal. But I don't know if this is the case. Let me find Verkez. Hmm. I have the Japanese. Okay. In that case, I can just come back. See if mute anything to say. Nope, still nothing. Yeah, that's a weird interpretation. So let's see. He says the Japanese word means not only to hold, but also to take on something burdensome. For Chizuru to throw herself into Kazuya's arms, Kazuya must take on everything about Chizuru's life, work, and circumstances. However, Chizuru says Kazuya is incapable of doing so. I never got that it's not about him. This part feels like the interpretation. This part makes sense. This text makes sense. What he's saying here, this makes perfect sense, right? This part doesn't make sense, right? Because like we were saying, it feels like the speech is not about him. Her rejection is technically not even about him, which is the frustrating part. So Chizuru doesn't seem like she's actually saying this. So I really hope my friend like gets a proper fucking translation. This is weird. That's some weird text. This is not how it's translated. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's really weird. So Chizuru says Kazi is incapable of doing so, and that merely being attracted to him is not enough for her to sacrifice her life, work, and circumstances. That doesn't sound like what she said at all. Like, am I crazy? I just don't think this is something I can jump into right now. That reads completely differently. That reads like she's completely devaluing him as a person, which is not at all how it's written here. That's not how it's written here. But considering my current lifestyle, work, and everything else, I just don't think this is something I can jump into right now. This instance, this feels like a completely strange reading. This is a very strange reading of text. And again, we disagreed with him on a few different points. We already disagreed with Mew on a few different points. I didn't like. I just watched the generosity video, but recently and in German, and I'm almost crying. Why? It was generosity. Do you mean the degenerosity video we did? Like the stream we did? Is that what you're referring to? You see Chibi's reviews. Didn't like he didn't show the last few pages. Reaction. Didn't like that he didn't show. Oh, I don't like Chibi reviews, dude. I've said it many times. I don't like his takes. He called Chisuru like a prostitute from like the beginning of the series. He said horrible things about the series to begin with, and he clearly implied he didn't understand the story. So I'm not even remotely surprised that he's farming this series now conveniently when things aren't playing out like he expected. And like, he clearly set this up. He clearly created a lot of this scenario. No, a video just like generosity, but in a German guy. Oh, okay. So no, I don't like Chibi reviews. I've said this a few times now. I don't like how Chibi Reviews is talking about this series and how he's handling it. Answer it if you want. Oh, you did. When I'm reading it feels like she's talking about herself, not Kazuya here. Like she can't take on something burdensome, not Kazuya. I think I see what they mean. She said something like, I cannot burden you with my work and my current lifestyle. I think that Kazuya can't handle it. I think the Kazuya can't handle it, he interpreted. Yeah, that seems to be a reoccurring pattern with a lot of Japanese speakers I speak to, where they like always misinterpret what Reiji's fucking saying. And it's so weird. Like I was talking to Kora recently, and he was saying like Reiji likes women he constantly chases and can't achieve. And I'm like, wait, what's the actual quote? What's the actual quote that Reiji says? And the quote Reiji says is that he likes Chisuru and believes that she's like the ideal girlfriend in a sense because she doesn't fall in love easily. So if you think about it, that means love is meaningful to her. It's not easy for her to fall in love because it means that much to her. It's simple. It's not about the chase. It's about the fact that like it's just not easy for her. And he appreciates how much it means to her. Not that he likes the chase. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I tell him and he's like, oh, I think you're right. I'm like, yeah. I had to sit Chibi down in the Kanokari Discord and explain that he doesn't understand mommy, and he literally seemed like he only watched the anime. Yeah, I genuinely think Chibi just like skipped around conveniently. You should just learn Japanese. I would love to, but I don't because I'm an idiot. I should learn Japanese. You're not wrong. I like no conceptual ideas of Japanese. It's actually surprisingly similar to Arabic. But I don't speak Japanese. I should practice. Maybe you guys should give me more incentive. They're like, Johan, gotta learn Japanese, you dipshit. The guy was making me hate myself for listening to him because he's slandering, because he was saying like Kazuya doesn't have a self-esteem and that's not realistic. Just Adamaton, just don't listen to these people. True, he does call her a light prostitute. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. It's genuinely pretty disgusting. Did you see what the video was titled? Did you see what his video was titled? Did you see what he said on Twitter? Like on Twitter, he literally just says like, "Oh yeah, no, Chizuru is she chose being a prostitute over him. How could she? How could she choose that over him?" Johan, go learn Japanese. I will. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll go learn Japanese. Yeah. Like literally, I just don't like how Chibi talks about the series because it just like reads like incel mentality, and it's gross. And again, he sometimes just genuinely feels like a grifter. and I don't like that. I understand. I'm sorry if you guys enjoy chibi reviews. Sorry, but this is just how I felt having followed. Understand, I followed chibi reviews since Fairy Tail was serializing. Since Fairy Tail was still in serialization. That's how long ago I used to follow him, right? I followed him that long ago. I used to actually kind of like watching chibi reviews, okay? So, as someone who's grown up and really changed like my perspective on the world, I really don't like his takes anymore. I think they're too simple. What is wrong with the English can? Nothing. It was just a misinterpretation of events. We mute. So we were just talking about this. So the text in Japanese, for where is it? Sorry. 1 second. I'm just trying to find it. There we go. Okay. So Jorg, whenever you get a translation for this, so the text right here for Chizuru, in Japanese uses the wording to hold or to place burden. Mute misinterpreted that text and thought that Chizuru was saying this. She says Kazuya is incapable of doing this, and that merely being attracted to him is not enough to her to sacrifice her life, work, and circumstances. That's not what she said. I asked two different people. Both of them said no. It sounds like what I'm reading. It feels like she's talking about herself, not Kazuya here. Like she can't take on something burdensome, not Kazuya. This is backed up by Verkes, who also says something. She says something like, "I cannot burden you with my work and my current lifestyle. I think that Kazuya can handle. I think Kazuya. I think the Kazuya can't handle it part of his thing is his interpretation, not actually what's written." Let's see. The English isn't wrong. The Japanese just implies that her lifestyle and work were a burden. Okay, yeah. When did you sit Chibi down? How did you sit him down? Did I record? He came into the Discord at one point. I vividly remember he was like parading it all over Twitter that he came into the Discord and people were not happy he was there and they were annoyed with him. And he wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. I do vividly remember that. Like he was talking about it on Twitter or something. I don't know how I found out. I thought he was talking about Twitter. I could be wrong. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he wasn't talking about on Twitter, but I vividly recall him joining the Twitter and seeing it on, not Twitter. He joined the Discord and I saw it on Twitter somehow. People were talking. Yeah, Faye, it was right. Yeah. And literally like it just feels like he was just trying to create controversy. I think that one of the strangest things with Chibi is like, he has like weird life circumstances that I can completely understand. Like people shouldn't treat him like that, but he has this like the response and ways he deals with some of the things he has going on in his life feels almost like a victim complex. And this is just my opinion. You're welcome to disagree, but it genuinely like from every time he pops into my feed, like the way he's reacting to how people are upset is he bypasses their arguments and their frustrations with him by saying they're attacking him and he's the victim. And it's like, yeah, some people clearly did that to him, but for some reason he always seems to frame himself this way and it's just weird. So after the disaster, what can happen next? Next chapter. It's going to be the start of a reversal. We have 3 chapters until the anime starts. We have 3 chapters until the anime starts. Next chapter is the end of the volume. So it's gonna start reversing things. And by the 3rd chapter, I'm betting like by July 2nd, we're gonna have a reversal of events. It's gonna flip the entire script on its head. I'm calling it right now. So yeah, that's my take. That's what I think is gonna happen. Okay. Just checking occasionally if there's like something new that I missed. But Jesus Christ, it's still going. Well, at least this is getting a decent amount of likes. The more people that see, the better. 3.3K still up there, baby. You think there's gonna be a break? What kind of no? Why would there be a break? Life is a couple arc. I don't know. I don't think there's gonna be a break. I don't know where that comes from, but no. What else do we have to talk about? Like, I don't know what else what else are we missing? Was there anything else we missed? Something we should talk about? Did I miss anything? Is there anything I should talk about? Mommy, what do you think we will get when we will get Kazuya's crash out? I'm curious. I think Kazuya's okay. So we're already seeing Kazuya pissed, right? So we're already seeing Kazuya pissed. I'm curious how this emotion will be expressed outwards. Like, is it going to start immediately next chapter? Don't be sad. It's just how it works out sometimes. Oh yeah, poor Kazuya. It's just how it is. Yeah, things happen sometimes. I guess I'm just happy to hear that you feel so strongly about it. And then he's like actually fucking livid. He's so fucking mad. It's cool that the thread is getting traction. Unfortunately, I saw some horrendous tweets with 100k likes. That's insane, but I guess we're used to it. Crumpy, the sad tragedy is that we live in a time where hate gets a lot more traction than any kind of love. And love getting traction is rare, unfortunately. People love to villainize and attack things. People want to be mad. People want to villainize other people and attack them. You see this with streamers all the time. You see with people just getting upset and mad, and they don't care to explain. They don't want to explain anything. They just want to be angry. They just want to be angry and tell someone they're a bad person. And that's just become very, very normalized. It's become a very normalized behavior. The moment someone or anyone strays from the path people have seemingly set for them, and they no longer fit in with the idea of who that person should be, we vilify them immediately. They're a villain. They're a terrible person, and it's sad. It's sad, and and it's something that like some people try to take advantage. Like for those who are kind, a lot of people try to take advantage of them. I like the one guy's manga video about chapter 380. Who the hell is that one guy? I don't know who that one guy manga video is. I don't know who that guy. He expresses it. He was feeling bad here. He will be mad if it's a reversal. That's my opinion. I think letting out emotions is very important. He expresses very well the sentiment of read that chapter. Okay. Maybe Kazuya leaves her and she might realize that she's wrong and might come back. What do you want? No, this isn't going to end with any sort of separation. That's my bet. That's my big bet. This is not ending in any sort of separation. I do not think so. I think the characters will get together by the end of this. By the end of this, they will leave this place together, at the very least. They might kiss, they might even have sex, but by the end of this, they're going to be closer than they have ever been in the entire story. That's my bet. It is the reversal of events. I think people are just too quick to judge, too quick to be mad, and it is what it is. Somehow I have a feeling that we will see her fall into the water. I don't know why, but that's how it seems right now. I don't know if she'll fall into the water. It'd be interesting just as a reversal of Shimoda, but I don't know. I think actually that could theoretically work. If she falls into the water, they have more of an excuse to go rest somewhere because they gotta dry up. Shit. Her falling into the water could still work as a concept. Shit. Damn it. That could still work. If she falls into the water and they get wet, both of them, that's more of an excuse to actually go to a hotel. And that's more of an excuse to actually need to... Oh my god. It could happen. Kazuya's response to Chizuru's confession, rejection. It sounded like Angel from BF242, my line above. What line? Don't be sad. It's this how it works out sometimes. Huh. I'm not sure where that's from. I don't think I've ever seen BF2042. Or actually Chizuru getting hurt. It could happen. Yeah. I'll Decepticon if they start dating without fixing what they need to fix, but I'd like that Kazuya understand that she loves him and he doesn't need to be worried over thinking about pressing her. Yeah, I think Battlefield 2042. I've never played that. Sorry. I do think this arc is about like finally like now we're at that point where it's time to fix some shit. It's time to fix some shit. It's so clear it's time to fix some shit, bro. Look at them. It is clearly time to fix some shit. all the 400 chapters for nothing. And Diego de Leon. Get the fuck out of my chat. 400 chapters for nothing. Get the fuck out of my chat. All the time, like predating, preparing arc. Yeah, that'd be interesting. People are so weird, dude. Is it? I wonder if it's actually trending. Because a lot of people are talking about it, but I don't know if it's actually. Can you do a retrospective video for chapter 400, please? Help us if we get to chapter 400. Sure. That's 20 chapters away. That's gonna be a good while away until we get there. Yeah, so it's everywhere on Twitter, but it doesn't seem like it's trending. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's trending, but it is exploding on Twitter. It's gonna be the worst ending of all time, hands down. Oh my god, why are you all showing up suddenly? Hey Dago, at least learn how to spell Reiji correctly. God damn, y'all are children. Okay, get the hell out. Get the hell out. I'm not in the mood for any people who are just here to tell me, "Oh, when we're sending of all time." Get the fuck off my chat. Get out. Oh, fucking children, get the hell out of my chat. Could see her tripping and getting more hurt, refusing to call out for help. Kazuya releasing his anger because she simply will not rely on him. That could be. I don't know. I think that's a bit weird. But yeah, Kazuya is restraining him. So how many chapters left before the actual ending? What do you think? I don't even think this is ending anytime soon. Like the actual, like I get it, them getting together, I think is happening. This ending, I have no fucking clue. I don't think we're anywhere near the end. I'm gonna be fucking real with you, buddy. I don't think we're anywhere near the end. Them getting together, yes. Ending, nowhere near it. It's fun. People hate Rag so much that it comes to the fandom live to talk about it as if hate is some. If I hate something, am I supposed to get distance? Right? Yeah. Like if you hate something, why are you interacting with it? Just fuck off. Like go do something else with your life. If you don't like something, go do something else with your life, dude. I don't like Dress Up Darling. I don't talk about it every chance I get. I don't like Last of Us. I don't talk about it every chance I get. Like you don't see me coming in here constantly talking about it. I just talk about it when someone else brings it up. And then I kind of want to discuss with someone, but I try to be actually somewhat meaningful about my stances, right? Like there's a lot of shit I don't like. I'm not like, throwing it and parading it around for everybody to fucking hear constantly. I do hate, and I will always bring up is the anime community. Fuck the anime community. The anime and manga community suck ass. Actually, straight up. I've genuinely started to dislike this community. Just straight up genuine fucking dislike. I think I've disliked them for a long time, probably since chapter 218. But you know, this is resurfacing that feeling. Because haters love to be annoying. Hate reading. I think. Do you? How much time has passed till now? Curious about the dislike for Dress Up Darling. We talked about it. Noah. I delved deep into Dress Up Darling and why I'm not a big fan of the series. I already said it, so maybe just look back to the video and look through it. I know the third year is ending, but do we actually know? I think they're like the third year isn't over. They're on their third years, but it's not over. Oh my god. You're so fucking annoying, man. You literally are taking about the same thing, but you just want to have the last word or you must be a bitch. And blocked. Goodbye. Never seeing you again. Damn. I just like look to my side and Twitter's right there, and just some dude being an asshole to me, trying to explain to him what the fuck I'm talking about, and he doesn't understand what I'm saying. How is that my goddamn fault? You can't understand what I'm putting down. How is that my fault? I'm the bitch for calling you out on your stupid rhetoric. The community is like a broken vacuum, sucks a bunch but cleans nothing. Yeah. I hope there won't be a time. I genuinely don't think there's a time skip. Genuinely don't think there's going to be a time skip. Average Twitter, 2 years, right? We could watch the Shiyunji family. I've yet to see the episode and I heard amazing things about it. Would you guys want to do that? We could watch that. I got time. I got time. 2 years plus, right? And 4 months after Sayuri's death. Oh no. It's been like 7 months since Sayuri's death. It's been almost a year. Like I think it's been like 6 months since Sayuri's death, if not more. The longest time skip was just 3 months. Yeah. The longest time skip in the series was just literally 3 months. So, like, it was 1 month before. There was a 1 month time skip people didn't realize. But there was a 1 month time skip between chapter 29 and chapter 30. Or was chapter 28 to 29? Not sure. So, yeah. Would you guys want to watch Shiyunji Family? That could be like a nice breather just to kind of reset some stuff, change the pace a little bit. That could be kind of fun, especially considering I think we've talked about a lot of what we wanted to talk about. So it could be a nice change of pace, but I don't know. People aren't telling me. People are not responding, and I do not know. Let's reread Rag again from the start. You want me to reread it from the start? 3 months following the Paradise arc. And it's been a month since then, so it would be 4 months. So someone wants Shiyunji Family. Someone wants me to reread the story. I don't know. Luca, I almost fucking cried too. Talking about Chizuru's depression, I almost fucking cried too. Oh my god, yeah, no. When I was talking about Chizuru's depression, dude, I almost fucking cried too. You gotta do a timeline video too, because people hate Chizuru for not getting over her grief with things like that. Yeah, there's someone here who's like saying, "Oh, she took too long to figure it out." Also, there were other problems more than giving her priority to her life, that they got no chemistry at all, part of the story. He was just that good guy, that's it. Which, bro, how do Kazi and Chizuru not have chemistry? They like actively want to fuck. It's so stupid. They like actively want to be with each other. I've never seen a couple so goddamn horny, literally constantly get in bed now. They're so horny. There's no way they don't have chemistry. It is baffling to me that people think they don't have chemistry with each other. They do. They totally have chemistry. They just have different views on certain things. See if you can try to summarize the manga from beginning to date. I don't want no. I don't like using AI. I don't like using AI. Sure, why not? Okay, so we're just gonna watch the Shiyunji Family for now. I think that's just the solution. Turn off audio. Technically, Chizuru was always an orphan if you think about it, because she was adopted by her grandparents. Although, does orphan mean like you're completely alone? You have nobody? Grand orphan. Haven't read it while that is going on. Did they just never get together? No, it read. Long story short, the story isn't as simple as it appears. It's not that they just don't get together. It's that there's a lot of layers to the characters' feelings and emotions that were built up over time, and basically they're not being true to themselves right now. My prediction that I said to people is that in the next 3 chapters, because by the third chapter from this point, the anime will have started. There's going to be a massive reversal of events, and they're probably going to get into some sort of fight. And then they might, resolve everything and show their real selves to each other. A big thing in the arc is that they weren't showing their real selves to one another. They weren't. Let me go back to this. They weren't showing their real selves to one another. They weren't actually opening up to each other, and they feel unworthy of the other person. A lot of people interpreted Chizuru's rejection as, I'm putting my job over you, when in reality, Chizuru is literally trying not to burden him in any way, shape, or form. Like during the date, yeah, like in the date, Chizuru in the date constantly shows Kazuya she clearly loves him, she clearly likes him, and in the end of the date, she seemingly rejects him, which is very weird. The entire date contradicts this entire moment, and it's not bad writing; it's by design because Reiji, the writer of this story, actively, consistently kept having a character in Minnie, Minnie being this girl right here, constantly say like Chizuru is deceiving people, like Chizuru is misleading people, right? And he's planting that idea in your head because he knew how people would react. He knew exactly how people would react to this chapter, and he intentionally placed that idea in because if you truly know Chizuru's character, she's not that kind of person. But for those people who don't understand Chizuru's character, they'll only see the worst in her in this moment. And so basically, Reiji, the writer, is putting the characters in this very deep low before raising it to a high again, where he has the characters essentially possibly get into some sort of fight and resolve this conflict because it's not over. As you can see, it's not over. The Chizuru got like a blister on her heel, and it seems like she might be hurt, and she can't go home on her own like this. And then they might get into a fight. Something might happen. They might end up in a hotel or something. Like there's clearly very clear. There's a lot of hints of what's going on, and the internet is, of course, doing their thing, just losing it for the sake of losing it, because that's what we do best, baby. Praying that he actually stays rejected. Oh, for fuck's sake! Not because I hate Kazuya, but because I would actually turn the series into a harem. Okay, I have no idea how to say your name, so I'm just gonna call you Dio because there's a Dio in there. The series has never been a harem. It is never, nor will it ever be a harem. You want a harem? Go watch the Yunji Family. Speaking of which, we were just about to watch that. But the series is not a harem. Despite what every single person would gladly tell you, the series is not a harem, nor will it ever be a harem. It's literally these two idiots' love stories. And it is depicting the pain and the tragedy of the current events of the manga. That is the point. It is depicting what they're suffering through. And the arc, for those who actually read this arc, we've mentioned this many times in this stream, for those who actually read this arc from the start, you'll notice that the way the arc started was not a fucking good thing, right? It literally frames itself like a horror film at the very beginning, intentionally so, to highlight the sadness and the tragedy of the story and the characters. That there will be pain before there is immediate joy. This is the opening page of this arc. This is the cover page. It's not, rather than more time, I think like in the next 3 chapters, they're gonna get closer than they've ever have before. And there's a high chance that 1, they may kiss, and 2, very real chance of sex. Just saying. So yeah, no, like this arc has literally been about them getting together, but there's like this whole theme of illusions and misdirections, and you're not seeing the events as clearly as they look. A lot of people are misunderstanding the story and not realizing what Reiji has been putting down. So yeah, I think that's just kind of important to realize that stuff. And if you're interested, consider rewatching the stream maybe, where I kind of go through this a little bit. I kind of talk about what's going on with the characters. We talk about some of our predictions. Before creation comes destruction. God of destruction, Beerus. That's great. Before, yeah, destruction literally happened here. What did Verkis say? Why are people visited Verkis? You might have to come to hate Minnie shortly. I think this arc will end with them throwing her out. Why? No, that's stupid. No, that's a terrible point. I agree with them. Fuck you, Verkis. That's a terrible point. Bro, I love you, but terrible fucking point. I don't think so. She's part of the family. Welcome to the family, son. No, Minnie is part of the family, dude. They're not gonna toss her out. They're just gonna like call her out on her stupid shit, probably. But Minnie is the homie, dude. Minnie is the homie and the wrecker. If it's not a harem, then why does Reiji hint at Miyamori catching feelings for Kazuya, and then the end of the practice run, Mizuhara telling Mami to ask her how she really feels about Kazuya? Well, those characters all have feelings for Kazuya in some way, shape, or form, but Minnie in the practice state, that ends up being a subversion. Like literally, let's go to it. That what you're describing with Minnie ends up being complete subversion, intentionally so. See if I can find the chapter where she sits down and talks to him. Is it 341? Yeah, 341. This is when this arc flips it all on its head. Kazuya and Minnie go to the horror place and they get out and they sit down and they talk. And Minnie starts talking about love. And then this is where she recontextualizes the events that we saw. Right? Reiji intentionally shows this events. Look at what she says. I'm not fit for a lonely battle like love. I see. So doing things together is what motivates her. If anything, I envy you. I wish I could find something that I could love as much as you do, master. What are you on? No, you think? What are you on about? You went out of your way to check this place out for your first date. Chizuru-san's a lucky girl. I watched you very closely today, master, so I would know, Yamori-san. Lonely battle, huh? That is a recontextualization of the events. Minnie was, catching feelings like you would with a rental girlfriend, right? Because Kazuya's being a rental boyfriend here. She's catching feelings, but she's not actually in love. And I think that is part of the conflict between Minnie and Chizuru, is that Chizuru is jealous of Minnie. Chizuru doesn't think she's as good as Minnie. She's envious of Minnie because Minnie is so close to Kazuya. But no, she's not as close to Minnie. Like she's shit, I lost track of my thoughts. Yeah, Chizuru is envious of Minnie, but Minnie isn't actually in love with Kazuya. She's just a really good friend, and she caught the feeling of what it's like to be in love. And essentially, Kazuya was helping her find her own love. This is supposed to contradict Minnie's belief that she's not fit for a lonely battle when it's about doing it together. Minnie is misunderstanding love. That's the point. She's literally misunderstanding love. So this isn't that. As for Mami, you were talking about Mami earlier, and why did Chizuru tell Mami to check her feelings? Because what's wrong with that? Has Minnie realized that she actually isn't what? In love with Kazuya? No, she's okay. She's not. She's like his best pal. The whole thing with Minnie's character in this story is that Kazuya and her are literally just best pals. But that is antithetical to Chizuru and Kazuya and how they're not seemingly best pals. They're not seemingly opening up about all this stuff. They're not seemingly talking to each other like Minnie and Kazuya talk to each other. They're not like letting it all out. They're not letting themselves completely be themselves around each other. That's the point of Minnie and the contrast between Minnie and Chizuru's relationship with Kazuya. Is that the way Minnie acts with Kazuya is very different from the way Chizuru acts with Kazuya. And the way Chizuru acts with Kazuya should be similar to that. As I was saying, I was answering someone's question. As for Mami, Chizuru was asking Mami to really reconsider her feelings for Kazuya. That doesn't mean it's a harem just because she's asking her to really think about how she feels about this person, right? Mami is the character who is basically a reflection of Chizuru. That's the point. Mami is a literal reflection of Chizuru. She is Chizuru's bad side that Chizuru hates, and so naturally Chizuru not being able to forgive Mami reflects her being unable to forgive herself. So when Chizuru tells her, seriously think about what you're feeling and stop pulling this bullshit, it's literally her kind of saying that to herself to some degree. The characters you can have a lot of female characters in a story, and they can interact and have a meaningful connection narratively. That doesn't mean it's a harem. Right? It's a story that's disguised as a harem in contrast the characters, right? It's a criticism of harems. This is a story that's a criticism of harems, whereas the Shiunji family is literally a harem, and that in its own way is pointing out like what's wrong with harems, right? This is a story that says this is not a harem. This is a romance story between Kazi and Chizuru, but the other characters all act as reflections of the characters in some way. It's not a harem. It's not like there is a lot of female characters, and the anime loves to present it as a harem. That they fucking love to do this. And even Reiji loves to show the female characters constantly. But in my opinion, it's from chapter 15. It's always been about Kazi and Chizuru's relationship. Like it's so clear. It's from the start. It's been about their relationship and literally nobody else, right? So it was never a harem. Kazi decided from chapter 15, Chizuru's the one, right? He's only ever slightly strayed from that path a few times when he thought their relationship was over, but he never changed his mind on that. Chizuru's the one. There was never any competition. It was never, who am I going to be with? Whereas if you go to the Shiunji family, it's always, oh my God, all of them like me in some way, shape, or form. And the main character literally has the choice between all of the girls who all like him and are fighting over him, literally like a harem, right? But this, Chizuru, from start to end, it's always been Chizuru. Let me go back. Okay. Minnie's actually the best wingman. And the worst. She's both. Suppose that she works 2 hours on average per date, and her date is 20,000 yen per date. She made 30,000 yen USD. I don't know how true that is. Chizuru hasn't been working nearly as much as we've noticed, by the way. Like, I think that's assuming she works every single day for for more than 2 hours per day. Like, she's going from date to date to date to date to date. But that's not how it works. She's not just going from date to date to date to date to date to date. She's working like one day and then maybe like another date in that same day, and that's it. Like maybe just 2 dates at best, and that's it. Most of the time she's probably focusing on acting, and she has school. You're not accounting for school and acting. That's a huge aspect of this. So that's kind of important too, right? Chizuru isn't working rental as much as you think she does, but she's making a decent amount of money when she works it. Does Minnie answer what Kazuya actually thinks? I thought that was that. Minnie and Kazuya look like a Ninja Turtles in the haunted house. So this is a reference to Apothecary Diaries, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's a reference to Apothecary Diaries. I saw somewhere that the author really in love with Chizuru and he doesn't want to let her go, and that's why Kazuya is waiting. No, that's just people being really fucking stupid. So TLDR, Reiji being in love with Chizuru. One, if you've ever had your own OC as an artist, you fucking love your OC to death. Your original character as an artist, you love them to death. You give them a backstory. You want to know more about them. You love them. They are a full-blown person to you. So yes, you love them. However, Reiji, from the very start of the series, has always marketed the series when he goes on Twitter by saying, my girlfriend. Naturally, everybody who's a fucking idiot and has absolutely no media literacy skills or any research skills reads this and thinks Reiji is actually, fantasizing that Chizuru is actually his girlfriend in real life, and that he doesn't acknowledge his wife and his 2 kids, and then he doesn't love them, and he's a schizophrenic, and it's bafflingly stupid. Like, yes, Reiji loves the shit out of Chizuru, okay? But he's not stupid. It doesn't, and exists in reality. And just to prove my point, Reiji has enough time to draw his manga, take his assistants out to dinner, meet his other artists, and go out drinking with them, hang out with his family, and on top of all of this, play video games. Constantly talking about playing fucking Splatoon. All of this. On top of running a crowdfunding campaign for Ruka in the background. Think about that for a second. He does all of this shit, and somehow he's a schizophrenic obsessed with this character who can't write a manga to save his life. The fuck is the logic here? It's nonsense. Johan, yeah, maybe not throwing Minnie out, asking her to leave, more likely offering her Kazuya's flat. They need to be alone. They need to get rid of interference. No outside factors. No, Minnie is... I don't know about that. I don't know about that, boss. Has Minnie realized she actually isn't? Like Kazuya was trying to mask as, yeah, I need to answer, but Minnie says she actually what she thinks. Minnie was just flattered by Kazuya. She's not in love. Correct. That's why she got the high score and Kazuya didn't. Yep. Mommy is evil Chizuru. Maybe I thought this happened. Thank you for clearing up things. I was getting misinformed everywhere. Yeah, unfortunately, Red, there is a lot of misinformation with this series. It's almost like it's intentional. A lot of it is very, very intentional. So this is so you've probably heard the term misinformation. There's a term called disinformation. It's when people are intentionally wrong. They're intentionally giving you the wrong information. They're intentionally spreading the wrong information. This is extremely common with this series. So it happens quite a lot, and they intentionally do it because the hate for this series is extremely popular. People love to spread misinformation about this series, right? They love to always constantly, like, if you go and watch. Here's a great example, actually. Red, if you're curious, go to here. This is the front of my channel. If you go to the playlist, there is Why Rent a Girlfriend Gets Hate. I hope you can see this. Let's make sure. Yep. This playlist is me reacting to two different YouTubers. There is Mother's Basement was the second one, and the first one was Degenerosity. These were Degenerosity was one of the first big YouTube videos saying the series sucks, and we reacted to the video, and I point out constantly throughout the videos how much they get wrong. Like, and like the Mother's Basement stream, I had to split into two streams because almost every second, like I'm not even kidding, every few seconds, he somehow makes up this big thing that he's just completely fucking wrong. And I have to sit there for like a few minutes correcting it because he literally spread a shit ton of misinformation. And the Mother's Basement video in particular for this series spreads a shit ton of disinformation. Like literally, it's intentionally wrong. It's intentionally wrong. Whereas Degenerosity is misinformation. Degenerosity, the first one we watched, is misinformation. He's just getting things wrong because he's not remembering stuff and he doesn't understand like what the story's trying to say. He admits it multiple times as we're watching, and at least it's kind of funny and somewhat lighthearted. Mother's Basement's intentionally wrong, and his is one of the more recent videos and it has over it's like 1.6 million views, and it is a very popular video to cite why this series sucks. And almost everything he says is wrong. Just take that in for a second. Almost every single thing he says is wrong, and somehow that's people's reasoning for why this series sucks. So yeah, just TLDR. Okay, so let me catch up. That's why she. What is the crazy situation about Ruka and Kazuya? What Ruka and Kazuya situation? If you're referring to the crowdfunding, that's completely different. That's why she couldn't forgive Chizuru because she had interfered in her relationship with Kazuya. With Ruka? Are we talking about Ruka? I don't know. My previous message, I made a calculation of of how many days Chizuru she did before Kazuya. That's kind of pretty hard to keep track of, just saying. The 1-star review of Kazuya dropped her score by 1.3 points. Interesting. What is a reference to Apothecary Diaries? This is from the anime. There's a scene in the anime where one of the characters freaks out and she literally makes Minnie's face. Straight up makes Minnie's face. Like it's literally the same. Kazuya's face is a little different though, I think. What is this? I think the main problem is the translations. No. The translations is just one of the issues. It's not the core problem. It is just one of the. It is symptoms of the problem. It is one of the problems, but it is one of the pillars of the problems, but it is not the core problem. No, I refuse to believe that in any way, shape, or form. When the girlfriend is peak, Reiji must have the entire series planned out from the start to finish. No, I doubt it. He admitted he planned a lot of things very far ahead, but not completely. For instance, we've mentioned before, the cohabitation saga was not planned. He didn't plan that. He admitted to it multiple times. The cohabitation saga is not planned. So no, he didn't plan it all the way through, but he planned a very decent amount of it. Like, I recall he was planning the Paradise arc as early as like the Cheer Up date. Like as early as the Cheer Up date, he was planning the movie arc. Or not the movie arc, the Paradise arc. Like he literally drew the ending of it. He showed it on. He was doing like the Fanbox streams, and he literally showed the ending of the Paradise arc that he drew already. In his sketchbook, he has like a sketchbook where he draws things. The way I read Minnie's reaction to Kazuya's mock confession to Chizuru is the PDD. She felt his sincerity so completely she couldn't help her own reaction. Yeah. Friend to girlfriend hate is the Mia K hate. Do you mean like Mia Khalifa, the adult actress? I guess there's a similarity, but not quite the same. I can see a similarity, but I don't think it's that same because there's more layers to that. It's not that simple. So I don't think it's that. But I do see your point to some degree. It's like the stigma that actresses, the adult actresses get. I think that I can agree with the stigma that adult actresses get, for the kind of work that they do, is something very similar to the stigma that this story gets for depicting these kinds of things. Almost 6 hours of stream. Think that's a record, or am I wrong? It might be. I don't think I've gone 6 hours, dude. I don't think I've ever gone 6 hours in the past. That's crazy. We hit fucking 6 hours, dude. Next time we're gonna get to fucking 8 at this point. Jesus Christ. Only read this far. Check. Need to get hater. Oh, we need to make the hater bingo card set up. Shit. Here, let's see. Let me look up a bingo card. We got the time. Bingo card. Free custom bingo card. How big should we make it? Is this big enough? Should we go bigger? I'll just keep reading the rest of the comments while people answer. Endorse, there's no almost, it will be more. I actually think Reiji has the series planned out. Not what exactly happens, like the places, but the big twist. I think he knows. He has the character arcs planned out. Yeah. He already has the ending planned. He already like he said from the very beginning of the series, he knows what kind of ending he wants. That might have changed a little bit, but he clearly knows like how he wants the series to end at the very least. I mean, he has an outline that he fills in as he goes. Kind of, yeah. Early manga Chizuru has a lot of differences from the current one. Oh yeah, the characters are completely different. I'm very devastated as Kazuya right now, but I hope this arc doesn't end like this and Chizuru can't control her feelings for Kazuya anymore. Yeah. You can have an endgame mind, but change it completely based on events you didn't conceive of at the time. Did you know about that? Adrian, relax. Next 3 chapters will be good. Yeah, Adrian, just take it easy, man. Just try to take it easy, relax. We'll get the result we want. All right. Like I've said this before. The next 3 chapters should be big. Okay. Bingo card. What do we want to put? What do we want to put? Their Valentine's one. Let's make it Valentine's. Vintage. Start pink. Yeah, that works. Like with Mia, real fans get no as weird. Oh, prostitute. Yeah. Damn it. Damn it. Oh my God. Why am I being bad? I'm misspelling it and I hate myself. Okay. Next. Up. F. Ruka. Okay. It's a common one. Next, what do we got? Did you actually read my message on Reddit? Yes, I did. I responded to your message. Unless you sent like another one that I didn't see. I did read your message, yes. Yes, I already responded to your message, Jorg. I responded to it here. I said my feelings already. Compared to other anime, I mean that one feels easy. That one feels easy. Maybe a better one would be there are better romance anime. Chapter 218. That one's a given. Kazuya is terrible. That one's a given. Oh, wait. I hate Kazuya. Kazuya. Simp. Okay. No character development. No progression. Bad morals. That one's an interesting one. Bad message, maybe? Bad message. Chisuru is arrogant. I've never heard. That's Chisuru. I love Chisuru now. I hate her. Worst MC. Okay. Yeah, Sumi is the best character. That's a common one. What else? Chizuru is arrogant. I don't know about that one. All the characters are bad except for Sumi. I guess that... Yeah, we'll count that. All characters suck except her. Oh, that doesn't fit. Yeah, you guys get it. That one's simple. Stretched. Dragging. Rinse and repeat. That's a very common one. Rinse and repeat. Sumi being the best character is the free spot. Okay. So I can just flip it. Rinse and repeat. Yeah, Sumi being the best character is the easy one. Reiji is weird. Yeah, okay, that's a good one, actually. Reiji is weird. Umi is the... Chizuru should be with Umi. Let's say that. Chizuru should be with Umi. Milking it. Dragging / milking. We'll just put that. Dragging / milking. If they're similar, there's no need to make a whole new one, you know? Chizuru worst girl? Oh, mommy over Chizuru. I like that one. Oh. We'll make that an exception. Mommy being the best character, or mommy is better than the other characters, or they're rooting for mommy. That's what we'll make it. Not that mommy is better, rooting for mommy. There we go. Fan service seems... it doesn't... The story hurts you? Is that a decent one? It's like harem anime. Hello, El Pedro. Welcome. We already talked about chapter 380. We already went through pretty much all of this. I really recommend you... Oh, NTR, that's a good one. So, Pedro, if you're walking in right now, we're making a bingo card for haters of this manga. If you really want to know all my thoughts about chapter 380, you're welcome to watch my previous stream or the beginning of this stream where I talk about it in much more detail. Sorry if you're just walking in right now. We've been at it. I've been streaming for 6 hours, so we've already discussed a huge portion of all of this, and I'll be condensing that into a video a little later. What's funny about the Shunji family is that they try to pre-shit on it, but since Arata is not a simple MC, they avoid it. Yeah, because Arata is very traditionally masculine. Yeah. So Arata is not a character you can easily criticize. Kazuya still has the Chekhov's gun. And we already did chapter 218. 380 is less common. So I don't know if we should add it because 380 just happened, right? 380 just happened. Most of these videos have already been out before 380. 380 is something we can include later, I think. We can maybe change out some stuff later. for 380. But the 380 right now is a little too early, you know. I feel like that doesn't work right now. It's completely relevant. Chizuru is worst girl could work. Or Chizuru fell off. Chizuru fell off / worst. Okay. The motor mention can be read as chapter 218. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Any mention of chapter 218 is completely relevant here. Kibe is right. Is that a good one? Kibe is right. Chizuru is a gold digger. Yep, that's a common one. Did I even spell that right? That doesn't feel like I spelled that right. Doesn't digger have 2 G's? Yeah, gold digger, 2 G's. Twist to nothing. Dragging, milking. Rinse and repeat. Twist to nothing. I think those two go together, you know. The gold digger. Let's see. No, people like Kibe. People cheer for Kibe. They like Kibe. So Kibe is right. Kibe is a good friend. Kazuya is horrible for lying to his family. Is a horrible liar. Or no, pathological. I don't even know if pathological seems like it's spelled wrong. Yep. Oh, there we go. Wasted art. Yep, that's a good one. Ruka is best girl. No, that's not that common. That's not that common. We don't really care about the best girl thing. It just works for Sumi and Mami because they have like a special thing is going on, you know? Mami and Sumi have like a special thing going on where Sumi is like a very safe character, like the safest, non-complicated character in the story. Not relatable. Okay, that's a decent one. Not relatable. Unrealistic. We'll put those together. Unrealistic. Bad writing. That's an easy one. Unless we have, oh wait, I spelled bad writing. Where? No character progression, no progress, bad message, bad writing. I think those two could go together. Did you add Kazuya is a simp? Been hearing that since chapter 1. Yep. Where is it? Worst MC, simp. There it is. I hate Kazuya and simp. I made those two completely different things because they are different. 3-month ghosting. What the fuck? The anime is good. Ooh. Kazuya, I hate Kazuya, simp, stalker. They could go together. Because I haven't what? No, well, we'll add that in there, I guess. No, we'll just add it with stalker, simp, and sociopath. Where's Sumi? Maybe. That seems like an easy one. So we're at our last two. We want some good ones, okay? We're at the last two. We want some good ones. So come on. Show me some better ones. 3-month ghosting. I'm off for today. See y'all later. Take care, Bearcows. I don't know about the 3-month ghosting. That one doesn't get mentioned as much. Paradise is like, basically maybe like Paradise is where we should kind of try to stop. Kinda. Minnie is unnecessary. Minnie. Unnecessary. Minnie is unnecessary. Fifth girl. Did we? Okay, so there are best references. Did I not write harem? Did I not write harem anime? What? Hey Kazuya, bad messaging, worst MC. Sumi's the best character. Reiji Chizuru should be with Umi, rooting for Mommy. NTR should fell off. Kibe's right, keeps a good friend. There's a gold digger. Kazuya's a pathological liar. We're gonna change that one. Nagomi, family good. 1 step forward, 5 steps back. I've never heard Sayuri's death being overgreeped. Oh, the only good part is the movie arc. Movie arc, only good part. I never understood people calling it a harem anime. Well, it is sold as a harem anime. So, you know. So I think that's everything. Let's read through it again. So we got prostitute. Kazuya should have sex with Roka. There are better romance anime. 2000 chapter 218. I hate Kazuya, simp, stalker, sociopath. No character development, no progression. Bad message, bad writing, worst MC. Rinse and repeat, twist to nothing. Dragging, milking. Sumi is the best character. Reiji is weird. Chizuru should be with Umi, rooting for Mommy and TR. Chizuru fell off. Worst. Kibe is right. Kibe is a good friend. Chizuru is a gold digger. Movie arc is the only good one. Wasted art, no related, not relatable, unrealistic. Minnie unnecessary. Fifth girl harem anime. Do you think we should change anything? Why didn't Kazuya hug Chizuru in the cheer update? Nah. That's meh. Trial date is stupid. Oh. Trial / rental dating is stupid. Yeah, I changed Minnie out. Thought of changing Minnie out. If we can find a bigger one later, I'll definitely make it. The funniest thing is this: some people will love girlfriend, which I find confusing. Girlfriend is great, but it's like really stupid. Reiji doesn't understand love. Oh, Reiji never rented an actual girlfriend. He doesn't know anything about it. Tsundere Chizuru. Okay, we'll make no progression and no character development in one thing. No progress. Okay, what was it? Reiji doesn't understand love. Tsundere Chizuru. Tsundere always wins. Okay. Rental bad. There we go. If they mention Reiji doesn't understand love or he's never rented a girlfriend, then we'll check that one off. I heard somewhere that Chizuru did all of it just for money or because Kazuya paid, but it came close to being her gold digger. Can you arrange them a lot so we don't win easy? I'm not sure how to go about doing that. I think one large card. Include a free space. Oh, if we're including this free space, we can add one more. So let me take the Sumi one out and put it in the free space. There we go. Okay, what do we have one more. Like do a zigzag. Reiji is in love with Chizuru. Reiji is weird in love with Chizuru. Okay. We lose if we don't watch him, lol. Wait, what? Hey Kazi and Worst MC can be the same square. Okay, sure. Okay. I'm too committed. Oh, I can't stop, maybe. Yeah, the grifter shit. I can't stop. Don't leave the things overhead in A line. What do you mean? For now, let's just get one more in. If I was Reiji, if I could write it better than him, could write better. Was Reiji? I just give me a sec. First, we gotta finish them. I don't. I need to see if it. Oh, that's a good one. See if it gets worse. We'll put that one with I'm too committed. Need to see. Chizuru is the worst female character. We kind of have that already. Come on, I think we got one more. One more. It's okay. No worries about your English. There's no problem. So yeah, I think we got us one more. I don't understand this series. That seems easy. Trainwreck can go with I can't stop, need to see, Trainwreck. Those can all go together, I think. You already said bad writing. There are better romances, stalker, sociopath, no character development, no progression. So there was like bad message, bad writing. Can't stop, need to see, train wreck. Rinse and repeat, twist to nothing, dragging, milking. Has there been about a ghosting yet? I felt like not including the ghosting because it's not as common. We already got Kazi as a simp. You think so? You really think putting Kaguya on here would like be enough? It's supposed to be trash? Oh. Too much internal monologue. That's a good one. I feel gibbed. Robbed? Are you trying to say they're robbed? It's supposed to be trash. Love is warm. Okay. I think this is good so far. Nope. You can change that. Oh, it'll randomize on its own. The video maker is misogynistic. Ooh. Ooh. Prostitute rental bad. We'll put it here. We'll add it to this. We'll add it to this one. Yeah, we'll just put it with this one. If that one ever gets set, that's also it. That's a good one. I like that. Twitter always right. Let's see if I can fit that in somewhere. I don't agree with you. They're not going to talk about me. I'm irrelevant. Tsundere always wins. Bad message, bad writing. Rinse and repeat, twist to nothing. We haven't started yet. Yeah, no, we'll get it out later, but just we haven't started yet. Forced and contrived. Let's see. Too much internal monologue. Reggie's weird in love with Chisuru. Should be with Umi. Rooting for mommy. NTR. Chisuru fell off. Worst. Kazuya Kibe is right. Well, maybe we'll put Kibe with family. Fan base coping. Oh, I like that one. We'll have Kibe with the family. And then we'll say fan base coping. Manga finally ending. It hasn't ended yet. Hasn't ended. Fan base cope. Movie only good. Wasted art. No relatable. Unrealistic. We'll remove harem anime because that one's a given. Reiji hates Kazuya. We can fit that in somewhere else. Yeah, here hates Kazuya. Reiji is weird. We'll cover Reiji being in love with Chizuru or hating Kazuya. That's what that one will cover. Fan base coping. We think we put that one. There was one that was interesting. Is it over yet? Has it ended yet? Maybe we can put that with fan base coping. Actually, maybe we can put that with Trainwreck, but that one's already full. Ended. Hello, tech. Welcome. We're just making the animation is nice. Animation is nice with wasted art. Harem can go with tsundere tropes. Yeah. Okay, I like that one. Harem. All we put in the bingo are wrong, so if you say that they were wrong, you know what I mean. Okay. Okay, so misogynistic, rental bad, prostitute, dumpster fire. Dumpster fire can go with bad writing, I think. Or I can't stop. Dumpster fire. They're a better romance anime. 218. Hey Kazuya, worst MC, Simps, stalker, sociopath. No character development, no progress. Tsundere always wins. Harems, bad message, bad writing. Dumpster fire. I can't stop. Need to see the train wreck. Wouldn't train wreck and dumpster fire be kind of together? What the fuck? Just what the fuck? I can't stop. Need to see train wreck. Rinse and repeat. Twist to nothing. Dragging, milking, too much internal monologue. Reiji is weird. Chizuru should be with Umi, rooting for mommy. NTR, Chizuru fell off worst. Fan base cope ended. Chizuru is a gold digger. Movie only good. With Chizuru being a gold digger, would that be in line with prostitute? I feel like that would be. I feel like those two should go together. So what will happen in chapter 381? It'll be the start of the reversal. The things are going to start reversing, and they might get into an argument. You don't think... wait, what? You guys don't think gold digger should go with prostitute? I feel like those two kind of go hand in hand. Yes, gold digger is for money, so yeah. Too many Chisuru spreads. Oh, see that? That's a good one. We can replace that. Chisuru spreads. It's a good one. I'm not There are better romance anime feels kind of weak. I feel like we should replace that with something else. Do you guys agree? Do you think we should replace that with something else? I really feel like we should put something else in there, a better romance anime. That feels like a weak one. It's frustrating to wait one week for every chapter. Oh my god. I am right. Yes, maybe more specific like Kaguya better. But the Kaguya is like a given. People dick ride Kaguya. Kaguya feels like a really basic one. I feel like we should have something other than Kaguya compared to other romance anime. Yeah, it's right there. There are better romance anime compared to other romance anime. Comparisons are a given, you know. That feels really weak. I feel like we just need something a little bit better. What do you miss, Noel? We're making a bingo card for when we watch hate videos to predict how the kind of shit they'll say, because they almost always say the same shit. Shunji family. No. That's not relevant. That's not gonna work. You mean the One Piece of romance anime? Just write that you'll get it when you hear it. Just write that you'll get it when you hear it. Shunji family? You will see. Okay, I won't put it, but if we hear it at least twice in the videos, okay, I'll add it in. I won't put it, but if we hear it at least twice in the videos, I'll add it. Okay? That's my deal with you. If you hear it at least twice in 2 different videos, I'll add it. But if we don't, I will not. Okay. So we need one more. Rag is the second One Piece. Okay. Kari One Piece. I think it's too recent. The Shunji family, yeah. That one's okay for now, but maybe something else, right? Because so let's see the other. Trial renter dating is stupid. That one kind of feels weak too, because that can go with rental bad and misogyny and all that. So maybe you can remove that one too. Okay. Not relatable, unrealistic. Okay, that's a good one. Wasted art animation is nice. Movie is only good. Movie arc is only a good one. Chizuru. Domestic girlfriend is better than rent a girlfriend. I think just the comparison between the two is good. Domestic slash rent. If that comparison is made in any way, shape, or form, that's good. I think I misspelled domestic. It's an E. Yeah, if domestic girlfriend is mentioned in any way, that's a good one. I like that one. Rag lasted longer than insert popular shonen. That would be Kanokari One Piece. I think that would fall under that. I think there was actually an anime that went for 6K episodes. Jesus. He writes 2 of them. Sazu-san, it's called Domestic. Oh, damn it. 7.8K. Prostitute, rental bad. Okay, Konakari One Piece is similar to Dragging, no. You got a point. You got a point. Solo leveling is... Oh, shut up. No. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Manga sales are down. Maybe. Manga sales down. Not crazy about that one, but it does sound interesting. Sundere always wins. Harems, bad messaging, bad writing, dumpster fire, can't stop, need to see train wreck. Rinse and repeat, twist to nothing, dragging, milking, too much internal monologue. Reiji's weird. Chizuru should be with Umi, rooting for mommy. And TR Chizuru fell off. Worst girl. Fan base coping. Ended yet. Chizuru spreads. Movie only good. Wasted art animation. Nice. Not relatable, unrealistic, domestic rent. Other anime did it better. Meh. Lawless Bacon, they will say that has a better romance than Rag. I don't know. Like I get the other anime did it better. Just feels like all right. Other anime. Just the word arise. What the fuck? Shit, I'm kind of tired. Chain fan base coping to fan base copium. Sure. Insulting fans, readers. Ooh, it's a good one. We'll have that be with other anime. Insulting fans and readers. Other anime. I like that. Passerby who can't ignore Chizuru's presence. Oh. Ooh, where do we put that? Tsundere always wins. No, that feels like it needs its own spot. Passerby who can't ignore Chizuru. That feels like it needs its own spot. It's being the worst. Yeah. Oh, NTR is the same as. Damn it. There we go. We found one. The worst. I didn't even realize that the Umi one was this fucking same. That's stupid. It's just NTR. Wait. The worst series. Romance. Because we have Chizuru saying the worst girl. Put it up. I already can't go with Chizuru's. It can go with Chizuru spreads. What can? Passerby. Oh, Chizuru spreads. I was thinking that, but it feels like it needs its own spot. Passerby. Yeah. No, we were gonna put that. It's right here. That was a good one. I just needed to like think about it for a sec. Like I didn't know where I would put it. Okay. Y'all think we missed anything? Prostitute, Efruka, insulting fan base. Should not. Kazuya shouldn't be with Chizuru. We'll put that here. No chiz. There we go. There, Adamatone, you finally got one in. There you go. No character development, no progress. Sundari always wins. Harem. Bad messaging, writing, dumpster fire, can't stop, need to see, train wreck, rinse and repeat, twist to nothing, dragging, milking, too much internal monologue, Reishi's weird, the worst romance anime. Rooting for mommy, NTR, Chizuru fell off, worst girl, fanbase copium, ending yet, Chizuru spreads, passerby, movie only good, wasted art animation, nice, not relatable, unrealistic, domestic rent. Unless I'm missing something. Don't forget the title card. Oh. Hate bingo. I've got it more in me because I say I watched most of these videos. I watched a lot of them too. Just remembered another one. What do you got? Movie arc best. Hate a girlfriend. If hate is mentioned in any way, do we have one for hate? Have hate Kazuya. If they put worst romance hate, that gets hate too. There we go. The over-the-top editing just to fit the hate video. Shit, it's true. Shit, that's true. The over-the-top editing. No, that's true. They do this. They do this. I see that a lot, actually. Shit. Over-the-top reaction editing. We need to... Okay, I need to put that one in. Oh, worst romance. Do you want me to title the card title? Hate a girlfriend? Oh. Oh. Hate a girlfriend. Not a big fan of that. I don't like that too much. Hate a girlfriend. Worst anime. Disgusting. That's there you go. Rooting for mommy. So that one can go because no character development, no progress is the same as dragging and milking. So those will be the same. Over the top editing. Factually wrong. Like literally wrong. Just straight up made shit up. Factually wrong. Over 30 minutes long. No, correct. I like the one where it's like too much editing. Over the top reaction, too much editing. This one. This I can't stop. Over the top editing. Or over the top reaction. They're overreacting. Why a time goal? What does the time goal do? How about instead of a time goal, at least 7 things wrong? At least 7 things wrong. Claims to have read the manga. That can go with this one too. Read manga. Pretentious editing. I want to fit that in, but I don't know where. Plus, pretentious editing is kind of subjective if you think about it. I'm confident. Oh, that's a good one. If they're confident in their opinion, that can be here. Another great case, 8 years already. You mean how long it's been going? Welcome back, 3D model. Yeah, confidently wrong. Started good, ended, got worse. Maybe it can go with this. Start good. Got bad. Yeah, it feels like we need more spaces. I have to put your thing in there. Yeah, 3D, do you have anything? 6x6 maybe? It doesn't go that far. Oh, we can make it automatic. We can keep adding stuff. Ooh. Okay. It can keep adding stuff. So let's okay, let's remove that. Let's add movie arc best. Started good, got worse, got bad. Did it add anything? I can't tell if it like got bigger or not. Here, one sec. Control C. What the hell's this? Oh, it was just numbers. We already have misogyny on there to the very top. Maybe it randomly chooses them when it rolls. Could be. Looks good. Do a bigger one. I think I'm getting tired. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to get a little tired. I've been at this a little too long. So I'll try to finish in like the next 12 minutes. No, I'm not a coffee drinker. I drink tea at most. I'll just move this here for now, just because it's easier. Because I don't know, yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Next step. 30 cards for free. Oh, for crying out loud. Virtual link. Oh, I see. Okay, I gotta make sure to copy this. Let's see if I can go to something else. Oof. Okay, here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna open a Google Doc and save what we have so far. All right. And then I will get back to this later. Feeling a little tired. Sorry. We called it Hate a Girlfriend. Bingo. Okay. Can you screenshot it from the printout? I'm just gonna save it here. Unfunny jokes. Sure, we'll add that. Maybe you can end it right here and come back later. Maybe make a bigger card in MS Paint. Yeah, I think I'll do that. We found a bigger one already. Okay, seems like I'm kind of getting a little tired and kind of crashing out a little bit. So I think I will. What are we at? What's the length of the stream? Because if we're gonna do this, I'll just commit to the 7 hours. If we got like 9 minutes, I'll just commit to the 7 hours. I'd rather end this on a solid 7, you know. So if we still got time, I'll just end it on the 7. What else we got here? Since we're doing this, Control C, that can be a separate one. Okay, started good, got bad. Rent a bingo for the name. Rent a bingo, that sounds nice actually. Rent a bingo. Passerby. We had a passerby one. Where was it? We'll make the passerby mention as a different one. The bingo, hell yeah. What I miss here, guys? DJ Phantom. We already talked about a flip ton. But now we're making a hate bingo card that I will eventually get to. I will end the stream in like 8-ish minutes, 10 minutes. But we're gonna finish up this bingo card first. We can make these separate now, actually. Shoot, what was it? Misogynist. That's what it was. God, I'm so tired. I don't even know if I misspelled this, if I spelled it correctly. Mommy was in the right. Mommy, rooting for mommy. That's right. Reiji has no life. Reiji is in love with Chisuru. We got that one, I think. Reiji is in love. Reiji is weird. Okay, Reiji is in love with Chisuru. Chisuru. Reiji hates Kazuya. Worst mangaka. Okay. Yep, we already got Reiji hates Kazuya. Mentions of gooning. Okay, gooning. I feel like that might not be as relevant. I don't like this series. Hate. That one's basic. I can't stop. Over the top reaction. Discord it after the days in the life of a mangaka. Kazuya spent X amount of money and didn't get her. Oh, that's a good one. I don't even care. Yeah, here in the live stream for that said hate series. Yeah, you're here in a live stream for that said hated series. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. We're making the bingo card for when we watch hate videos. I don't know what you're on about. That's what we're saying. We're making the bingo card for when we watch hate videos because they are all the fucking same. Didn't we have one where it's like insulting fan base, other anime? Okay, we can just that could stay the same. What's wrong with liking One Piece? DJ, I'm confused what your point is. I'm genuinely I'm just making a list of what people hate about the series or love to debate. I'm really confused about what you're upset about. No, they don't know anything about Reiji, nor has his information been shared. Hello, Haru. Welcome. Oh no, Lawless is chill. Lawless Bacon is chill. He's not a bad guy. Lawless Bacon is chill. He's just sharing ideas. Okay. Didn't get her. What else we got? I'm just silly sometimes. He's strongly saying 1 chapters later about her girlfriend. No. That when he puts a check mark like that, he's saying that's one of the things people would do. He should date Ruka. We put F Ruka. We'll just add date. Just get with Ruka. Just date Ruka. Just fuck Ruka. I don't hate the series. What I wanted to say is I really don't have any clue where the series is going to head after the rejection. Haru, I really recommend you just rewatch this stream at least the very beginning portion of it. We made a lot of talks about this, and we'll get back to it later. I'll make a. I'm a little tired right now. Sorry, I'm a little tired. I'll make a edited version of this stream for people to read through. But if you want some context as to what's going on and where I think it's going to go, TLDR, where I think it's going to go from here is that Kazi and Chizuru might get into some sort of fight. Chizuru clearly hurt her heel, which means something could happen to. In result of that, maybe Kazuya will notice, maybe Chizuru will fall in the water, maybe they'll need to go somewhere to rest, and basically they're gonna talk it out. Kazuya and Chizuru are gonna talk it out, and they might get into some sort of fight, and then after the fight, they'll get even closer than they were before. If you want some extra context for why I think this, it's because there is 3 chapters until the anime starts. The next chapter is the final chapter of the volume, of this current volume that they're adapting. It's the last chapter in that. So Reiji has basically set up a low before a high. Things are going to reverse. Don't think like the series is going in a terrible direction. Things are about to get reversed. Ooh, Reiji should do doujinshi. That's a good one. Jinshi / porn. Or hentai. That's better. That's a good one. I like that one. You making another live tomorrow? I'll have to see. Tomorrow I might have some stuff to do. Something plus chapters for nothing. Or we kind of said that one already, I think. It's like the dragging and milking. Milking. No change. We'll check those later. Okay, is it gonna go for another lap, huh? No, it's literally about to like actually reach a real conclusion soon, but not like the conclusion you're expecting. What about attacking the author? Oh yeah, we'll add that one. Attacking the author. All right. Low cost of a story, I swear, but it's worth the read, to be honest. Cool premise, etc. Actually, the death of literature. Oh, Reishi just wants money. How fitting. They call Chizuru a gold digger and they call Reiji like he just wants money. Interesting. Just quoting a dude who got banned today. You should just stick to drawing and get a good writer. Oof, yeah, that one. Fuck that one. Should stick to drawing and get a good writer. Fuck that shit. Compared to Shiyunji, it better. Okay. Sayuri is Kazuya's shirt. Reiji is a gold digger. Yeah, we kind of said that. Give me an update on what happened. Comparing Rag to another series, huh? Well, it shouldn't be together because over the rejection of the whole situation, her overall relationship with him is going to be so toxic. It's not her fault that he spent the whole time money on her. But still, yeah. No, their relationship isn't as toxic as you think it is, and you really should pay attention to what the story is putting down. Please just rewatch what I showed. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of their relationship. Okay. Uh, Reiji is Umi because of Beret. Or just Reiji is Umi. I think that's easier. Reiji is Umi. Reiji doesn't know about. Reiji doesn't get romance. Yeah, Reiji doesn't get romance. I already got no character development. At least the Shadow Bay Drag Hater YouTube history. Yep. Specifically, Nagomi. Nagomi is the worst grandma. No, people love her. People love her. Better love story than Twilight. Better love story than Twilight. Jeez. That one is weak. Reiji is self-insert as Umi. Yeah, we got that. Reiji is Umi. It's Twilight is better than Love Story than Rag. I can write better. Someone can write better. We already got Kazuya simping. Yeah, this is like one of the worst. Yeah, simper, stalker, sociopath. I was listening to German Winter Girlfriend Hater. Yeah. Chizu doesn't have feelings for Kazuya. Oh yeah. Oh, confidently ignorant. Chizuru is Kazuya is dense. Kazuya is dense. Okay. I think this is a confess to not reading the manga. Oh yeah. Confessed to not reading the manga. Inappropriate joke. I don't even care about spelling anymore. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Faye, I don't see Faye if we just talked about when we say something, I always say hey Faye, mostly because I've become a silly. Say they only watch season 1. Ha. Only watch season 1. Kazuya calls her Mizuhara. Movie arc is the only good arc. Yeah, we got that one. So how come Kazuya still don't call Mizuhara? You should know. Say. Only watched 3 episodes. Wow. That's a wow. Huh. I like certain parts. Meh, feels weak. They don't like the movie arc? Looting Sumi. Mention of the alien. Okay, sure. A lot of people only give an anime 3 episodes before dropping it. Yeah, I know. I've just don't think I've heard that one that much. Looting Sumi. I don't know about that one. It's been insert number here, chapters of nothing. Yeah. Bring up the low any just bring up any list. Milking, we already got milking. Ignoring cliffhangers. That's a good one. Sumi is too pure for rule 34. Gigok? Reference MB, really? Oh, why does it still have an anime? When others don't. Bad, pretentious editing. Chizuru Sweet Tooth? Do you mean like she's a gold digger or something? Bad microphone. Any tuber bashing. I'm even not sure if that's like a real thing. I'm just gonna put it in anyway. Kazuya tissues. Ooh, Kazuya beat meat. Kazuya addicted to porn. Uses VTuber model. I don't know. That one feels weird. That's just very common these days. Yeah, we talked about 218 is up here. Oh. That's a weird one. I don't know about, that one feels weird. Stalking rewarded. That's a good one. Okay. We had 1,400 viewers. It's 7 hours of streaming. I think that's enough. I think we have done enough. Editor's fault? Yeah, sure. We'll add editor's fault. Why do people like this? Okay. Do people like this? Hey Faye, about you crying for mommy after one. How about crying for mommy after 1 month? Yeah, sure. Why does Kazuya like mommy? Care so much about mommy. Sure, we'll mention ghosting. Sure. Put that one in. Okay, that's it. We're going to stop here. If you guys, 380 will be setup chapter, 388 will be peak. Yeah, I agree. I think shit is going to get so fucking peak in the upcoming weeks. Like, holy shit. Edgy joke. Sure, I'll add edgy joke just for you. That's the last one. If you guys got anything else, just make sure to save them. Oh. Okay, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you tuning in. This was fun. This was the longest stream. We broke our record for 2 hours by like 2 hours. I streamed 2 hours more than our longest stream. So we streamed 7 hours today. We have 1,407 views, and we had a lot of concurrent viewers. I think we hit like 70 concurrent viewers constantly. So we did pretty good today. We did pretty good today. I'm beat. I think my eyes look weird. I can't tell. I think they look weird. And this card is going to be 11 by 11. Maybe we can split them up into 2 bingo cards or something. We'll see what we have to do with this. We can maybe simplify it, change it up, but yeah, right now not the best time. When will we play? I'll find out. I'll find out. Just give me a little bit. But yeah, thank you guys. It was pretty fun. It was a we went for a while. We talked about a lot. I somehow kept this going for 7 fucking hours. I haven't eaten since breakfast. I ate breakfast and that's it. I ate at 10 o'clock. It is currently 5 p.m. I have not eaten for a fucking while. Jesus Christ. I should go eat something. Here's our different hopium. Hey man, I am writing the hopium till the day I die. I love this series. Understand? I will never give up on that fucking hopium. Okay? I am literally have an infinite supply of hopium. It will never fucking run out. Do you understand me? My hopium never fucking runs out. It is infinite. The pool is endless. Okay. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. I had fun. I'm beat. I'm gonna go rest a little bit. I got work tomorrow, so I won't be streaming tomorrow until maybe later, unless something happens. You are not alone. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And I need to edit this video and the last stream together somehow and talk about things. I don't know if I should make one like a reaction videos. I'm wondering if I should make like a reaction video followed by this stream and then editing it all together. I don't know. I'll think about it later. I'm a little too tired right now. I need something. Okay. For those who are new here, please consider subscribing, hit the link button in the bell icon. Keep up with the uploads. If you'd like to support me, consider checking out my Patreon. It would mean a lot if you could check it out and support me through there. Lastly, check out the Discord if you just want to talk to people and talk about this stuff and you want to talk directly in the Discord. And finally, remember just to be nice. Please be nice. All right. I've been Fate, and remember, fellas, let's mosey. I'll see you later. Woo.